Hello, I knocked my mic off this. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon. I do appreciate you watching, tuning in, watching on replay, watching live. Got a few people in chat already. Any way you consume this, I do appreciate it. And boy, we got another good show here for you today. We're going to dive into these prospects in this recent NFL draft, and not just the frontline guys. We'll take a little bit of a peek at our undrafted free agents as well. I've been trying to grind through a little bit of tape on these guys. I've done a couple of breakdowns already over at my Seahawks scouting channel. So that's the name of it over there. If you're looking for some more in-depth breakdowns, I'll bring some more kind of subtle, small things over here, but I want to do most of my breakdown stuff over there. But I've done Dwayne Eskridge and Trey Brown over there. So like what I see on them, we're going to kind of go bit by bit through this before I get into the chat. So it's going to be a bit before I get over to you guys in there. Just bear with me on that, because I want to kind of go through each of these guys. And now what I'm seeing is sort of a second view. In relation to just the picks themselves, two of these three guys I had seen before coming into the draft. I'd seen quite a bit of Eskridge, nothing of Trey Brown, and then I had actually seen some of Stone Forsythe. So I had a little bit of familiarity with a couple of the guys, but I've tried to expand on that and then dive really good into Trey Brown's tape as well. Tamarian Terry I scouted before the draft and liked him a lot as well, so I knew a bit about him. Same thing with Cade Johnson. And then a couple of these other guys now I've looked a little bit post. I watched Jack Curhan out of California, a tackle we got as an undrafted free agent a little bit, but then I dived a bit more now in this last week. So I'm still expanding on these guys. Bear with me. I need a little bit of time to recover after we did our live stream event of our 3-day coverage. And I want to say a thank you once again to everybody out there. This is our third year of doing it. It was our most successful by far. Every year the numbers go up and up and up and up. Thank you for all of you guys for opting in the chat, the donations, just making the thing just continue to cook. Just really always blown away, as I say over and over again, by how smart the chat is, how many people we have with so many cool perspectives that make you think. Whether you agree with it or not, it makes you think, and I really do appreciate that. Now, when it comes to Dwayne Eskridge, and looking back at his tape again, I really rarely go back and look at a guy's tape if I've looked at him fairly reasonably, and if I feel like I've gone through a college player's tape and I've seen all of his highlights and I've watched 2-3 games of him, I've probably got a pretty good feel for him. With that said, I tried to get a couple more games in there here this week. There's not a ton available. I've got to kind of find what I could find on YouTube, because it's hard to get some of the coaches' tape on this college film. With that said, I think if there's one place I would course correct just a little bit on my evaluation of him, is I might give him a little bit more respect as far as his ability to catch the ball out away from his body. I saw a little bit more of that in some of the game footage I saw. The drops are still a problem. And really what the issue with my pick comes down to, as much as anything, it's a little bit like the Brooks pick, where LJ Collier I thought was going to be a bust from the jump. But with Jordan Brooks and with Dwayne Eskridge, it's not that I don't like the players. It's not that they aren't players that can't give you value on the football field. But it is about value in the draft. It's about picking the right players, a lot at the right points, so that you can get the best amount of talent through the draft, and that you don't reach on a guy and then all the talent drains away, and then you're going through a bunch of Jags, just another guys, and you end up in that realm of things. And there was just some debate this week. I got into it a little bit with Mr. Gallant over there, but he didn't like some of my going after him a little bit for his positivity on every draft and saying the Seahawks don't have any issues at all with drafting, is what he was saying in the last few years. They haven't been as bad as you think. So I think his point on it. And my contention is, yes, they actually have. You can go out there and pluck your occasional guy once every other year. You can go, hey, look, DK Metcalf. Okay, yeah, DK. Damian Lewis. Yeah, it's good. It's good. But there's so much of a gulf of emptiness in between these picks, and it's been an issue. It's been a problem, and I think most Seahawks fans would say recently, draft history hasn't been great over the last 5 or 6 years overall. You're going to find a player if you've got 50 swings at it, but you get 3 hits out of 40, 50 swings, and that's not exactly how they've run it, but it's kind of been in that realm of things a little bit. And it's not been the worst in the league. They've not been the top 5 bottom team, but it's been a failing of the team. So when I attack it from a standpoint of not liking a first pick over the last couple of years with Brooks and Eskridge, it's about trying to see the front office course correct a little bit into a direction that might fix what's caused them to miss so often in recent prior drafts. And I think, in my determination, that it's valuation. It is the determining where a player is properly valued in the draft reaching up for a player who's not appropriately valued to then lose out kind of down the line a little bit. It seems to be, to me, a little bit of a common theme that rolls through, especially when you combo that with Schneider's prevalence to want to trade back all the time. He'll be sitting on one pick, then he's going to move back, then he's going to move back again, then maybe even a third time. Didn't do it as much this year, and we'll get to this in a second, but the LJ Collier year is a shining example of this, where you could have gotten a Montez Sweat, a guy who's been a lot better of a pro than LJ if you would have just sat there, as opposed to kept flipping backwards and backwards and backwards in a draft where you already had a lot of draft capital. But when it comes to Eskridge, why I believe this value is there, and once again, I'm going to be a little bit late on getting over to the chat because I really do want to get through these thoughts. This is my time and place that I want to hammer this out. When it comes to Eskridge, it's about valuation. I don't care if the Rams behind us would have taken him. I don't care if the Rams took a slot receiver specialist behind us as well. That goes to the mantra in my mind of your mom always said, if your friends are going to jump off a bridge, you're going to do it too. Just because somebody else makes a mistake in their decision-making doesn't make you want to piggyback on the top of that. And when it comes to Eskridge, his valuation on this is going to be determined on whether or not he can truly play on the outside. He has the potential to do it. He's done it all through college. Certainly not a slot-only guy in college. But I'm a guy that doesn't play odds towards the anomaly or to the situation that rarely happens once every blue moon. I spoke to this during my draft coverage of day 3, that there has been 4, count them 4, a big fat 4 players selected in the top 2 rounds. Tutu Atwell is going to be the 5th, by the way, but let's count on the guys who have been picked so we can look at a track record of this. 4 guys at 5'9" or under selected in the first round. Actually, it's 4 guys in the last 10 years. 2 of those guys failed out, gave you pretty much nothing in the league. One of those guys, Brandon Cook, is the ultimate success story. And even he is a half an inch away from a concussion ending his career at any one time. The 4th is Hollywood Brown, who's put a 700 yard season together in his first 2 years. He's been okay, playing with a limited quarterback. The jury's still out on him. Point being is that the rest of the NFL and their talent evaluation has looked at the 5'9" receivers in this league and said, you know what, we can wait to draft those guys later on. Don't need to get them early on. And when you buy them early on, doesn't tend to be that they work out. The data towards that, as opposed to, let's say, 6 foot up, 6 foot and above receivers, because you had De'Ami Brown available, 6 foot up, Terrence Marshall available, 6 foot up. There's been 47 6 foot up receivers drafted in the first 2 rounds over the last 10 years. 25 of those have been reasonably successful, productive football players at the NFL level. 22 have not. So there's a fail rate there as well, but it's still a better hit rate than what you get out of 5'9" guys. There's more of a baseline. You're not sitting on this sample size of data over on the other side of things. So is Seattle just so brilliant beyond the rest of the league by light years? Is this innovative thinking right here, where they're pushing this forward to a degree that nobody understands because it is just so on the cutting edge? Perhaps. Perhaps. But I'm just trying to explain a little bit of why I have hesitancy with the pick in general. Don't hate the pick, it's the valuation of it. Because a guy who's 5'9" with sub 30-inch arms trying to play on the outside at receiver at the NFL level, it's very hard to do. Usually you need some super explosive vertical at that point to be able to high point the ball and overcome a little bit of that size issue. His vertical's about average. And then you factor in some of the limitations in there with his game, being those hands. You know, DK Metcalf came into this league with some questionable hands. There's still a lot of Seahawks fans who come into my chat a lot telling me about him having drop problems and hands issues, despite the fact he's constantly worked on it. It's a difficult thing to overcome. It's not just go out to the jug machines and catch 200 balls a day and you'll be good, especially, again, if you're dealing with T-Rex arms and baby hands. So if he ends up allotted into the slot and you took a second round in the slot and you could have gotten a starter on the outside or you couldn't have gotten a 10-year starter at lineman at that position, it's where I have the issue with the pick. Again, not to win the player because, again, it is bottom end floor. He will be a good slot guy in this league. As bottom end floor, he'll be a good yak guy out of the slot in this league. Can he down block on defensive ends out of the slot like Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods do it, 6 foot tall, 6'1" respectively? We'll see. We'll see. He's willing, but he does get ragdolled on the college tape that you watch. There are times bigger men pick him up and take him up off the ground. And if that's happening in college, it's going to definitely happen at the NFL level. Not going to be a failure. This isn't a bust. This isn't the LJ Collier situation of a couple years ago where I just flat hated that pick stem to stern. No, it's just there's some issues involved here. Valuation, recent draft history, and again, where the player will be limited to. If he ends up playing on the outside, it's a phenomenal pick. You got a starter there. He certainly has got that yak ability. He can have he's got certain elements to his game that are very exciting. His quickness and speed are a rare combination. There weren't a lot of receivers in this draft who had both of those two elements. Not just being the 4.38 guy, but then having the short area quickness too. Those two things in combination of each other work really well, especially with his determination with the ball in his hands and his willingness to always be looking for that yak. He gets from 0 to 100 as quick as anybody. He was like De'Ami Brown in his ability to eat up space in that first 8 yards, especially when he's got off coverage. He's not as comfortable when he gets in the off coverage at the top of the route and being sharp in his breaks and his route running. That does lead me a little bit to some concerns, which would be mitigated going into the slot and doing more of sitting down in the zone and running things basic. But the Lockett killer crossers that we've seen over recent years, where you see Lockett run that crosser up over the top, a little bit of a longer developing route, and Russell hits him perfectly pinpoint every time. It's been deadly at times. It's been unstoppable at times. This guy's going to be an awesome crosser in that same kind of route, and he's going to run it probably quicker and faster than Lockett, because as Lockett admitted, he's lost a step since he came in the league. Both of these guys are about the same speed. I know people are going to tell you he ran a 3.4, 3.3, whatever, but you've again add in about 0.7 on every one of these guys with their 40s this year in this draft. You've got to add in about a 0.07 tenths of a second into their time, because the laser times at the combine are always going to be slower than what they are going to be at the pro days where guys are hand timing it. So yes, he is fast, but he's more of a 4.4 guy rather than a low 4.3 guy. Don't get that stuff kind of twisted. Like the pick, valuation is the issue. He's not going to be a guy who's going to break, but that's it. That's where it's at. And again, sorry if I'm not be on the chat. Just once again, I'll be over there in a second. I want to go through a couple of these guys, and then I'll get to the chat, and then we'll break down the undrafted free agents. As far as Trey Brown goes, again, stand by as far as what I saw in him after we saw him draft, and I talked about it. It's on the third day of the draft. This guy I really like as a player because Seattle didn't get caught up in the problematic situation of sitting on guys that need to have a length or be certain tall. That doesn't have anything to do with who you are as a football player to me, and I understand the reasoning process behind why you do it in your zone scheme, but to me this shows them opening up their willingness to expand beyond a limited range of players. When you're a talent evaluator and you start closing down what you can see, go, okay, I don't like characteristics, guys. Okay, I just want 4-year starters. Okay, I just want productive players in the SEC. Okay, I don't want any, you start getting in this where it's like, okay, I just want these guys in this small little lens, and you're leaving all of this out here untouched just because you might have some stupid, simple, dumb reason as to why you won't be willing to do it. You want a cornerback who can cover in zone, this guy can do it. You want a guy who can cover in man, he can do it too. You want a guy to be sticky in coverage, you can do it. You want a guy that's feisty like the old Seahawks of old, who can go out there and get into back alley fights, play in and play out, and he ain't going to back down from anybody. You got it. So watching what he is on tape, seeing what he is as a corner, I agree with what Schneider said in his press conference, which is this guy's 6'1", this guy's 6'2", he's a top 15 pick. And if that's the case, and you got that in the 4th round for a guy a couple inches under that, he's legitimately a little closer to 5'10"-ish than 5'9" of DJ Reed. He's actually maybe a hair taller. There has been a baseline of success in this league with 5'10" cornerbacks playing even in zone systems. So I like the pick from that standpoint. He's got some ball skills. He's not going to high point it out away from his body and pick it out like that, but he will jump up and time a ball well down the field. He's not completely lost in that realm of things. He does get handsy. The issue of the penalties, the issue of being grabby down the field, it definitely shows up over and over again. So he's going to have to probably cut some of that out. But he's also very comfortable up the line of scrimmage. And the one indicator that this trade may be for us, if we're looking at this, there's a couple things with the Stone Forsythe mood and this pick. Maybe a little bit of an indicator to something that we're going to notice as maybe a change. And again, Carroll maybe being willing to go innovative, this defense being willing to maybe expand beyond what it stayed in as far as its recent comfort zone, because there's a lot of thought process here that the cover 3 is dead, that Gus Bradley and Dan Quinn now are going to run a lot different things from what was ran of old. You've got Gus Bradley over at the Raiders, they drafted 3 safeties. One of them they're going to move to Will, but they're going to do a lot of strange looks like he learned from the Chargers having a guy like Derwin James. They're going to do a lot of different things in there to kind of mix up while still utilizing a lot of the Seahawk of old type baseline. But you've got to expand beyond that. And what I mean by this is I think they're going to take Trey Brown, and now you have him and in DJ Reed, 2 guys who can maybe get up there and do some press, or even Trey Flowers who can get up there and do some press at his size. Achille Witherspoon, I think, is more of an off kind of finesse kind of guy, but you can get up there now and then run a little more of the blitz package game if you want with Jamal Adams. You can now, I've talked about in the past, the reason why blitzing doesn't work is that it's as much that you don't build it in the schematics of your 4-3 under defense. It's not how you like to roll your stuff naturally. But number 2, you haven't looked for players that are good blitzers or that fit well together with good blitzers. And with this guy, put him on an island, ask him to get tough and physical with the guy, throw off the timing of a play. The blitz is going to get there in under 3.5 seconds. That's all he's got to hold on for, essentially. He can get that done. And that could match up really nicely with a guy like Jamal Adams' skill set coming in on that blitz game, or if Seattle's going to start to embrace that more, which I don't know that they are for sure, but this pick with what he does and being such a mauler there up at the line of scrimmage, maybe they're going to open up a little bit more of that. We certainly saw them early on in the season blitz way more than they ever had in their recent history. So it could be a possibility. And it's about when we see them evolve and innovate a little bit and go outside of what they've done before, that's where I get appreciation. Doesn't mean it's going to absolutely work. It just means they're going outside and trying new things. Trying new things, you eventually get to what will work. So love the pick from that standpoint. I'm going to bounce through on the last one, then we'll get to the chat. Stone Forsythe is amazing value. You listen to some of the draft pundits that were talking, and I listened to so many podcasts discussing these players, and there was a couple of different people out there that were wondering if Stone wouldn't be maybe a surprise first-round pick in this draft. That is as far that tells you about the variance as far as what people thought about this guy and where they pegged him. And I think that comes out of a little bit of, again, thinking towards where the modern NFL teams are going, where the modern NFL offense is going. And Schneider pointed to the reason that this guy probably wasn't selected higher is he wasn't a glass-eating alpha male. He wasn't one of these, just get on the table and chug a beer and then pick up a woman by her hair and drag her off into a cave type dude, I guess. And he was missing that element in maybe a draft where there was a lot of those guys when they were interviewing him that showed up. He seems like more of a low-key guy. But with that said, I say he's the part of this modern day push to the offense, and where these draft pundits and some of these guys who look at a lot of this college tape were thinking of with him is that this guy's a sensational pass blocker. Absolutely awesome pass blocker. He comes in from day one on the right side. He's a better pass blocker than Shell. Can he do much in the run game per what Shell can do in the run game? No, which means he's probably not going to start out the gate. But as a guy that's in development, if he can get some more strength onto his frame, and he's by no means weak, 25 reps on the bench for really long arms on a guy that's legitimately 6'8". But what's amazing is a guy being 6'8" and amazing in pass protection. It's almost like it's a Whitworth type situation you're getting here in pass protection. A guy that just holds up so well, and he went up against the upper level competition playing there at Florida. He went against legit competition there at Florida, and nobody could get around him. He just gets in front of guys and he holds up. He anchors down really well. He's excellent with his footwork and his hands. For a guy that's 6'8", he should not move this well. And I wanted to show you guys this one graph that I put together here. So here's player A to my right, to your left, I guess, and to your right, you're going to see player B. I'm going to tell you both of these two guys are in just a second here, okay? Player A is 6'8". Player A is 6'4". Player A ran the 40, and these are both tackles, by the way, in 5.14 second, while player B ran it in 5.09, nearly about the same. Player A had a 27.5-inch vertical. Player B had a 28-inch vertical. Player A had a broad jump of 8 feet 7 inches. Player B had a broad jump of 9 feet 1 inch. Still very close. Bench press, 25 for player A. Bench press, 30 for player B. 3 cone, 7.47 for player A. Player B, 3 cone, 7.8. So player A was actually faster in his 3 cone, short area burst. Arm length, player A, 34 3/8 arm length. Very good for a tackle. Player B, 33 1/4 inches for a tackle. Player A is, of course, I don't have to tell you guys, Stone Forsythe. Player B, Penny Sewell. Penny Sewell is an athletic freak. Size is incredible. monstrous. Now, Penny Sewell is also doing these, testing numbers at 330 pounds versus our guy who's about 310. But I think it illustrates a little bit as far as you draft a tackle as high as Penny Sewell, you're drafting a guy with an athletic profile that is brilliant, that is awesome. This guy has a very close athletic profile to what Stone Forsythe had. He's a little older of a player. Penny Sewell's a little younger. But I think the point still stands here where you're getting in a guy here with great potential, and to get this in the 6th round, you can understand the reasoning behind why Seattle would trade a 7th round pick to move up in the 6th round to go get this guy. And when you watch his tape, where the modern NFL game going is where? To running the ball? To passing? And as the game moves more to a passing attack in the next few years as we go along, which I think it will continue to evolve in that direction, having a guy like Forsythe who is so good in pass protection in every way, can handle blitzes, there's nothing he can't do in pass protection. Run game, it ain't there. It ain't there in the run game, unfortunately. It ain't gonna happen in the run game. So I like him a lot. I like all of these 3 picks overall, and the fact that you got 3 guys that will give you contributable players next year. All of these guys will come onto the field next year at some point and give you some valuable snaps. As per some of the recent history of our draft picks has been, we'll sit you for a red shirt season. We'll punt one of your cheap rookie years down the line because we're going to wait on you to hopefully come around and develop. That's not necessarily going to have to be the case here. You might hit a lot of these guys without arriving on their top end kind of out the gate. You might be at Dwayne Eskridge's top end out the gate, but the top end might be really good. A guy that can operate on the outside and function, and do okay out there. Turn to Porky Pig there. And do real well. So I like that. Stone Forsythe, I think, is a starter in the future. In his worst case scenario, you've got a guy to me who's going to be a right tackle in the future, especially if this is an indication that Seattle's eventually going to make more of a transition to being not a pass-happy attack, just more living in that pass-happy arena of things to a degree. I've always, again, pointed to it time and time again. 52% of the time you pass, 48% of the time you run. Yes, you still maintain some balance then, but you're throwing a little more than you're running. Little more than you're running, still giving a couple more attempts in there, finding that sort of money zone of things, I think, as it pertains to our offense. So let's get over to the chat. I will get over into the undrafted rookie free agents next. I did look at a few of those guys as well. I want to definitely at least acknowledge you guys over here. I know I've been blathering here for a little bit. Thank you again for everybody who did jump in on that last draft coverage. Spencer Smith coming in with a $5 donation. Spencer, thank you so much. Sorry, slow to acknowledge you, but I do salute you, sir, and appreciate you very much. He says, I got to start this stream off right. You certainly did. Boy, was I ecstatic to see Tamarian Terry pop onto my feed as an undrafted free agent. Unreal value. My favorite 2021 sleeper wide receiver. Fantastically put, Spencer. And this is why, again, I point to my chat being as smart as any, because he did the same thing for me. Did the same exact thing for me. There is no undrafted free agent that is going to get me as excited as Tamarian Terry and the potential of what you're getting in him. You have not got an undrafted free agent wide receiver that is this talented at any point in time during the Schneider-Carroll era. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. Well, Doug Baldwin. Yeah, Doug wasn't a super talented guy. He was an overachiever who got the most every last drippity drip out of his talent that he had that he could get. This guy is not that. 6'4", runs like a deer. A lot of you love that Top Billing series there. He did a video a year ago before even Seattle was on Seattle's radar about making some crazy comparisons to Randy Moss, which I think are completely over the moon shooting in that respect. But he draws a lot of comparison to me of a DK Metcalf coming out. You look at him, he runs a limited route, but he's effective in that limited route tree. And you've got to take out the 2020 tape, in my opinion. Had the meniscus injury. He was trying to fight through that thing. I look at his 2019 tape, stay just on that alone. Just on that alone, concentrate on that. And you see a guy with ball skills who really not only is big, tall, long, but then he pairs it with great jumping ability. He would be a jump out the gym type of cat. So it gets to a point where you watch on a lot of his tape, he's high pointing the ball and just getting over the top of cornerbacks. His speed is legitimate. This guy, to me, on the football field is a 4.4 speed guy, if not even maybe a hair faster. He is running away from guys after making the catch. Really underrated a little bit in his yak ability, despite being as big as he is as well. It's a matter, I think, with him. The question comes in. I don't understand a lot of this off-the-field stuff. It seems some of it's coming back from his high school days. Some of it's coming back some other random areas. I can't quite pinpoint. There's seemingly some of this, but there's a reason he dropped out of the draft for some reason, despite having the skill set that he has, which is a really nice. You can't teach a guy to be 6'4". You can't teach a guy to have go-go gadget arms. You can't teach a guy to have a 37, 38-inch vertical leap, nor run 4.4. Odd that so many teams did pass on him, but if you can tap into that, I mean, him and DK on the outside have the set of new twin towers on the outside with Lockett and Eskridge running underneath, especially on your spread formations. That would be pretty deadly. But Spencer, you're right on the button with that one. This guy's got all the talent in the world. Tighten up. What's up, Tighten Up? Welcome in. Good to have you. How do you guys feel about your draft there, man? Pretty solid. I felt pretty solid about what you guys did overall. Maxwell, hey, how you doing? D Nugget, hello. Maxwell, Master Chief, hello. Go Hawks. Good afternoon, Brandon. Good afternoon to you. Go Hawks. Michael Parker, oh, Canada. How about this center from Montreal? Is he good, eh? Is he a good player? I watched, if you guys got some game film I can watch and send me a link, I'd be happy to watch some more on him. I couldn't watch much other than the highlight package you had on him. It looks like he's out there playing against high schoolers. And he's taking he's easily 300 pounds. He's taking these poor 200-pound boys and bending them in half. Or coming down, blocking into the second level and launching them 10 yards down the field like a shot put, which is fun to watch and entertaining as hell. I'm not going to lie with that. But does it tell me much about the player? Can it instruct me much about his potential? Not really. I haven't, with guys that I liked that had played at smaller colleges that I was backing in this draft. David Moore from Grambling, or Quinn Miners from whatever the hell college he came out of again, Whitewater or something. With both of those two guys, you also had the Senior Bowl tape to go off of. You had one-on-one reps against legitimate NFL talent. You had them in the games. You got to see them against competition for the first time that actually tested them. So I don't have that with this guy, which makes it pretty much impossible to make a real determination. He's beastly out there. He plays with some nastiness. He plays with edge. Certainly you would expect him to bring that no matter what competition level that he's fighting at. But I don't know that we can count much on this guy given the limited action he has really to go off of. And if I was to make a real straw guess here, I'd say that he's probably a camp body that will eventually be cut. Spencer, whoop, whoop, whoop. Pierre Lestrange. I'm going to call him Lestrange. There's some movie with a guy, Frenchman named Lestrange. He's now forever Lestrange. Juno White, love the second channel, B. Keep grinding that tape. Oh, thank you, Juno. That is and I got to mention that a couple times here, but I'm doing a Seahawks scouting channel. So if you guys did want to see a breakdown on Eskridge and Trey Brown, I'm going to be working on Stone Forsythe tonight. Get that one up over there. I just wanted to separate off this channel because I know some people on this channel aren't as into the film study stuff. So. Nathaniel Parks, what up, Brando? What up, Nathaniel? And thanks so much, Juno. I hope you're having a good one too. Michael, do you feel optimistic if the new offense works and Russell gets rid of the ball faster? Yeah, I do. I think there have been people that may have a lot of points in the chat who brought up the fact that they feel like Waldron is the real key and the single biggest addition of the offseason and could prove to be the piece that puts us over the top. And that we all come to find that it was our 1987 offense that was holding us back the whole time, and it was just staring us right in the face. It could be that. I tend to lean to... It's like a bug in front of me here. Get away. I tend to lead in the respect of believing that it's never as simple as just one thing. There's a multitude of things that kind of go wrong to hold you back or to put you into a place where you just can't push through and be one of those true challengers in the NFC or get back to the Super Bowl. I think personnel decisions come into a little bit. Certainly drafting comes into a little bit. Certainly the offense is a big part of it. Not dealing with the offensive line appropriately is a part of it. But you cement one item of that. If this is a pie, it's at least, one of those slices is taken care of with a guy like Waldron, and he's going to make the game easier. One thing you get with Eskridge that he does have, and Eskridge probably has this above any other wide receiver on the roster. This is a place that I didn't hit on his evaluation, but that does exist to your point. He creates quick, easy separation as fast as anybody else in this draft. or not in this draft, but in on our team, excuse me. So he's got his customized move as he gets off the line of scrimmage off the snap, and he'll jab step to the outside. And because of his speed, and that usually outside step being that he's on the right side of the formation most of the time on his team, so he's on the right hand of the quarterback. So that jab to the outside is to test that corner up the sideline and get him to bite, get him to try to flip his hips to start to get ahead of him to run up the sideline, because the corner's not going to trust his speed against Eskridge. Then he plants that jab step, comes back inside, and what you have is a corner who's now caught in that in-between period, just starting to flip his hips to start to run, then realizing he's got to flip to the inside. It creates a momentary blink that allows Eskridge to basically create about 2.5 yards of space every time he runs that route. Every time he runs it. So he runs, imagine, he's running prior the last 2 plays, he's run go routes. He's got that corner going go route, stay on top. And the corner's not off ball, he's in press look. He's right up on him at the line of scrimmage. And he takes that hard jab that outside. Man, that corner bought every time on the tape I watched. That is going to create instant separation, which will then allow Russell to get that ball out of his hands faster. That will absolutely do that. I have no doubt about that. D Nuggets says Spencer Smith coming in strong with the Dono game. For sure, man. He's starting things off right here. Jace, I'll come back later to go work out for like 30 minutes in the shower and make a vid. Sounds good, Jace. We'll see you in a bit. Go Hawks. I want us to pick up Austin Ryder. Seems like a no-brainer to me. If he can't beat out Posick, he would still be one of the best backups in the league. I certainly would to echo your sentiments on this, I would feel a lot better about this team right now, Go Hawks, if we could get a better backup to what we have right now. Knowing Posick's injury history, knowing maybe his top end isn't super top endy, and that we could maybe do better. And that Ryder could maybe provide that. He's certainly not going to set the world on fire, but maybe he could give you something that would at least be competition in there. Probably not going to cost a lot at this point. Seattle's still sitting on about $7 million. Say nothing of the money that they could save by converting Russell's base to bonus. So I think they are going to do something else at center. Part of me is wondering if maybe they're going to wait to see what Philadelphia is going to do with Kelsey, if potentially he could be traded or released, and if that wouldn't be a better pickup for them at that point. D-Nugget, I agree. Why do we do dumbass like this? We can clearly see why they can't. Blows my mind. Yeah, there's some things the front office does that in the draft recently that's been a head scratcher. The thing I got to give them credit for in this draft is they didn't get too cute with things. He traded back to get more picks, but then he saw Stone Forsythe and traded up to get a player that they targeted, which is part of what I've asked them to do as well. Get guys that fit perfectly within your scheme, as opposed to guys that you put into this bag and say they're all about around the same talent, so we'll put them all in the same realm. And if 4 of them are available on a given pick, we'll be willing to trade back, because in 7 or 8 picks, we'll have one of those guys still left and available there. I think they do a little bit of that. I don't like that. I don't think they should do that. I think, though, with a pick like Forsythe, they didn't do that. They did the opposite. We saw him do it last year with Darrell Taylor. So maybe they are starting to learn a little bit that just accumulating a huge number of picks is not reason alone to get you through to success in a given draft. Seahawks Network, Paul Gallant has only been covering the team for 2 years. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, he got feisty with me. It was kind of fun. I was hoping he'd come back, because I kept responding back to him like, we can have this out, Paul. All I was asking him to be was a little bit tougher on the team. And I wish, if there were ever any Seattle media, which are not, I absolutely guarantee you probably no Seattle media would listen to this show, but if they're ever listening to this show, it's to just, from a fan's perspective, I hear it time and time again. I see it in the reporting done, where there's just not the holding the feet to the fire. There's not the same kind of atmosphere you get in other cities with other reporters who understand it's not their job to be the friend of the team. It's not their job to endear themselves to the players. It's their job to report. And I like Paul's vibe. I told him in the thing, and man, I like your vibe. I think you really care about your job. I think you want to be successful here. But everything being a positive, and then watching him at the same time occasionally come in and condescend fans who have a perspective and view, like he came after the Let Russ Cook crowd. Okay, so you come at the fans hard, but the team's off limits. Ain't that interesting? And yeah, he didn't want to have much of a talk with me on it. He wanted to come back and try to see if he could blow me out of the water. And I went, okay, let's have it out, man. Explain it. He tried to present Cody Barton as being an item of success in recent drafts. He tried to point to me of Freddie Swain being a Swain being an item of success. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, and LJ Collier is a good rotational player right now. I'm like, I can't believe you're telling me this right now, Paul. This is exactly what I'm talking about. What are you talking about, man? I'm just like, what? Huh? And then he's like, and I hate pro football, unless you think pro football focus, like he's talking about Jordan Brooks. He's like, yeah, Jordan Brooks did fine in coverage, unless you think pro football focus has any measure of value at all. I'm like, okay, it has no measure of value, I guess. He was phenomenal in coverage because you think so. Great. We're going to base it off the gallant gut instinct. Seahawks Network, just because you're getting good players from a draft doesn't mean you're maximizing value at every pick. I think that's what Brandon is saying. Perfectly said, Seahawks Network. You encapsulated a lot better than I was. I said way more words to not get that to what that's exactly what I'm saying. So I think it gets passed off a little bit of time. It doesn't get passed off. Everyone's fair with me. I'm not being crucified or anything like that. But I just want to make sure I'm clear because I know things can get sometimes misconstrued a little bit. And Eskridge will be a good player. He will provide value, be a good kick returner. Whatever value you get out of that, the modern game with the way it's been legislated out of the modern game. Hell, it might be voted out of the game within a couple years. But I think he will be at least a good slot guy at the next level. Randall McDaniel says Paul Gallant leaves something to be desired. I was just trying to help him out. I just said, dude, your show's going to be way better if it's less sunshine and roses and rose-colored glasses pressed up to the tip of your nose, up to the crown of whatever this part is of your nose right here. What is that? That the bridge? Push to the bridge of your nose. So I just want the media to hold a little hard. Because why? Because the media is somebody who get traction, actually. That's just why. Media are the people. I can sit here and speak to you guys, and you guys can say, we all agree. And ain't Jack Diddley going to be done. It ain't done until the media is reporting on it. Because that's who the majority of fans are going to then. If they're willing to get out there and actually sometimes go, wait, your guys' decision-making has been flawed here. Your decision-making has been flawed here. But then you can also say the places they've done good. That's the thing. It doesn't have to all be negative. It doesn't have to be all down in the dumps. It's just a matter of let's have a bit of balance, and the way that the Seattle media got hit out of left field with the Russell Wilson situation. And I like that to me, I was calling it a year ago, not because I was smart. It was actually on my Jordan Brooks draft. I was going to include in that video I just recently did where I mentioned, you guys think Russ is going to be here forever with these kind of draft picks? It's funny. I mentioned it back then in that January of whatever that was, 2019 or whatever, or just the beginning of 2000, maybe 20. It was a long time ago. Anyway, point being is that, I didn't touch on that because I was so freaking brilliant or that I was some, psychic with the situation. I did because it was obvious, but nobody wanted to touch it in the Seattle reporting community. Nobody really wanted to look at it as a story because it's a little negative. It's a little negative. If there's something negative, we got to just turn away from that and run. Just run and look away. That's all I'm going to just hold their feet to the fire. That's how you can push change, Seattle media, on some of this stuff. That's how we can get to results like a little bit like we're getting to this year in this year's draft, in this offseason where Schneider's really gone for it. Isn't it odd how now the one offseason where there's truly a spotlight being put on Russell and being put on the front office and being put on Carroll for the first time in years, we're actually getting some tangible results in the right direction from a philosophy standpoint. It's almost like those two things go together. D-Nugget, with every episode, I'm more and more convinced that Brandon should be working in the Hawks front office. I'm not a brilliant dude myself. Some of this, I think, is a little bit of it's become so obvious that a guy like me can sit here and spout, and as long as I'm willing to be negative versus the sea of positivity at every turn, then maybe it looks brilliant. But I'm not on anything that probably isn't obvious to people that are professional in the field watching this who aren't necessarily part of the Seahawks front office, but in organizations throughout the league that are way more qualified than I ever could hope to be. Not that I wouldn't turn down the job on it, but that's just my perspective. John Robinson says, I hope Tyreek Hill is not the guy Schneider was comparing him to in the press conference. No. And Tyreek Hill's, to me, not an appropriate... Again, too, that's why I locked in on that second round deal. You get a Tyreek Hill who does work out for you, and guess what? You take a flyer on him in the 5th round, and he had... domestic violence charges back in whatever, so that pushed down his value some, and he was a running back, and you were going to push him to this, but then you take a flyer on that guy in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. That's all good. Second round, you're not in the range of where that should be at that spot with it. And this guy's not Tyreek Hill, by the way. It's Tyreek came out way younger, way more explosive, faster. Tyreek's a legit low 4.3 guy. This guy's a 4.4 guy. that you get those pro day numbers like I was talking about. Go look at historically combine 40 numbers and then go look at the pro days, because every prospect always will run the 40 at the combine and then their pro day. Every case you will see pretty much like 95 percentile. The combine's going to be slower than the pro day. Take the combine because it's laser time. It's more accurate. It's going to go away soon because GPS data is becoming the new hotness. But that's always the thing you got to take. So he's not quite as fast. Seahawks Network, Hollywood Brown in the first round was laughable. It was. And a guy with injury concerns coming out in a draft loaded with really good wide receivers. Flying Sabbath, a lot of the 710 folks do. Kind of sunshine and rainbows. They do, and I don't know that it's by their own choice. Maybe it's a directive that comes up there from the top down saying we need to keep our access to the team, and if a bunch of us are out here saying this is wrong and that's wrong and this is bad and that's bad. I don't know that it's that as much, though. I mean, I can contest to this. Like, I think it's just that a lot of the Seahawks fans, and maybe it's a lot of Pacific Northwest fans, just want to hear positive stuff about the team and good things, and that's what makes them tune in. And if you start to get negative, it just makes people run for the hills because they don't want to hear that. It could be that as well. And maybe, I mean, at the end of the day, they're a business and they're trying to draw viewership, not push people away. And I can understand if that's the case as well. I just, from my personal selfish standpoint of wanting to see change to fix situations that might be broken, not the whole thing being broken. Like, that's the thing about this, is that there's so many things this front office and Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson, the collective of all of them, get right. So many boxes they tick off. And the things that could be corrected are so easily correctable, in my opinion. You're not going to hit on every draft, but you can fix the fundamentals by which cause you to fail in previous drafts, which they moved in that direction this year. From a philosophy, it may not work out, but they've moved in the direction, I think, this year and what they chose to do. He didn't just he had 3 picks coming in this draft. He could have moved out of that second round pick for no picks and kept just assembling, 18,000 fifth round picks, but he kind of just stuck into his guns and picked where they picked. I like that part of it. Fish, we had a great undrafted free agent signings. We did, Fish. I will get to a couple of those guys here in just a sec. I'm way behind the chat, so I got to catch up a little bit. Darren Bales, hey, Brandon, I understand the same thing could be said for the Rams second round pick. I don't care for it. I don't like either of the teams doing it. I'll be consistent here, Darren. I don't like the Seahawks doing it, and I don't like the Rams doing it. In the Rams case, with a guy like Creed Humphrey sitting there for them, and I know that maybe he's not a scheme fit from a mobility standpoint, and that might have been the thing that X'd him off the list with both Seattle and the Rams. Okay, but what's your backup plan there? And the losses you had, Darren, at times this offseason from your starter standpoint and not having necessarily an answer for them past the development of the guys already on the roster is sometimes a wide stretch that I've seen my own Seahawks try to make and not work out. Well, we'll lose a Jadeveon Clowney, and one of our young pass rushers will just fill the bill. Do they? You're counting on the unknown and not something more certain. And Tutu Atwell at 150 pounds, Darren, I would have been pissed if Seattle had drafted that. I mean, maybe the league, people are telling me in the chat, well, the league's moving to smaller, and I see it in news stories. The league's going to move to smaller players because the umpires aren't going to call the holding penalties as much, and they want more offense and explosion. Maybe it will go to that way. I don't think it's gotten there quite yet. It's more 6-foot receivers, or at least 5'10" and up guys that are really the guys that are, to me, succeeding. But maybe our Rams, Darren, and maybe our Seahawks are, like I said at the start of this, on the cutting edge, and I'm not seeing it, but they are, and that these guys will prove to be new trendsetters. Michael, why are the Seahawks letting DK run in a track meet on Sunday? Injuries happen to sprinters too. I don't know. And I don't like it either, because you're right, especially hamstring injuries. And a hamstring tear can low-key be a thing that not only, you can get over it, but there's been players who've talked about the fact that they've never been as fast after tearing their hamstring, that it robbed them a little bit of their juice. And that's one of those injuries that does happen out there on those tracks where those guys are trying to burn it that fast. We'll see how it goes, but I didn't like this like I don't like Russell in there taking batting practice. What if he takes a foul ball up off his eyeball? What is the upside on this happening? What is our upside here? He goes and gets a gold medal. Great. He goes, that's not going to do anything to help our Seahawks. Mason Dale says, do you think Trey Brown has a better chance to get on the field as a nickel or on the outside? Actually, surprisingly, I think he has a better chance to get on the field on the outside early on. I think Ugo Amadi is going to be pretty well cemented at that spot. I don't think that Marquise Blair can play on the outside, that only he can play on this at the slot role if he is healthy and ready to go. So you've got two guys who very well right out the gate might be better than what he is on the inside in the slot, seeing as how he's never really played that role prior. But then you look to the outside, you've got DJ Reed at one spot, and then he's going to compete with Trey Flowers and Akilio Witherspoon. Then at the other spot with the other two camp bodies we signed being Randall and Pierre Desir. Those two guys I don't think are going to do much. They're just, again, there for depth. Camp bodies will be cut later on. This guy, though, could easily beat out those other two guys with what he put on tape. He's very talented. He's fairly far along as far as his technique goes. The grabsy thing could hold him back to get out the gate. That could be something where he's got to make the transition to NFL and learn to not get his hands on guys like that. But he probably also will fit really well to the kick step technique that that Coach Carroll's going to have him learn and train on and develop. Once he kind of gets that in his system, it might help him a little bit because now he's not going to be as reliant as being up in press coverage all the time and having to maul everybody. But then again, too, part of what could get him on the field, as I was talking about Mason a second ago, could be if Seattle goes to more of a blitz-heavy scheme and they want to get their corners up in that press, because you bring up a bunch of guys to blitz, you get your two corners up on press, and then you're maul, and then the receiver gets free, okay? But that's 3 seconds, and there's going to be a free blitzer coming at that point because you're going to run a numbers game at the offensive line. Whap, quarterback's hit, can't get to the throw even once it does at that point break open. Seattle could be transitioning to something more along those lines, which would make sense with Jamal Adams being here in the long-term future and in the hopes of fully maximizing his value. Fish says if Stone develops his run blocking, he could be a Pro Bowl tackle. Very true. Very true. Because he should be an upper-level pass-blocking tackle day one in this league if you have him play any snaps. Day one. But the run blocking day one will be very, very rough. So that's the part that's got to come along. Could it get there? It could. The problem does come into play with that thing, Fish, in the respect of it being a leverage game, I think, at times with him in the run game, where he doesn't have a huge problem with leverage, but you're 6'8". In the run game, it tends to be a leverage win battle where you got to get up under the guy's pads. Can he at 6'8" get up under those pads? Or otherwise, you just have to be so brutally strong that the leverage they might have on you is negated just because you're such a brute. If he can develop that with power and strength, maybe, yeah. Thomas Cox, out of the undrafted free agents, who do you think could make the Seattle roster? It's a good question. I would probably point to I would lean between Cade Johnson and Tamarian Terry. One of those two is going to make the roster, and I would probably waffle between each. Cade Johnson's really a slot specialist, so that's all he's going to be at the next level, whereas Terry is an outside guy. And you're probably more in need of an outside, so I guess I would lean more to Terry if I've got to pick one guy or the other. So I would be in between those two guys. I really love Terry's upside. I just don't know where he's at as far as his injury history goes. And then the off-field concerns tend to point towards, the development of the player, working out. Is he doing everything he can to get better? That part I can't comment on. But with Cade, he's good. Cade's like a lot like a Doug Baldwin. A lot like a Doug Baldwin with Cade Johnson. So you got two guys there who I'm really surprised neither of them went drafted. At least in the 7th round on both, I would have thought both of them could have gone. I could see Cade going as an undrafted free agent because he's only a slot guy. But he was still really good. Good at the Senior Bowl, great tape, good route runner, good off the line of scrimmage. He doesn't have anything upper level as far as quickness or speed goes, but he's just good enough in both of those departments. A little bit like Doug in that respect. Flag Sabbath says, I wonder why De'Ami Brown fell. Well, the NFL does not tend to like these guys that have run limited route trees at the college level. This scares a lot of teams off. We saw this with DK Metcalf. And when you look at Terry, that's the same thing that scared Terry off, I think, in a lot of respects. He's running, 3 different routes. Terry's running basically a slant. He's running the 9 route, the go route, and then he's going to run the sluggo, stop and go. That's the 3 routes that you have Tamarian Terry running at Florida State. And this was what was happening with DK Metcalf too. It wasn't those same 3 routes, but basically about the same 3 routes. This is makes really, I mean, if you're an NFL evaluator, you're like, well, what about comeback routes? What about digs? What about in routes? Like, can he flip his hips at 6'4" and turn it over there? Starts freaking people out. With De'Ami Brown, you didn't have to worry about him being 6'4" and can he flip his hips, but again, just ran a lot of go routes there at UNC. Not his fault. UNC had a lot of other guys to throw to and work around the short game. He just didn't have to do it. But I think some of these NFL teams become scared by the fact they don't get to see it on tape. And some of their choices become fear-based a little bit as opposed to seeing what the guy really truly can do there out on the field. I think De'Ami Brown's going to be a very effective player in this league. I don't know if I see star potential, but I do think he's an effective player where his bottom end to me is a big play threat. A big chunk play waiting to happen at every turn. I thought that would have paired really well with Russell Wilson's skill set. Go Hawks says Shaquem is still a free agent. Maybe bring him in to compete for Sam. Unfortunately, not Go Hawks because the Sam is the linebacker that is off the tight end. He's on ball, on the line of scrimmage. What you usually have to do that and have that guy do is you have to have him set the edge. And I'm not knocking Shaquem for the hand issue here, but if I've got to consistently get up on the line of scrimmage and set an edge with 2 hands and I'm missing one of my hands to be able to do so with that, I'm going to have a hard time winning at that, and I'm not going to tend to be able to set my edge. When you have Shaquem come in, he's going to have to be an off-ball linebacker at the will if he is to come in. But with that said, I always wondered why he never was going to work out as a will coverage linebacker in this league and why Seattle never actually found that type of role for him. Because when you looked at his tape going back to Central Florida or whatever that was he was playing at, he had a lot of times he was dropping back in zone and looking good at it. Even had a few picks. Even had a few picks with his one hand back in college. Never quite understood why they didn't look at maybe doing something, especially this year where you could have Jordan Brooks early down for run stuffing and then bring in Shaquem on passing downs as that cover guy. But they must have seen something in practice they don't like with him on that or think maybe that it just wouldn't work. So probably not for the Sam, though, unfortunately. Michael, it's opportunity costs. Seahawks pay huge for these clever draft picks. They do. It's a little bit I've talked about before. You overthink things a little bit too much. And again, you got to look at a board to understand what you can get on a guy later. I referenced this during the draft day. Look at Cincinnati Bengals. You get Jamar Chase with the first pick of the draft, number 5-ish overall. It's a good pick. Nobody's going to hate on it. He's my favorite wide receiver in the draft. With that said, I'm talking about value, not the player. Value. You draft for value. You pick guys' value appropriately. You can build a super strong draft as opposed to getting a player or two you feel excited about. So you look at what Cincinnati then does in the second round where they pick Jackson Carman, right tackle, limited player, limited upside. So what would you rather have, Jamar Chase and Jackson Carman or Penny Sewell and De'Ami Brown or Terrace Marshall? Or I think even Elijah Moore might have been there. There was a couple of receivers that were there that you could have picked from at that point that would have been better. It's sort of like door A, door B, 2 doors. Which door you want? Behind door A is this, behind door B is that. Like, well, I think everybody's going to take door B. Pick for value in your draft. Understand value. Understand where, we're in a deep wide receiver draft. A deep wide receiver draft that's so deep, guys like Cade Johnson, who should be drafted, won't be. Guys like Tamarian Terry, who should be drafted, won't be. Understand that value. Understand that value. So rather than maybe wide receiver off that first game, this is where I lean back to saying maybe a lineman. How nice would it have been to get Creed and Stone out of this draft? How does our offensive line look today with those 2 additions? Daniel, he has to gain like 20 to 30 pounds being Stone and get better at run blocking. He's just slim for a left tackle and so tall he can't get good leverage and gets out-muscled. That's it. The out-leverage stuff does show up with Stone. It's going to be hard for him at 6'8". He's legit 6'8". D-Nugget, why can't we draft like Tampa and KC? Get what we need, what is common sense, not some pie-in-the-sky bull ass. I don't know. That's probably what I told Gallant this week. I said, look, these other teams that draft well. He's like, all those teams are crapshoot teams too. They don't draft well either. They just got lucky. They were bad for a decade. Now they're okay, Paul. But I think those teams are two representative, 2 teams that do draft better. I think the Colts draft better, but don't get the results. I think the Colts have missed on the results of their draft picks, but they've done well in understanding value and where to get guys overall, in my opinion. It doesn't always bear out the results. That's the thing about this we have to consider is that the NFL is a tough sport, man. Stuff breaks your way wrong. Guys get injured. Stuff happens. Over ATVs over their face. It's hard enough alone with stuff being so randomized to what can upend you. That's what this is about taking care of the things that you can control, understanding the value of a player in the draft and where they are slotted and where their appropriate slot is. Spencer says, I understand that I'm much higher on Terry than most probably, but I think him having signed makes me like him. Spencer, you should be high on him. You should be high on him. It absolutely is a guy with star potential here. There is nobody in this draft that the Seattle Seahawks have taken or gotten an undrafted free agent that have star potential like Terry has. Not this draft at all. Not Eskridge, not Brown. This guy has star potential. You know, you have a guy with a skill set. Like I said, he's got about 4 or 5 things within his skill set you can't teach. Part of the things that I liked with DK Metcalf coming out a couple years ago, where they go, okay, he's got the injury worries. So, well, he's only running a limited route tree. So, well, maybe he doesn't have the greatest hands. So, he's going to run down the field and catch deep balls from Russell Wilson all day as his bare minimum. I'll take that. This guy's the same way. If he's paired up and DK's paired up on the other side, and we're just got a couple deep ball dudes, junk plays, fine. I can find value for that on my team, and you should be excited about this, Spencer. It's very unusual you get to come out of a draft to go get a player like this, to be able to snag this kind of guy. He's 6'4", 4.4 speed out there, good yak, ball skills. Hands are not amazing, but hands are pretty decent, pretty good. I think DK maybe was a little more questionable with his hands coming out, to be honest with you. It's just a matter of off-field and that knee. If that stuff's good, he's good to go. Thomas Cox says, I like the Cade Johnson pickup. Me too. He's very similar. There are 2 different players, him and Eskridge. But he's similar in Eskridge in that he creates a lot of quick separation. This is part of why I go to my mind of Doug Baldwin a little bit with Cade Johnson. Just similar size, similar ways that they get open. He's a brilliant guy in zone, so he's going to find an opening in zone and sit down right between 2 defenders perfectly, provide a great target for Russell Wilson in that respect. He's going to read things on the fly correctly. There's a lot of stuff that's just really sound about his game, and it's hard to really pick him too much apart from that standpoint of things. Smaller catch radius. Again, he's not going to be blazing fast or super jitterbug quick, but he'll get the job done. And he'll be open a lot for our Russell Wilson. I expect Cade. I expect Cade to be, like I said, him and Terry are going to be fighting out to make this roster, and frankly, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if both of them end up making the roster over Swain. Randall McDaniel, how many of those undrafted free agents can make the team? Seems one of the guys people really high on, the one from North Dakota, I believe that's Cade Johnson. Terry's got a shot too. I think the receivers all have a legitimate shot. You had David Moore leave this offseason. You have Penny Hart on the roster right now. And then the only guy challenging them is Swain. So there's a really good chance both of the 2 receivers can make it because there's not a lot of depth there and you haven't addressed it in free agency. At the tackle position, obviously, with drafting Stone, it's going to make it an uphill battle for a guy like Jake Curhan to get in there and get anything done. We're going to talk about Jake Curhan in a second because he's a very interesting player. But I think that's going to make it an uphill battle for him to make the roster, being that he is a right tackle. If he's better than Jamarco Jones or he's better than Cedric Abuche, they'll cut those guys. But he's going to have to earn it then in camp, despite kind of a limited skill set. In Jake's case, a limited athletic skill set. I don't really see any of the other guys. The kid from Army, the middle linebacker, boy, was the tape I watched on him not good the other day. He was getting pancaked all over the field. I don't think he makes the roster over BBK. The 2 running backs that we got, I watched the tape on them. Johnson definitely has got probably a little more potential than Emmons to make the roster because I think Johnson could potentially end up being your 3rd down specialist. So I did like his, he may be better than DJ Dallas and Travis Homer in that respect. Certainly the bar's not high with those 2 guys. That's all I've seen so far of anybody, though. So it's the 2 receivers. Maybe Curhan can get in there, but that's probably going to be it as far as undrafted free agents making the actual roster. But I think Terry and Johnson both could make it. Go Hawk says he goes to the Olympics and gets hurt. I'll be royally pissed. I will be very mad too, because you can control this and there's no upside. It's not helping you in any way as a team or an organization, him on a track running. Goak says, stop my season tickets. That's how pissed I'll be if Olympics. Never watched, not interested in political BS. I am not either. The Olympics have been dead as dead for years. Years. Nobody cares, at least in this country. So, just tell him no. Get in DK's ear. If you're Carroll, be Grandpa Carroll here. Be like yours is Grandpappy. And you say, oh, DK. That's my Carroll. Oh, DK. You don't want them Olympics. But you're going to want. I don't know why I'm doing this voice for Carroll. I can't do Carroll, so that's why I'm doing this voice. What you want is to wait it out a year and get yourself that $23 million a year. Because what if you blow that cap? You got no money next year. We ain't signing you with a bum knee, blown out hammy. You go from 25 to 15 to 10 to 15. You want to risk that? I mean, from my standpoint, if you're DK's advisors, I'd be like, dude, what is this? Are you hoping for advertisement deals out of this? You better make it up on that advertisement that you blow out that hammy. Darren, it's not. I'm not saying Tamarian Terry is DK Metcalf. I'll tell you this, Darren. He had way better production than DK Metcalf had in his years coming out of college. Terry didn't. Just simply that 1 year, they went off for 1,100 yards. So if we're saying don't make it to the comparison, it's an apt comparison. The guy is very similar to DK right down the line. Is he 4.3-ish like DK is? No, he's a 4.4 guy, so he's a little slower, but same length, same size. High points the ball actually probably better than DK Metcalf does. DK is more explosive down the football field. They're very similar yak guys. Again, he's got off the field stuff and medical stuff. Medical stuff, I think, that goes even deeper than what DK had to a degree. But let's face it, DK fell to almost the start of the third round. He's the very last pick in the second round. So even this is how the NFL values these type of players that are 6'4", limited route tree, and injury concerns, is that they tend to fall a little bit. Doesn't mean they can't be good players at the next level. John Robbins says DK doesn't have a catch problem. He's just not good at contested catch situations because he hasn't figured out how to stack DBs, CBs, and use his body to shield defenders. He should become much better with that with time. And I'm not John Robinson. I'm not one of those people that is on the campus saying DK's got a catching problem. I really don't think he does. I'm just more speaking to what the narrative out there is among some of the fans in that respect. And I agree with you. I think he's just not as much a contested catch guy. Which is, again, fine. He doesn't have to do everything amazing down the line. He's an amazing deep ball guy. He's an amazing chunk guy. He's shown that he's expanded his route tree beyond what it was in college. There's so many things that he does great that will make him an upper level, if not a top 3 receiver in this league, that if he's not a contested catch guy like Calvin Johnson was, that's okay. That's okay. But he can still, like you said, still develop it. He's a young player. Let's face it, folks, guys do develop, especially those young guys can develop. DK didn't come into this league 24 years old like our kid Eskridge. I think he came in like 21 years old. Super young. Spud, so since we drafted half the Lollipop Guild, I'm more excited on our undrafted free agents than I am about the ones we drafted. Your thoughts? I'm excited by Terry, and I think Cade Johnson's an interesting player, but I like all 3 of these guys. Stone Forsythe's a guy that could be the tackle of the future as this league moves to more of a pass-happy attack. We could be seeing commonplace in this league now where the majority of the teams within the next 5 years become 55, 56, 57% passing teams, and that Seattle is sort of forced, no matter how they want to go from a Flossie standpoint, the tides are pushing them this way that it's just like, okay, I guess we'll just turn this way and go with the tide on this. That could be where they are forced to go. And if they are, having a guy like Stone Forsythe would be helpful in that respect. I also like having a backup guy that's not a run blocker first, but then come in and hold up in pass protection so that Russell's not always running for his life when one of the top end guys gets injured. With Trey Brown, DJ Reed proved last year, and he's got a skill set very close to DJ Reed. He can be a good corner at 5'9", 5'10", which he's closer a little bit to 5'10" than he is 5'9". So he doesn't fit in the same metrics that Seattle looks for. I think he legitimately, if he was a 6', 6'1" corner, especially in this draft, when you had J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain and Craig Newsome and so many 6 foot plus guys stacked up in this draft who were really good as well, that it pushed a guy like this down the boards a bit. But it pushed him down really at times, in my opinion, in watching his game film, it pushed him down because of size issues, of height issues. Fish but I'm more excited by the draft. The first pick I didn't love. I would have been much happier with a couple of other guys at that pick. That one does bother me a little bit. I like the other picks a little bit more though. But not completely down on this draft overall, because you did come away with guys that will give you production next year. That would be almost my baseline here. We got to get stuff that's going to get on the field as opposed to the redshirting stuff that you've done with recent drafts. Get guys that are giving us some production. You'll get slot production out of Eskridge. You'll get some good corner play out of Brown next year, and I would not be the least bit surprised if we end up next year seeing Stone start 3, 4, 5 games for us, and potentially those games coming at left tackle. That would be good value for us to pull out of this draft, say nothing of the undrafted free agents, but I am very, very excited by. Fish, according to Mike Garofalo, the Seahawks have signed Savion Smith off waivers from the Cowboys. He's 6'1" to 198. I don't know much about him, Fish, so I'll have to look into him a little bit deeper to see who he is or what he is as a player. Randall says, I would add that for the exercise of 5'9" receivers, it should probably be 5'11" or 5'10" and below versus 6 foot and above. Basically, tall versus short. 5'9" and below is a very small group, which is why I guess is part of your point. So that this is where my hesitancy comes in, Randall, is that we're not talking about a 5'10" guy. And let's make no mistake about this, Randall. He's not 5'9". I got somebody in my comment section here, I responded to the other day, telling me he's actually closer to 5'10". No, he's like 5'8" and 6/10 or something. So he's below 5'9". So putting him up into a marker or a metric of 5'10" guys, 5'11" guys is skewing the numbers to benefit this guy that's not that height. If he was 5'10" or 5'11", I could get on board with that because, Randall, I've got a baseline of guys at that height, and let's get specific, baseline at that height, who've been successful. And if you want to remove 6 foot and up and just say 6 foot receivers, there's still a better return value on those guys in the last 10 years of drafting than 5'9" receivers in the top 2 rounds. So I can't expand the list out to go higher than that, because the point of this is that the size limitations are what will hold Dwayne Eskridge back in the top end of who he is a wide receiver. The sub 30-inch arms that come with being 5'8", doesn't have 31-inch arm, the 32-inch arm, don't have 33-inch arms. The 33-inch arms used to be the metric that Seattle stood by and clung to when it came to wide receivers, especially those guys that they wanted to have play on the outside. He's nowhere near that realm. Those things hold you back. Sub 30-inch arms hold you back. 5'9", 5'8", and 6/10 hold you back. Still could be effective, but how effective, I don't know. I don't know in that respect. John Robinson says cover 3 is not dead. You just got to switch it up and play more man. Yeah, you just can't Seattle in the old days, 80-90% of the time, go cover 3 and just say, we're good. We'll just run this. Now you've got to move things around. You've got to keep the offenses on their toes, or they'll attack the cover 3 and do those Seahawk beater plays that there's now a list of, when offenses see you in it. Got to disguise it too. Spud Homer, are you still confident in our run defense since all offseason we focused primarily on pass rush? Yeah, I am. I'm just as confident on run defense, to be honest with you. You don't really lose a lot run defense standpoint outside of KJ Wright, and that's not been a full loss as of yet. The jury's still out. Jordan Brooks, as an early down will run defender, will be very good. I've said that he'll be a good run defender in this league. My questions with him come with coverage. Kerry Hyder is a good guy that was the 3rd ranked run defending edge defender in the entire NFL last year. He will be your early run down defender. Carlos Dunlap is a very complete player. He'll be the other early down run defender. Poona Ford's a good run defender. Brian Monet's a good run defender. Al Woods is historically graded out as a good run defender. You still got Bobby Wagner, who, though he's lost probably 2 steps at this point, still probably going to find a way to lead the league in tackles. So, yeah, I don't have a lot of concern of that. Alden Smith, if he comes in as a good run defender, if he's not being suspended for the whole year, he can go against the run pretty well. And you never know, maybe LJ Collier. No, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say that. Darren Bale says, if Jamal is signed in 3 weeks, is there a holdout coming? Not that I can see. I've maintained that I guess I'm the one guy out there, pundits, that have said this about this, because everybody says that he's got all the leverage on this game, which I just don't agree with. I don't think he has as much leverage as a lot of people would lead you to believe. I think that Seattle holds the cards on this, and I don't buy that Jamal would hold out for 6-7 games of a year, not with his mentality and who he is. I think that what's going to happen is they're going to get to a contract extension, but there's going to be a little bit of back and forth on this, especially if he's wanting to be in that $18 to $20 million range, and Seattle will hold strong to the $16 million, and he'll end up probably signing it. That would be my prediction for it. Darren Bale says, didn't the run defense give up 173 yards to Cam Akers in a playoff game? They did indeed. They did indeed. So we had some injuries, I believe, coming into that game a little bit, and it wasn't our best. It wasn't our best defensive effort out there in that game. But the thing that you don't want to do, Darren, is ever base where you are as a defense or where you are as a run-stuffing defense just off of one game. How were you throughout the whole course of the year? How were you on the back half of the 8 games? Yeah, it's not good to give up that money, but you start making decisions and determinations based on just one game. That's where you're going to go wrong from a front office standpoint. Darren, if the Rams came away from that game this offseason and said, okay, we got Whitworth getting a year older. We're going to lose Austin Blythe at center. We're going to go into this next draft and we're going to get a 150-pound receiver. If they made the determination they were going to get a receiver in this draft because they really like Atwell, and they ran the ball so well at 173 yards in that one playoff game. Well, maybe it goes down 20 yards if we put a backup in instead of Blythe. See how flawed that would be as a one game off thought process. So I just don't think you can make that determination like that. Nathaniel, what's your evaluation on Trey Brown? The more I see of him, the more I hate the pick. I don't hate the pick. In my opinion, Nathaniel, the reason that they went for this guy has to do with the evolution of their thought, being that they're not going to get stuck in 5'9" receivers anymore, that they're going or 6 foot cornerbacks and make that the order of the day at every turn. That they're now going to look at football players on tape and evaluate them from the standpoint of who's a good football player. DJ Reed just taught us that he can play in our scheme, in our system at 5'9" with limited length. Something that maybe Carroll didn't think could be done at the NFL level. And this guy did it. Maybe he just turned his mind around. Maybe he just showed him that, hey, this rule of yours that you've been hardened on for 10 years, break it and see what happens. Oh, you broke it and you had success. Well, maybe break it again. And with Trey Brown, what I see in him is, yeah, he's handsy, but I see a guy that has some ball skills. He's going to get you the occasional interception. He understands how to play in zone. He understands the right way to be physical down the field. A lot of what he does with his physicality is very subtle. And so he's going to get called for penalties at times, but the subtle stuff he's going to get away with. Sherman got away with a lot of subtle grabbing and pulling and all that other stuff. Him and Browner back in the day was as grabby and pully as you could get. So, and Sherman's always still maintained that as part of his game throughout the years, even going to San Francisco. You can get away with it if you're good at it, but it's a little bit of an art form. And when you're not good at it, it shows up all over the place. So I'm okay with it in that respect. I see a guy that's got the competitiveness, the feisty nature, what you want from those guys on that defensive side of the football. He's going to rally to the football. He's going to tackle when you need him to tackle. He's a complete cornerback in that respect. He's a dog out there. I would say, Nathaniel, we need to get more of those type of guys on the football field, and that Seattle has slowly, like a little dripping drain over the last 3 years, started to stack those type of football players back on the side of that defensive side of the football. We got a little nice. We got a little Boy Scouty the last 4 or 5 years in that respect. Now you've added in Jamal Adams. Ooh, he can hit. Jordan Brooks, he can hit. He can lay the wood. Jordan Brooks is going to light a couple guys up this year, and you guys are going to stand up out of your chair and go, whoa. Marquise Blair, we haven't even gotten to see what he does. He's lethal on the field. Remember what he did to that Denver Bronco back a couple years ago in the preseason? He nearly killed a man on the football field. You're starting to put these guys onto the field, and I would offer a Brown guys like that. Reed's got a bit of that mentality in him. Get those dogs on that defensive field. Get just a group of 11 guys, all dogs winning themselves. And watch what happens. Watch what happens. Oh, Emmanuel Mendahane, my one of my patrons. Hello, Emmanuel. Thank you so much for the donation. Give me $2 dono. Thank you. Appreciate you. Said, loved our undrafted free agent camp. Training camp will be fun. Emmanuel, it will be very, very fun to watch. I love the additions as well. I like all these guys down the line, what they've done in undrafted free agency. It seems like they've targeted set guys that they want to address to spots that they want to make ultimately as competitive as they possibly can be, as opposed to, again, just grabbing in mass as many guys as you can with your butterfly net. It's almost like they're specifically reaching for certain guys and snagging the ones that they want to really pull in. Love seeing that. Love seeing it. And those two receivers to me sit as the, I don't want to call it the crowning jewel, but as sort of the jewels of this undrafted free agent class. D Nugget, thank you for the $3 donation. You guys are being so kind today. I appreciate it so much, too. I salute you, sir. He says, you deserve to get paid. You work hard for us. Well, you guys make it work with it for me, and it's beyond just the donations, D Nugget, you guys do with the chat and how much you make me think and how much fun I get to have coming in here and do this. So the draft coverage was awesome again this year. I'm going to be doing this every single year, no doubt about it. And I have so much fun with this channel. You guys make this awesome. But thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. And I'm buying the chat, but I'll catch up here. Michael, we just signed a Division III tight end, 6'5", 250, 449, 25 reps, 38 vertical. We'll see on it. We'll see with him. He's a camp body at that point. GoHawk says, with 17 games now, why wasn't the roster's final spots moved up from 53 to 55 or 56? I don't know. The NFL has been hardened on this, not wanting to expand the rosters, when for years this seems like the obvious move to make. Multiple teams come up in with these injury situations, and then they go to the backup, and then it hurts the product on the football field because you'll get teams that can't really functionally field a team, especially as we get along in the seasons at times, that's going to be able to get it done. Why not have a little bit bigger roster, especially in this new era with what we were dealing with, to be able to combat some of that? Money is the answer, of course. It's got to come out of the owner's coffers to open that up a bit, but you would think that they'd be able to come to some kind of understanding to make it work. Seahawks Network, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't really like a wide receiver that relies on his speed in college against lower competition and doesn't have good hands and not the best route runner. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not going to argue with anybody that has issues with Dwayne Eskridge as a player, especially if we're talking second round. This would not be a guy I'm going to go to bat for. I can see him being a productive player. I think he's going to be a slot-only guy. When we get down to it at the next level, that's where he's going to land. I don't think he's going to be able to play on the outside. Luckily, within the slot, I would argue you don't need to have as much with the route running stuff. It's not as big a deal at that point. You're getting a free release every time, most of the time. You're sitting down in zones and reading a zone coverage, for instance, a lot of time, or you're matched up with a linebacker so you can beat him with just your speed at that point. If that comes, there's other things you can do within the slot that allows you to be a little more productive than that outside. But the hands thing bothers me. Seahawks Network, I've never seen. Seattle went for a guy in Amaro Darbo a few years ago that questionable hands coming out of college, and he looked awful in camp and could never get anywhere. I think hands are a thing that. It's that one skill. It's like a quarterback who doesn't have good arm talent. A receiver that can't catch is like a quarterback with limited arm talent. You go, what are we doing here? You kind of need that as your first base skill before we get to the intangibles and, your ability to throw with anticipation and read the line of scrimmage, So it's I get it. I get it. Shervins says, the Hawks Nest, how you feeling about Tamarian Terry and Cade Johnson looking like the two best undrafted free agents? Yeah, in my pre-draft evaluation on Cade Johnson, I called him Tyler Lockett minus the speed, with a lot of elements of Doug Baldwin to his game. Doug Baldwin and what he was coming out, a lot of what this guy is. Does he have the mentality of Doug on tape, where it's, Doug was angry, of course, pissed off for greatness, I think is what's been said about him. Cade doesn't necessarily have that same kind of fire, but similarly, he's a very smart player in how he operates off that slot. Like I was just talking about a second ago with Eskridge, and that slot guy having to do a lot of sitting down in zone and recognizing what the defense is doing pre-snap. He's got that ability to do that. He understands how to get open. He's just got a knack for it. Really good football player. Tamarian's the freak. He's the freak show. He's a lot of DK Metcalf in this guy's game. I mean, a lot. From the injury concerns that knocked him down, to the limited route tree, to the freakish size paired with also the speed. Because again, you get these guys when they're at that 6'4" height, they don't tend to run low 4.4s. They don't tend to run 4.3s like DK did. That's the guys you get up at the 4.5, 4.6 range of things. So to get a guy that fast, that big as an undrafted free agent, Shervins, I'm super stoked on both of these guys. And frankly, if I'm going to give you guys a bold prediction, I think both of these two guys make the roster this year. I think Swain is a target to eventually go to either the practice squad or even maybe get cut. Never know. Tommy Eden says if we run up tempo, maybe even some no huddle with all this speed on offense, especially if you factor in penny speed, I think we're really going to wear some defenses out. I'd love to see them do it, Tommy, and it'll be interesting to see if they do more of embracing that now with Waldron here, knowing Russell Wilson certainly wants to run it. He's spoken about it, I think, a couple of times. You got the speed to do it. You've got the depth to do it too, Tommy. You can run different looks and different people out there. They've got all the ammunition, all the stockpiles that you could need to run a multitude of things offensively. To do everything that the Rams have done offensively over the last couple of years, if that's what you're going to implement, you can do that. Will they? I don't know. Because, Tommy, there is a part of me that's a little bit hesitant with that and wondering, is Carroll just going to force on Waldron what he forced on Schottenheimer? Is he going to say, I love your playbook, but I only like 30% of it? I hope not. I hope this is all in and they just whole hog go through here and then maybe flip it around the other way. You know, Coach Carroll, you get to keep 20 to 30% of what you used to run there with Russell and that. You can keep some of the read option stuff, you can read some of the crosser stuff, but we're going to start taking on this now. This is what we're going to be over here. Shervin's the Seahawks Network. Waldron, I'm sorry. Shervin says Penny Sewell will be in the Hall of Fame one day. Probably. I mean, I can't say probably, but I think there's a good chance of it. It's hard to say probably on a player who hasn't even hit the football field yet. But he's got skill, Hall of Fame skill set, and he's very young coming out. Darren Bale says, "What's the number one rule for a West Coast quarterback?" I didn't know there was a number one rule for a West Coast quarterback, Darren. Enlighten me. Tell me what it is. At least it's not turn over the ball. I don't know. Was there a rule I'm aware of with West Coast? I don't know a rule. Seahawks Network says Stone Forsythe was my favorite pick by far. I can understand why. They've not gone after a pass blocking right tackle ever. Seahawks Network in 10 years. You know, I mean, Okung could do that. He definitely had that in him, I guess, but he was more of an all-around top 10 first-round pick that could kind of do it all. If we're talking about later on picking guys, now you got a guy that first and foremost, that's his skill set. Again, showing forward thinking. Carroll's been stuck in run-first-centric guys no matter the position on that offensive line. Can they run block and first and foremost, and then whatever they can do with pass blocking next, then that's frosting. That's the cherry on top. This guy, no. First and foremost, he's a pass blocker, and not just a pass blocker, but an awesome pass blocker. D-Nugget says, I like this Stone, the Rock Johnson. Yeah, if you folks haven't seen, he's got a young Rock. He looks a little like the Rock to a degree, and he wore the old Rock shirt with the chain and the fanny pack on the front. It's kind of a meme. BJ says, Terrace Marshall's more like DK, and I don't know if we want that. I don't know that I would make the same comparison with Terrace Marshall and DK Metcalf. To me, Terrace Marshall's a little more sudden off the line of scrimmage, a little more varied off the line of scrimmage in his approach with his releases. He's more of a possession guy to me than he is really going to be a guy that's going to take the top off the defense like DK Metcalf is, though he is able to do that. He's probably more of a purified route runner than DK, but again, not as explosive, not as freakishly strong. But I don't know if I would put Terrace Marshall and DK as the very, very, I don't see a lot of similarities between those guys. They're different players. You know, Terrace is more in that mold of like Michael Thomas, you know. D-Nugget, Brandino is the most researched and informed Hawk channel out there. Oh, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you, man. I try to be. Darren says, touchdown or check down, not sure Russ poised for 10-play drives. Maybe not. We'll see, Darren. He's got to prove it this year, that's for sure. BJ says, De'Ame Brown's a player who I liked. Me too. Yeah, I know he's more of a vertical receiver, says BJ as well. Yeah, to me, De'Ami Brown, watching the tape, when the few times he run different routes and did that, he did it just fine. I thought. Hey, we've got Javonte Williams, we got Michael Carter, we got Daz Newsome for the underneath stuff. De'Ami, you just do what you do. And this was a little bit like with DK, where you had A.J. Brown there. So there was other guys there that were legitimately talented who could fill the role better, so you just didn't ask him to do it. Didn't mean he can do it. And yeah, he was one trick, but he did that one trick really well in college, and that one trick freaking pairs really nicely up with Russell Wilson. That's why I really liked it. It's just that pairing and what he could do, and then thinking, yeah, he can expand off this. He can go beyond this spot. Tommy Eden says, I'm really hoping Terry can be a mix between DK and Curse. Big play waiting to happen, especially with number 3 cornerbacks covering him. Yeah, maybe that. Good point. Slide into be that big play guy, or go far back for you, Tommy. DJ Hackett back in 2005. Every catch they're making is 25 yards down the field, it seems like. And it always seems to be a key catch late in the third quarter on a drive when you need it. If he can just slot into that kind of role with this team next year, that would be amazing. And especially as then an upward developmental type guy. Darren says, can you teach our quarterback to not improvise and stay on point? Russ is a backyard quarterback. Yeah, you can, Darren, I would say. Russ did a lot more on-time type stuff, I would say. Even if you go to his Wisconsin days, he was playing within the structure of an on-time offense, and he completed 70% of his passes doing that. Certainly there were times where he still did improvise and do his backyard thing, but he did a lot of on-time throws as well. Go watch his Rose Bowl performance for proof. I don't know if he's going to be able to slide out of the improvisation that's come so big to be so much of a part of his game, Darren. I tend to think it will when you have a coach that really holds his feet to the fire and asking him to do it. I think recent coaches have been more than willing to sort of let him freelance and trust in him and trust that he'll just figure it out and find a way. I think a coordinator is going to come in here now and truly try to run a modern offense, because Darren, you've got to understand they were running a 1980s offense. It's that's going to limit how good your offense can be when that is the case. So I think some of that gets taken off now with the new guy here. Seahawks Network, Terry's player comps for me were a young Brandon LaFell. I like it. I like it overall. He's better after the catch than Brandon LaFell was. But as far as body type, the way they move, I see it. Kenny Galladay, I can see that too. Galladay probably a little bit better body control. But this guy's probably taller, bigger catch radius. Go Hawks 05. Did you guys see this clown, Jake Paul, steal Floyd Mayweather's hate? What a freaking loser. Yeah, the boxing game is not in a good place right now. Rating tacos. Boom Chakalaka. How's it, brother? How you doing down there in Hawaii? I hope everything's going good over there. BJ, two ways Terry can go, Holiday or LaFell. Yeah, it is kind of, I guess that is a good metric from those two different directions. Because, yeah, LaFell was kind of a okay wide receiver for a couple of years, never really much anything. But then Galladay's really taken advantage of his contested catch ability to its utmost. Jerry O'Malley, dude, I'm so hyped for Tamarian. You should be, Jerry. Get hyped for this guy. I don't blow smoke. This guy's legit. His gunner tape from his early college days was freaking fantastic, too. Oh, God, see, this is why I love you guys. You come in with points I haven't touched on. I didn't even touch on that. Terrian is actually supposed to be a great gunner, too, on punt returns. I got to go back and check that out, Jerry, because I've heard that as well, that he's a fantastic gunner. That's going to appeal to Coach Carroll. Seahawks Network says I would have killed for David Moore, though. Yeah, that one hurt to see him undrafted and sitting there and not able to get him. Carolina's going to have a really good player in him. Really good player in him. Carolina's had a good draft, too. Stay strong. Hey, the Hawks Nest, what's up? What do you think about Cade Johnson? I like Cade. Like him quite a bit. Stay strong. I'm going to my notes right now on him to get what I had kind of written on him before the draft. But look, I thought he was going to be a 7th round or undrafted guy coming into this draft because of the fact that he's not super explosive, not super fast, not super quick. He's a very much one of those gets the job done by any means necessary type receivers. I think he's got, I call the block it without the speed in my pre-draft evaluation. I think he's got a lot of Doug Baldwin going for him. He's got a knack for getting corners to bite off his first move off the line of scrimmage. Then he goes to his second move, which gets him the same kind of instant separation that you see on tape from a guy like Dwayne Eskridge. He high points the ball, I think, better than Eskridge does, and he is a little bit of a bigger receiver at about 5'11", so he's got a little more size to him, but he's a 4'4" guy versus Eskridge, who's more 4'4". Probably 4'6" if he was at the combine, so he's got, he's 20th of a second off of probably where Eskridge is. He had a very good week of Senior Bowl practice. If you watch his one-on-ones, he did really good there against those guys. I don't take a ton from that, but it was good. Great in the open field, absolutely really smart in zone. Really smart in zone. So I like what he does with operating in there and able to sit down and read coverages really well. Just a heady player. I think he'll make the squad, though, stay strong. Him and Terry are my bold predictions at the moment, is both those guys make the active roster. Jerry, what do you all think of the German kid, Donkor? Any chance he grows into a real contributor? Just so hard to take much off of the tape with any of those guys, Jerry. It is. Like him or the Canadian guy, both. It's like they probably have the physicality, strength, size, all that stuff you look for, but how can you really ascertain much for them in evaluation, looking at them playing at such lesser competition? I just don't know. Shervin says also number 1 in the nation in yards per route run, higher than guys like Devontae Smith and Waddle. Very solid point. And Shervin's is talking about Dwayne Eskridge being number 1 in the nation in yards per route run. So that's one of those advanced statistics that are becoming more and more important, and people are starting to kind of pay a little bit more attention to. But yes, when he gets down the field, man, he's a big play waiting to happen. But he's got to be able to do it on the outside, Shervins. I don't know if he can show that same kind of yards per route run if he's operating on the outside or operating from just the inside, if he's just being a slot guy. Nathaniel says, looking at the free agents that are still available, who could we get with our salary cap situation? How much salary cap do we've got to work with? We are sitting on approximately about $7 million minus your draft picks, so you're about like probably $6 million-ish. But again, Nathaniel, you can convert at any one time Russell Wilson's base money to bonus and save $10 million more off the cap. So you're sitting on a de facto $16 million there. If Trey Flowers were to be cut, because you've got now drafted Trey Brown and you've now got a relative gluttony of cornerbacks, you could move him for another $2 million. If you wanted to release off of him, I know many Seahawks fans are ready to be done with Flowers. That would get you to $18 million. I've maintained if Jamal Adams signs a contract extension, that's probably going to knock a couple million off of what he counts this year versus the cap. So you could get really easily to about $20 million of cap space. As far as the free agents that are out there right now, there's not really a lot of guys that interest me sitting out there aside from Sherman and KJ. They know the scheme. They'll be better than what we've got right now on the roster out there at starters. Getting Sherman allows you to move off from Trey Flowers, and then you get to basically factor Trey Flowers' cost into what Sherman costs. So if Sherman's $4 million a year on a one-year deal, $2.1 million come off the books of that because you're able to move off from Flowers and getting him into that contract. Those are the only two guys out there that really stand out to me right now. But the guys I've eyed is like the Eagles. If the Eagles, who drafted a couple defensive tackles, were to look at moving on from Fletcher Cox, or if they were to look at moving on from Kelsey at center, that would have me interested. Both those two guys would have me interested. So I'm looking at guys that might be cut around the league, and this is one of the reasons why it's at its best right now, Nathaniel, for us to be patient and wait, because these cuts will come further along down the process where teams will hope that they can cut these guys and then bring them back in the fold, because all the other teams in the league will have blown out their cap. Well, Seattle's sitting there on a de facto $20 million of space at that point in time. It'll be very helpful to be very patient, and then you'll really get a lot of player for a real minimal cost. Seahawks Network, I never would have imagined us signing Cade Johnson and Tamarian Terry. I could have seen Cade Johnson falling through. I had him as a 7th round evaluation in my pre-draft look at him. And that was I think that was fairly well where the consensus was from a 5th to a 7th rounder. But Terry, I did not see coming. Terry was a guy I thought wouldn't have lasted past the 4th round. That was a big-time surprise. Daniel Park says, what's your channel second name? My channel second name is Seahawks Scouting. Seahawks Scouting is my second channel. So it's going to be just film breakdown of me looking at college prospects and upcoming drafts. I'm doing breakdowns of this past draft for the Seahawks. I'll be looking at free agents, trade possibilities when those rumors come up. Just kind of an alternative channel just to be full of game film, basically. Darren Bales, where is the Seahawks West Coast scat back? A true West Coast team back will be a weapon out of the backfield. Is Carson then, because I don't see it. I think what you're saying, Darren, is you don't see us with right now currently a third down running back. And I think you're right in the respect of they've tried to find the third down running back role, and they found guys that could do a couple of things you need, but not all the things you need. And DJ Dallas was supposed to be that guy in last year's draft. This guy's was supposed to be the best pass blocking running back in the draft, a former wide receiver convert. These are the things that usually maketh a good third down running back, but he was just okay. He's just okay. Suffered a major injury his first year. I'll tell you, the kid that's out there, the undrafted free agent Johnson, this kid could be that third down back that they've been looking for. He's 5'9", jump cut runner, very compact, low to the ground, but man, he was awesome in the tape I watched yesterday of him in pass protection. He took on a stunting defensive end in the tape I watched, and he put the guy on the ground. He put 5'9", put a defensive end on the ground. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It blew me away. But he's a possibility. But I agree, Darren, it's a place they need help at. Third down running back is needed right now. And Carson, nor is Penny the answer there. Ryan Dallas, you should put your second channel in the channel tab. I will, Ryan. I've been, I'm a little bad about that stuff. I always get I don't get lazy about it. I just forget about it. But thank you for suggesting that. And I will get I'll put it down in the description section, but then I'll also get it into my second channel. I didn't even know there was a second channel tab. I got to look into that, man. Seahawks Network Homer straight trash. And he doesn't do much for me either. Both him and DJ Dallas are too light in the pants to me to be effective as running backs, in my opinion. Darren Bales, also the Rams offense, the running backs blocking is a must. Kupp and Woods are great blocking running backs, wide receivers. They are, and you guys do. And it's part of what I've spoken to the fact that we really need to get a little bit bigger at the wide receiver, Darren, for that reason. So I would think Tamarian Terry will be able to do that stuff. K. Johnson, with his size, he's got just enough to do it. I do wonder with Eskridge and Lockett if they're going to be able to do it. I think it's valid to question that. Tobias, go Hawks, Tobias. Good to see you in here, my guy. Got to go to work in a minute here. Just wanted to say hello. Keep doing your magic, Brandino. Oh, thank you so much, Tobias. I appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you, and you have a good day at work today. Don't work too hard. Boom Shakalaka says, I'm done with Homer experiment. Yeah, I think most of us are at this point. Both with him and DJ, I've seen what I needed to see. DJ looked exactly what his college tape told me he was. Not a lot of exciting stuff there, really, in my opinion. Doesn't have enough speed to really get you excited. Can't run with any kind of power. Doesn't drag tacklers. Doesn't really fall forward. A lot of limitations to both of those two guys' games. I like the process they go through of drafting every year. I don't like Dallas in the 4th round. I like it more in the 6th, 7th round, and doing that every year, looking for the guy there to find that diamond in the rough. You won't find him every year, but if you find him once every 3-4 years, well, you got him on that rookie contract for that time period to go find the next guy. So I like the thought process. They just didn't work out. Tom Eden says, yep, I think you nailed why they liked Eskridge besides the yak. Dude knows how to get open quick, which is, if you think about it, I would say was a huge part of our problem last half of the season. Yeah, I think in both Lockett, who's a guy that with his own self-prescribed losing of just a little bit of speed is more reliant on getting a little more time down the field to get open and utilize some of his knack for getting open, especially if we're talking about breaking off the initial routes into the secondary routes. And with DK, probably very much a similar thing. You want to attack deep down the field with him. But yeah, I think that early ability to get open really appealed to Seattle and Waldron. That ability to get off line of scrimmage on those slant routes so quick. If you've got a defense that's all bought in on stopping the run or all bought in on playing up against the deep ball in those cases, that play's going to be wide open all day long. As long, of course, as he doesn't get pressed off the line of scrimmage to death playing on the outside. That'll be the key. You know, if he's not going to have a Ramsey, but, you know, whoever that other big corner is on the other side, then, you know, can he fight through that? Can he be quick enough and nasty enough off the line of scrimmage to get past that? Darren says, because Dallas block on third down passing plays, because I think almost got Russ killed last year. He did almost get Russ killed last year, and he didn't block as well as he should have. No, as well as they said he could. Chase Stern says, what do you think of Pete saying Lewis is being moved to right guard? I think he's being moved to left guard, Chase, and I hate everything about it. It pisses me off to the core of my bones. You know, It's since Russell Okung was drafted, it's been that long since you've had a lineman who came in day one and gave you decent upper level play on that offensive line at any of those positions. It's been 10 years. You finally get that last year in a guy who does that, who seems like a pure fit for right guard, in that he has limitations as a pass blocker, which will show up when you move him over to the left guard, because now he no longer has as much help coming from the center because teams tend to be right-handed. We can go into some more of the depth of why this is that way, but essentially the left guard is put on an island. And not only is he put on an island, he's put on an island against the toughest defensive tackle in pass rush to go up against on the opposition. He will go up against the Aaron Donald. He will go up against the Chris Jones. He will go up against the Fletcher Cox. That is who he's going to have to line up against. So you have a guy with limited pass blocking ability who was very reliant on having that center help, who now no longer has the center help, and instead of blocking Michael Brocker's one-tech type, Snacks Harrison one-tech type, he's got to go take on the three-tech. I don't know what went along in their process outside of they just think Gabe Jackson at his advanced age is not going to be able to hold up over there at the left side any longer. But this does not seem a move that is driven by the fact that there is such a great upside to Damian Lewis's game moving to the left side of the line of scrimmage. I don't like this. I don't like the move. It's going to diminish Damian's value. It's going to diminish his effectiveness. And you could end up harming two positions in one. Boom Shakalaka says, I figure the center position is vital for the offense, especially if this could be Russ's last year. I think experience was better than a rook. Could be. I was Boom Shakalaka more than expecting a guy to come in and start. The reason I liked drafting a center was on twofold, beyond how much I love Humphrey as a player. Number one, Ethan Posick has been injured in every year of his career. He's missed time due to injury. So there's a very good chance he's going to be injured next year. So that to me was an issue. Number two was the fact that he's not giving you at any point in time, whether he's played at guard or now played at center, has he given you even league average play at those positions. So getting a guy in at competition who potentially could give you better at play in addition to a hedge against his injury was what really drew me to the center position. Jerry O'Malley says the new undrafted running back Josh Johnson looks like he can compete for some of the pass blocking, pass catching duties. 100%, Jerry. He's a leveler in pass protection. He comes up and he puts a wall up at 5'9". He delivers a punch. Love what I saw out of him as pass protection. He can catch the ball. He's good enough as a runner. He's not an early down runner. This would be a third down back only guy. There's no early down stuff to him. You do not want him running between the tackles. But get him out in space. He can break some tackles if you give him some time to get some speed built up, and he can get some angles on guys. I like it. Young One AZ, Yo Hawks Nest, are you from Seattle? I am from Seattle originally. Yeah, I grew up in Seattle area, I guess you could say. I was probably more in the northern edge of things, so I would have been more in your Everett, Edmonds, Bothell, kind of in that area, but we're all basically part of the same tree there. So, but yeah, that's where I grew up. Boom Shakalaka says, Paul's a D-bag. He has the worst radio voice I've ever heard. Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought he was a D-bag until our interaction, but, he may very well be, Boom. I definitely was. I was just trying to help the guy out. It's like, dude, you're going to go farther. And he said to me, he goes, I've been at 4 different stops now. And in every 4 stop, all the fans at every 4 stop tell me that I'm too positive and I don't see any of the negative. And I'm sitting there going, yeah. So, Paul, yeah, it goes back to the old axiom. If you're in a room and everyone's telling you you're an a-hole, guess what? You're probably an a-hole. And I'm not saying Paul's an a-hole. I'm just saying that, look, if everyone's telling you you're being too much of a positive Paul and too much sunshine and roses at every 4 stops that you're at, then maybe you're being too positive. Maybe those people are giving you a light into something. You guys give me feedback that helps me, improves me. Listen to what the people tell you from time to time. And the other thing I wish I had asked him is said, Paul, you did come from Houston prior, right? You did come from Houston, right? That was your last radio job. So were you one of those people at that time as Houston was winning and the organization was heading in dysfunction in the background, and you're hearing guys like Johnson, the receiver, used to play there, saying there's problems here. There's players talking about how they're not loving what's happening back there, and Bill O'Brien's about ready to run the ship into the shore. Were you one of those people at that time telling everybody, be happy, Houston, we're winning? Just be happy. Just shut up. There's a lot of teams losing right now. We're winning, Houston. Would you rather be Dallas, who's not as good as us at this moment? Were you one of those people saying that at that time, Paul? Or were you actually holding the organization's feet to the fire for a situation where there was stuff popping up that wasn't good, that wasn't looking as well, and you were ignoring? Again, just like I think it's any person that's an analyst in this, and anybody that's a Seahawks YouTube channel, I'll tell you, you may not get the most subscribers by trying to be honest or be negative or not have every video be sunshine and roses, but it will be, I think, for the ultimate. It's ultimately for the best of your channel, and ultimately for the best of you providing the best perspective to not sit on that line and worry about that type of stuff. I think they do. I think that's what the radio stations do. Jose, how's it going, Jose? I'm going to be doing a schedule breakdown with Jose on his channel, actually, on the 12th of this month. We've got the schedule releasing. So you guys sub to Jose's channel. We're going to be over on that channel. Get those notifications turned on because I'm going to be popping over there. We're going to be doing a breakdown live, if we can, I think. We might record it, but we'll do a breakdown of the Seahawks schedule. Christian Sletton, thanks for doing this. Nice to see some more Hawks content. Not much coverage on the other shows. I'm trying to get more and more done too, Christian, so I'm going to try to be in further and further this content. I, of course, do these live stream shows twice a week, so we're going to stick with that as we can, as long as we've got stuff to talk about here this offseason on Thursdays and Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then I've got Christian to my other channel I'm creating, which is going to be Seahawks Scouting, which will be video film breakdowns of these players that we draft, that we might be trade targets, might be free agent targets, just kind of looking at where they are. Go Hawks 05. How do you think about Kerryon Johnson as a third down specialist? He's always looked pretty good to me on tape. He's got some injury problems. I thought he was more of an every down back type rather than your third down only guy. Go Hawks. But he might be interesting. He might be interesting in that respect. Jerry O'Malley says, honestly, I think DJ Dallas and Travis Homer are both on the bubble for this year's roster. I think one of them won't make it. Agreed, Jerry. And very well, neither could end up making it if they end up going and making another running back signing. So I think they are both. There's a collection of players who've had their roster spot at least the last 1 or 2 years kind of go without saying it's there because there just isn't anybody behind them. I don't think it will be that way this year. I don't think it'll be that way. Tommy says, honestly, Cowherd knows more about the Seahawks than Paul does. All of the Hawks YouTubers know 100% more about our team. Our chat are more, all of the Hawks YouTubers know 100% more about our team. Our chat are more an expert than some of those dudes. I agree. I think this chat collectively puts together stuff that is as smart. I'll put my money on them versus any other talking heads out there as far as coming up with not just the right perspective, correct perspective and view, whether it be measuring a player and trying to evaluate what is truly his value or what he is as a player. I've spoken about it before. It's like a think tank here where we all collectively are trying to put our heads together to come up with conclusions, to come up with understandings of things, because we want to see the best for our team. And if there's something our team's doing right, I'm going to put it up on a pedestal and raise it up and say, this is great that they're doing this great. Keep this up. And if there's stuff that's going wrong or the other direction, we'll brew that too. And it's, I think it's funner to do it this way than it is to just sit here and pull out our pom-poms and I slip on my mini dress. You guys don't want to see that. You don't want to see me doing can kicks and what do they call little mini dresses that the cheerleaders wear? There's got to be some special nice name for it. Go Hawks says Brandon has a nice balance between Rob Stan and Paul Gallant. I'll take it. Seahawks Network, the average height of college receivers coming out of college in 2009 was 6'2", and there were like 5 or 6 guys under 5'11". The average height this year was around 5'11" to 6 feet tall. Very interesting. It is very interesting. I would be interested to know, Seahawks Network, if this has been data that has held true for the last couple of years as well. Because it does feel a little bit like this year was a little bit of an anomaly year. Rondale Moore, Tutu Atwell, Dwayne Eskridge, Elijah Moore. You just had a lot of guys that were really good that happened to be really small, it seemed like, this year that I feel like skewed those numbers a little bit. But I haven't looked into the data on that. That's just a guess that this year was just a weird year for that, for whatever reason. Maybe these children in this year's draft just didn't eat enough of their Wheaties, not enough milk. I don't know what it was. We had a lot of mighty mites in this year's draft. Tommy Eaton says, considering our cornerback height now, I like Rain City Biddies as a Biddies, Rain City Biddies as a new name for our defense. We're going to have some serious short man attitude though. Hard hitters. Yeah, we're taking out some kneecaps, Tommy. Detroit's talking about Biden kneecaps. We're just going to be taking them out just because that's where the natural size hitting ratio is for some of these smaller guys for our dudes. So with the all tearing ACL team, that's what we're going to be. I like it though. The Rain City Biddies. Boom Shakalaka. Oh, you're Tiny Jerry. Sorry, Boom. Kyle Terry's going to be a gem. I agree. The Seahawks Network back in 10, you had these big receivers like Anquan Bolden, Larry Fitzgerald, Andre Johnson. Pete saw this and decided he wanted bigger corners to match it. I think you see the same trend this year, IMO. Could be. Could be with some of this. I mean, I do maintain, I think when you look at the top wide receivers in this game still, if we go with the top 10 wide receivers, who's really the small guy in the top 10 receiver core that we would put in there? You know, DeAndre Hopkins and Evans and DK Metcalf. Seems like if we stack those guys up down the line here and look at the best guys, I mean, Tyreek would be on there, so he's one of those undersized guys to be in there, I guess. But Stephon Diggs, probably not. He's over 6 feet tall. I think the majority on that list would still be over 6 feet tall as far as guys that are having the greatest impact at the wide receiver position. It could be starting to move in that way. It could be starting to move to the undersized stuff because, let's face it, the NFL is certainly removing more and more physicality from the game, it seems like, on a yearly basis, which is going to benefit the smaller guys. But I need a little more for it to think that we're going to fully go in this mode. I do. I think Carroll this year went with the younger court, went with the guy in Trey Brown early on as much because of the success of DJ Reed than it was he wanted to combat some of these smaller receivers out there. I think he got blown away by the fact that DJ Reed did as well as he did versus his drafted Trey Flowers project or the Dunbar experience and went, oh, wow, that worked out going outside my comfort. Can I do that again? Can I touch on that again? And Carroll has specifically referenced this as to why they looked at Trey Brown, is the success of DJ Reed pushing that along. Kyle says, who do you think are the June 1st cuts if you had to bet on it? Rasheem Green? No, I don't think he goes because Aldon Smith's situation holds him here now. I don't know that there's any real surprise June 1st cuts for us. I don't think that there always is a June 1st cut that's going to be a major one that comes through. I don't. Nobody's jumping out to me that you're carrying salary right now that you need to get out from under. Not when you already are sitting on the $6 million in cap space. Not when you have Russell's base to work off of. You're not being pressed up against the cap like other teams are going to be pressed up against the cap with that June 1st cut. So you're probably actually in an okay, they've set themselves up in an okay situation with that. They're not really pressed up with it. Who's carrying a contract on this team that you're going to look cut Bobby? No, you're going to cut Bobby at this point. No way. I can't see anybody. Robert Reed says, freaking John Ross tore his hammy on his 4.22. Has he ever been as fast, Robert? And you can come back from, it's not like ACLs or Achilles. You can come back easier from a torn hamstring. It doesn't always mean that you aren't going to be able to recapture the speed you once had with that. But there has been players I've seen talk about in interviews having had their hamstring torn and never really quite getting back the same type of twitchiness that they once had. Look, you don't need to do this, man. You got a $100 million contract sitting on the table next year, looking you in the face. Whatever sponsorship deal of $10 million you pull out of this by being Usain Metcalf, I don't think that I just not worth it, buddy. Seahawks Network, the new number one wide receiver these days is Stephon Diggs rather than Terrell Owens or Randy Moss. So I think Pete is seeing the trend in wide receivers and switching up his philosophy as a cornerback, a good sign. I like that he is flipping up his philosophy. I guess we probably just disagree a tiny bit, Seahawks Network, on why he's necessarily doing it. I mean, the Stephon Diggs is like, isn't he 6'1", 6 foot tall? I mean, he's a 6 foot plus wide receiver. And the Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, the 6'4" guys that come out, it's one of the reasons I'm so high on Terry is that, these guys aren't always loaded up in the drafts. You look at the receivers taken in this draft that were picked high: Rondell Moore, Elijah Moore. You're thinking on the early guys. Jalen Waddle's not a really big guy. Devontae Smith isn't a very big guy. Even Jamar Chase is just barely 6 feet tall. It's just that there's not a lot of these guys that are that big that are that good. That they are kind of unicorns in locating those type of dudes. But you may be right. Maybe you're right. This is a reason pushing Carroll. I'm not opposed to being wrong on that one. Sam Dog the Famous says he's excited about Dwayne Eskridge and Stone Forsythe. You should be. And they should give you some production next year. Even if they're not stars, they should give you some production right out the gate. Tony Markish Hansen. How you doing, Tony? Smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell now. Oh, thank you, Tony, for reminding that. I do appreciate you, brother, for that. Please do, if you like what you're hearing right now on this telecast, slam on that like button. If you're not subscribed, when are you going to subscribe? Come on, come aboard. Come aboard USS Hawks Nest. We got plenty of space. Plenty of space. We'll get you up in the crow's nest. Check out the views. It's all good. But yes, please do slam on that like button if you do like what you're doing, like what you're seeing. It helps me show up, helps this channel grow. We're on the road to 5,000, the big 5Gs. Cool Breeze. Curious why you keep saying you think Witherspoon will be cut or at best, or a backup at best with no reps. I don't think Akilio Witherspoon will be cut. Cool Breeze. I don't know why I said that. I don't think that. I don't think he'd necessarily be a backup either. I think they're going to have an open competition at camp between. I'm just talking about Trey Brown's upside, Witherspoon, as much as anything else, about what his potential is out the gate. It's not an indictment of the players that are on the roster. The guys that could be cut, or maybe I misspoke too. If I said that, Breeze, I didn't mean that. I meant Randall and Pierre Desir are two cut guys. Those are two guys who I think are potential cut guys. Witherspoon's going to make the roster, and he's going to battle it up there with Trey Brown for the starter, and he could beat him out. I mean, he has the traditional size Seattle looks for. He moves every bit as well as Trey Brown moves. He's a guy just coming into his own now at 25 years old. So if I misspoke there, I'm sorry, Cool Breeze, but no, I like Witherspoon's game quite a bit. Boom Shakalaka says Ursula is gone as well. I guess every wide receiver nowadays also needs special team skills, huh? You better believe it. Rosters are too small. We're just talking about they aren't expanding these rosters past that 55-man range, and you get so decimated with injuries throughout the year, it just gets tight. I think Cade Johnson's a better wide receiver than John Ursula is right now. So say nothing of Tamarian Terry. I mean, Cade Johnson knocks him out as well. I don't even think he could get on I don't think he has practice squad eligibility anymore, but I think that's kind of cements that at that point for him. Sam Dog, the infamous, says Stone actually trained with Steve Hutchinson prior to the draft. Thank you for mentioning that, Sam. I think that's really interesting and awesome. This is a little bit of like when you hear Steve Largent talking to DK Metcalf. It's like what a fan would say in my chat. That would be like what they dreamed to have happen. I really would love it if Steve Largent would get down and talk with DK and tell him how to play wide receiver. And it'd be the position that I'd usually admonish and say, yeah, that's exactly what you'd say as a fan. That's never going to happen. These players are too proud. The retired players have no willingness to want to do that. Yeah. But no. This is happening. You know, just as DK has consulted with Largent, and Largent's given him those tidbits that just geeks me out to no end, by the way. No end does that geek me out. But Steve Hutchinson, the best guard we've had in the history of our Seattle Seahawks, went out there for our Seahawks, carrying the flag out there down to Florida, and he worked out Stone Forsythe. Then he came back to Seattle and said, I like what I see in this guy. I love it. I love that. I love it when Walter Jones comes into play and looks at the guys, talks to them about stuff. That stuff just appeals to me. I think there's no downside to it. And maybe it's just a loyalty thing. Maybe it's just I don't know what it is thing, but it makes me smile whenever I hear that. And it's great to hear that he got the Hutch stamp of approval, because I think Hutchinson probably knows a little bit of what he's talking about and looking at when he's looking at these linemen. Mason Dale, do you have any worry that Damian Lewis will not be able to transition to the left? Yeah, so as I was speaking just a moment ago on that, Mason, I'm really skeptical about this move working out. He'll be able to run block great on the left side, and him and Dwayne Brown will open some holes in the run blocking game, no doubt about it. But pass protection is where you're going to see him now really, really struggle. He's going to be put out on that island. It's going to be a big spotlight for you guys. You're not going to like it a lot when you see it, and you're going to get angry and wonder why he's not back over at the right side at that point. And I think the move comes down to them not having a good left guard answer right now on the roster, frankly. Nathaniel Park, Sheldon Richardson is still on the market. Would you look at that over Sherm? Because I don't know about Al Woods rushing the passer. It seems like they've made their bed with Al Woods as that third defensive tackle on the roster. Now they just also signed Robert Kimdichie as well, Nathaniel. So you're like 4 deep at the defensive tackle position as you stand. That would tend to lead me to believe that they're not in on Sheldon Richardson. So I like him better than Al Woods. I wish they hadn't assigned Al Woods so that they could be targeting Sheldon at the current hour. He'd be a better player, I think, than Al Woods, a younger player, a more talented player, probably costing right around the same price as what Al Woods is costing. But they made their bed with Al Woods, and now they have to sleep in that wood. Micah, what's up, Hawks Nest? How's it going? It's going amazing, Micah. Hope you're having a good day. Also, I think that Terry and Cade Johnson will both make the roster and have potentially be better than Swain by year 2. I was saying that earlier, Micah. You're echoing exactly what I was just saying earlier on the show here, which I think both will make the roster, and I do believe both are currently better than Swain. I think Swain probably makes the roster just because we don't have a lot of wide receiver depth, but they will get more snaps than he will. Thomas Cox asked if there's going to be a preseason, and Thomas, I do think there will be. NFL's got to make up some money. We see them doing it with these jersey changes, and they're going to get mighty creative here trying to generate some cash flow, and I would not expect them to lose out on the preseason games once again. Maxwell says, who need we get today? Well, we still need linebacker help. Sherman's still sitting out there. I sure wouldn't mind if we could find another wide receiver who is maybe a certain veteran out there if there's one you could trade for. I wouldn't hate that. Say nothing of if there was a lineman out there, a center. John Robinson says, Terry did run comeback routes and killed a few dudes with some sick stop and goes. Yeah, his sluggo routes, John, are deadly. He had one on his highlight package where he just does this step that's just so smooth to the inside. He's running down the field, puts one step plant to the left side, and that corner bites all the way on it. And he gets so open that then goes in and hits the go part of the sluggo. And he's so wide open that he starts stumbling up the field as the ball's in the air. But he's so fast that he picks right back up off his stumble, gets back up, then picks up to catch up to the ball to the point he's out ahead of the ball, and still so wide open he can wait on the ball to arrive to when the cornerback finally comes in and tackles him. It was an awesome tape to watch, and it's part of why he has such great upside to him and part of why he's such a splash player. He's got a physical skill set you can't teach. He's got size you can't teach. Ball skills that usually hard to teach. You got it or you don't. And he's got it. Amanda Hain says, I hope the undrafted free agent receivers we picked up boot Ursua and Hart off the roster. I think Johnson and Terry raised the floor of the wide receiver room. Agreed, Emmanuel. Agreed. And I think that they probably will. I do believe that they probably will. We still have Josh Gordon floating out there depending on what happens with the commissioner's office ruling on him. But I would expect both of these guys to do that. They're better than what those two guys are for their tape, at least the tape I've seen on them. So I'd expect it to be that way, Emmanuel. And I agree 100%. Ethan's Tech World. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Ethan? Following the days of the draft, I'm really happy with what we got. Maybe I would have preferred Diami, but I'm really liking Eskridge, but also those undrafted free agent wide receivers. Yes, yes, and yes. Yeah, I think you take the totality of the wide receiver room you're coming away with out of this draft, and if it's the old exercise that we play here where we say, okay, let's throw out who we picked where, and we say, you came out of this last draft with other players in addition to this, but just at the wide receiver position, you got Dwayne Eskridge, Cade Johnson, and Tamarian Terry. How do you feel about that, Brandon? I would have been like, I feel great about that. What else did we draft? Oh, you maybe got a tackle of the future and a starting corner. We got all that? All that? Yeah, you might have got all that. Okay, I feel okay about that. So it makes me feel better. Makes me feel better. Seahawks, Jose, it's not the fault of Stone. Florida never ran the ball. That's very true. Florida did love to throw the football, and who can blame them? They had like 7 wide receivers over the last 2 years that are drafted in the NFL or going to get in the NFL. So probably understandable, Jose, why they were throwing so much, and a valid point. Valid point. They definitely did not run the ball very much, so he didn't have to do it a lot. And maybe he can develop it. He certainly got the size, and 25 reps on the bench means he does have strength, especially those long arms. It's hard to do the bench when you got the 34-inch arms. Putting up 25, I think, does show he's got at least, when the strength is there, then it's just about teaching up the technique, and it's with him, especially at 6'8", it's about getting that leverage down, just getting up under those pads, and if he can pull that off. Maxwell says, who are the top 10 NFL teams right now? So let's see. I'm going to put our Seahawks in there because I'm that way. Tampa Bay is in there until Aaron Rodgers retires or is traded. The Packers are going to be in there. Kansas City Chiefs are in there. Baltimore's in there. Cleveland's in there. Buffalo's in there, which leaves us 3 teams. So let's go with, goodness gracious. I'm going to put the Chargers in there. I love their draft. I think they take a step forward next year. I truly do. I truly do. So that's 8 teams. That's 8. Who would be on my other 2? Probably, I guess we'll go with the Rams and man, I'm waffling on this last one. I go between the Colts and the Steelers, I guess. I guess that's where I'd go with it. Thomas says, I think the grabbing of Forsythe and Brown are good picks. I do too. I like them, Thomas. I like them. Coltrane Duquette says we should have taken Creed Humphrey, man. Crying. Coltrane, I just did a video yesterday where I released out my last 3 draft reactions of the first pick over the last 3 years, and you can see in my build up to the pick of Dwayne Eskridge that I'm pounding the table. I'm literally doing a druidic chant of Creed, Creed, Creed. All I'm missing is just my robe and a wand. So I was trying to will it into existence, man. I did everything I could. I rubbed my cat for luck. I didn't do the black cat this year. Nothing worked. Nothing worked, man. Maxwell says, I'm overall happy with the 3 picks we had. Me too. I've been a lot more further down on recent drafts, 2015, 2016, 2017. I can go through some years of drafts where I was much lower than what we are here. I like this a lot better. Barry, a.k.a. Van T. How you doing, Barry? Laughing out loud. Who am I listening to? You're listening to Brandon. That's who you're listening to. You're listening to Brandon of the Hawks Nest, Barry. And I'm glad you found me, man. Welcome aboard. Come on in. Come on in. Come on. Don't be shy, man. Don't be shy. What do you got to say? What do you got to say? Just say. Even continuing, I was looking at some draft grades from reporters who were giving us D- grades. And one of the arguments was, why draft another wide receiver? They already have Swain. When I hear that, I'm like rolling my eyes. Yeah, I would not ever point to Swain as a reason that our wide receiver core is great or good, or we don't need to do more because of him. I don't know how you'd look at the draft as a D- grade, other than all they're doing, Ethan, is they're grading us for the lack of picks. They're penalizing us for trading for players, which is not really how you should grade a draft, in my opinion. Or if you're going to grade it that way, then grade the players that we're onboarding. Then factor in Gabe Jackson and Adams into our overall draft haul at that point. Don't pick from one area and then be unfair in the other area, which is not, they're sort of picking and choosing when they kind of come up with that grade. Thomas Cox says, I'm done with saying we should have gotten Humphrey. It's over. Let's see what Seattle's got. I'm good with that too, Thomas. John says Terry is a 1,300-yard receiver and an injury. Terry is 1,300-yard season, an injury and trouble-free 2021 season away from a first or second round pick. 100%, John. If last season Terry came on the scene and he put another 1,000-yard season up as he did in the prior year in 2019, shows that same kind of year, without the injury stuff, without maybe some of the off-field. I don't know about the off-field stuff, so that stuff I just don't know what to even make of it. But he would be a first-round pick even in this draft. He would have gone ahead of Elijah Moore, who was taken early on in the second round. If you had the opportunity at that point, guys, 2,000-yard seasons at 6'4" versus 5'9" Elijah Moore, you're going for him. So, very much agree. I very much agree. Barry says, some guy based on your expert opinion. Well, I didn't know you worked for a front office. Damn. Look, Terry might not be in the league in September. Always love the opinions of, I didn't know I should listen to you because you're not in the front office. So always the argument towards authority. I love that argument, Barry. It's always a brilliant one for me, being you're not you're not in this mode of being this front office, so therefore you should shut up and never have any opinion. So I shouldn't just have a channel at all, Barry. Should I just wave pom-poms and say only great things about my team? I don't know what your point is. I don't know where you're coming from on that one. You understand Terry wasn't even the highest paid of the undrafted free agents. So Barry, you think the determination on whether or not an undrafted free agent has quality or not, or could become a good pro, is based on how much they paid as an undrafted free agent? Are we going to have that debate? Really? Really? Again, I'm okay with disagreement on the channel. I sure like it when there's some context available, Barry, where you can point to some things. Maybe you can look at his skill set you don't like, or you say, oh, he doesn't run a good route. To say that I should appeal to authority and that's why, therefore, he can't be a good player, I don't understand that argument, and I just disagree with you wholly. As far as Terry goes, yeah, he could flame out. I'm not guaranteeing that Tamarian Terry is going to be a star, Barry, and I don't think I've said that. I've said I think he's going to make the team. Some of that has to do with his talent. Some of that has to do with some of the limitation of depth that we have on this roster at the wide receiver position. We lost Moore this offseason. We haven't replaced him. He's our third wide receiver, and Swain, call him Brett Swain. Swain always leaves a lot to be desired over this past year. But either way, I do appreciate you hopping in, Barry. Ethan, I'd heavily argue that a wide receiver 3 that is better than Swain, whether you like Eskridge or not, was even more important than getting another offensive line at the center. And DK and Tyler are not enough, as we have seen. Ethan, yes, I think that getting Eskridge is better than the wide receiver 3 that we had right now. I think you could have potentially this offseason looked at addressing the wide receiver in other places or in other ways in this draft and gone after the offensive line and been able to take on both of those 2 items rather than having to pick between one or the other. The issue that I have on point here is if we look at the last couple of years as it pertains to the offensive line, you've seen injuries really start to rack that positional group over the course of the year to the point that it takes our offense back a step. And the effectiveness, explosiveness, and efficiency of the offense kind of goes downward at that point the second that this happens. It's very easy to look at this roster of offensive linemen. Dwayne Brown, 35 years old. Ethan Posick has been injured every year of his young career. Mr. Shell over on the right side missed a multitude of games last year. Gabe Jackson's 30-plus years old. So there is a very high chance with that type of things you're bringing into play, with those type of players, with that type of age, with that type of injury history, there's a good chance that it comes up and rears its ugly head once again. When that occurs, when that happens, what do you have behind them? What is your backup situation? Is it going to be a fall off like it has been prior? Are you going to fall off a cliff, off a shelf? Or can you maintain some kind of level of performative level to hold in there until they're able to come back, or at least just to maybe replace them if they go out, still hang in there? That's my worry, is that you can have all the most beautiful playmakers you want on the outside. If you can't pass protect and the offensive line becomes a sieve once again, all those playmakers on the outside won't matter a rip. So that's why I lean to more of the offensive line being where I wanted the value to come from, because I think it will benefit those receivers that much more. Maxwell Stern says, what are our deepest positions and what is our weakest positions? I think our deepest position right now is safety. That'd be our deepest position. Or defensive end. Our weakest position would probably be linebacker right now, frankly. You really don't have a coverage will linebacker, and you have no Sam linebacker as a starter right now. So that's probably where it's weakest. Tribe was so obvious. 49ers panicked because 40 Rams got Stafford. Trey Lance will be out of the league in 2 years. Maybe he's definitely got development that he needs to work off of, Tribe. The one thing that could be a fit with the Niners on this is the fact that he worked within an offense at Dakota where he was asked to only throw about 18 times a game in a year where he was really efficient, really good, and really effective despite not having a high volume of passing attack that he was operating from. So if he can, replicate that again there with the Niners, which Shanahan's going to script a lot of easy open stuff up for him. If he can work within that context, he might be pretty effective, and we know he's got some legs and he's going to be able to run around a bit. Little Savage says, if Pete cared, he would have stopped him from entering. True. Maxwell says, what if DK wins gold? Oh, no. Oh, no. Gohawk says, Pete Carroll, look, DK, this isn't protecting yourself, so you're not protecting the team. Choose gum aggressively. Exactly. I could see that. Little Savage, exactly. Nobody should care. Well, Little Savage, you'll care if he tears a hamstring, won't you? You'll care if there's a major injury he suffers while doing it. Maxwell, DK should have went top 10 and we got him in the second. What a steal. Yeah. The NFL was crazy on that one, but that's it. The NFL can get crazy sometimes on their talent evaluation. Adrian D, how's it going, man? I guess we don't need a Tim Tebow now that we picked up another tight end from Minnesota. I guess not. He did an amazing job at his pro day, but his highlights are good enough to make it onto the 15-man. But is his highlights good enough to make it onto the 53-man roster? I didn't watch much tape on him as of yet, Adrian. I will check him out. I haven't seen him very much so far, so he's on my list. But we'll see. At this point, you're taking kind of flyers on guys. It's really there's no certainties or even making a real good, strong prediction from any standpoint of education at that point to say a guy's going to make a roster when you're picking him that far along down the realm. But thank you, Adrian. You're one of my patrons. I do appreciate your patronage, and thanks for hopping on in. Maxwell says, moving Lewis is annoying. Yeah. Jose Rodriguez says, terrible Pete impression. Very terrible, Pete, Jose. And frankly, so bad, I'm not going to go back to it. So I'm going to put that one up on the shelf. Jerry says, I want Puna to keep elevating and join those two in terms of on-field impact, but I just don't know if he will get there at this point. He's going to get a real strong chance at it here, Jerry. He's not really been playing much of the 3-tech over the last couple of years. He's been more of a 1-tech for us. So they're sliding him into a new position there where it should benefit him from a size standpoint of he's got more of a 3-tech size than he does a 1-tech size. Part of why he dropped out of the draft in the first place and was an undrafted free agent was he was a 1-tech with a 3-tech body. And NFL teams didn't think that could work at the NFL level, and he's made it work. So very well, maybe he can make it work from this 3-tech. I'm interested to see how he does in that spot. He certainly, again, has the makeup and physical profile to make it work at that spot. We just have to kind of see it there. I'd feel better, though, Jerry. I do like the fact they went out and got the Robert Nkemdiche. If Fletcher Cox were to get released at some point this offseason, or there'd be another legitimately good 3-tech out on the market, I sure wouldn't mind them taking a look at that, though, if they can upgrade that position. Because I'm not going to count on Nkemdiche. I think he's a guy I've got no faith in. JOW says, with all the short receivers drafted, Trey Brown should be even more pivotal. Should, especially in our division. Yeah, you might end up having to match him up to a degree. Some of these short receivers drafted will play the slot, and I think Brown's going to be on the outside. So I don't know if it's going to be, as much. Rondale Moore will be an inside slot guy. Tutu Atwell will be an inside slot guy. Brown, as Carroll talked about in his press conference, is going to go to the outside first and foremost, and they're going to probably try to keep him there. They feel good about their slot guys right now, I'd imagine. Micah Clark says, I said that Eskridge was closer to 5'10", which is my bad. I was thinking of Trey Brown when I was talking about Eskridge. That's my bad. No worries, Micah. Yeah, that's right. Eskridge is closer more to 5'8". Well, he's 5'9". He's less than 5'9". But you're absolutely right on Trey Brown. He is closer to 5'10"-ish than he is 5'9". Jay says, like and sub to Brandon and the rest of the community also. I'm in a sub war with my friend. Go sub to my channel. It's called Team 12s. Yes, do please. Team 12s, Jose Rodriguez, Seahawks Network. We got a lot of great folks as part of the local Seahawks community here in the YouTube community. Great guys do some great content. Go over there. Please do sub to those guys' channels. Some good peoples. The Food Gamer says, I was upset at first when we got Dwayne Eskridge because I wanted a center, but I'm coming around with the pick and I'm learning more about the dude. He has been doubted, so I'm trying to stay optimistic. Nothing wrong. Nushtar Trash Talk Circle Demon. Thank you for the sub into the channel. I appreciate you. The Food Gamer, I was upset. I kind of remain in the same place I was when the guy was picked, Food Gamer, as far as wondering about the value, wondering about where the top end is of the player. But the thing I can't question with him, Gamer, is the fact that he's going to give you some production out the gate, no matter where you have to line him up. He will be able to give you some end-around stuff. He'll give you the bubble screen game, yak yardage, instant separation off the line of scrimmage, running slant routes. These are things that he'll provide. Whether or not he can turn that into becoming a starter on the outside and not just a slot guy only, that'll be where the rubber meets the road. I'm skeptical myself, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have some value moving even into the next season. Go Hawks said, should the Hawks trade Bobby? Losing some speed. Can't believe I asked that. Have his autographed jersey from training camp. Go Hawks. Not at this point. If you were going to do it, I would have rather you done it earlier on in the offseason where you could maximize and take advantage of that money with all the free agents that were available to then use that. I think you wait one more year. He's a guy that was an all-pro last year, the highest-rated linebacker by Pro Football Focus. Yes, he's lost a couple steps, but does that mean he's still not effective on the football field? No, he is effective. The problems for you defensively probably came from other places and other positional groups, quite frankly. You move on from him next year, you save a whole lot more money than you saved this year versus the dead money you would have taken this year. You would have saved some money, but not quite as much as next year, where it's almost $16.5 million that you save off the cap by cutting him at that time. I would expect that to come down the track at that then instead of now. Ethan Tech World, do you think there will be any issues with having not one but two shorter cornerbacks? I think DJ and Trey have the grit inside them to successfully make up for that, but do you see any different? Well, remember, this is only going to be an issue for this year, Ethan Tech Worlds, because DJ Reed, if he goes out and balls out this year, is going to go get paid on a new contract to another team. I don't think Seattle's going to pay DJ Reed on a contract extension. I think they're going to stay cheap at that position. Richard Sherman's really the only guy that they've truly really paid there. It's a position that I think they understand because of the schematics at play that they can go a little bit cheaper on. So it's going to be maybe an issue this year, but it's really a competition situation too, truly more than ever in the last 6 or 7 years. This was the way it was with Carroll when he first walked in the door, where let the best man win, as opposed to guys having pre-ascribed positions where they're guaranteed locks. I think those days are starting to go away. Carroll's realizing it's better to have the competition back. So Trey's going to have to come in with a Trey Flowers coming in a contract year, trying to stay in the league. And an Achilleo Witherspoon who's on a 1-year, $4.5 million prove-it deal to try to get back into free agent next year and take advantage of that. So he's not necessarily guaranteed as a starter. He'll compete. But there's some guys he's going up against. Say nothing of Demarius Randall and Pierre Desir, who both have some starting experience in this league. YDY, every site I check him, every site has him just over 5'9", not under, or over 30 arms, not under. It's like you're slightly skewing the numbers to make them look more favorable to your point of view. Bigger than Hill. Okay. Let me grab my reference. Do. I do love it when people call me out on stuff and I get to prove it. It's one of my favorite things. And I'm going to start doing this. Every time people call me on stuff, now I'm going to go into the chat and go, okay. So right now we have an example of, I just lost it. We have Mr. Eskridge's pro day numbers right here in front of you per Jim Nagy. Okay? Eskridge right there. Height, 5'8" and 6/10. That's what that number means right there. So this isn't me skewing. That's what it is. Arm, 30 inches and 4/8. So 30.5 inches. Arms. Maybe you can help me out with giving you that data there, and I'm happy to show it to you again if you didn't catch it here. But let's go back to the comment here. Y says, every site I check has him over just over 5'9", not under, over 30-inch arms and not under. So again, Y, looking at what I just provided you there, that's his official pro day numbers you're looking at. I'm not making this up. I'm not skewing the numbers. 5'8". So just again, when they show the height like this with the fourth number, that's the 6/10, is what that means when you see it that way. So he's 5'8" and 6/10. Either deck world, you kind of have to be an actor out there if you're a cornerback. I'll admit it, as much as I hate it, Jalen Ramsey is really good at that. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a unique position. It's like how receivers are kind of diva-like. Cornerbacks have their own kind of mentality thing out there that they got to be like, especially the good ones. AI, what the hell is going on? What the hell is KJ going to do? Only God knows what KJ Wright's going to do. Only God knows. I got to get some more coffee. I will be right back. Thank you guys for watching. Bear with me for 2 seconds. right. Here we go. Who's the German linebacker we got? Says Maxwell. Yep, Aaron Donner. Microphone check. All right, we're back. Yeah, it happens every chat. I don't know why. I've bought new computers and all that stuff, and nothing seems to ever fix it. As far as I've taken a computer down to like bare minimum. I've removed it all down the line, and nothing seems to ever fix it out. But we're back up and running. I know how to fix it at least live, so that's the one upshot. Robert Reed, thank you for the $10 donation. I'm excited about a Stone Phillips documentary chronicling the downfall of DK after tearing his hammy at the trials and marrying the least pretty Kardashian, including Chris and Caitlyn. Ooh, a little sultry there, Robert. This is Stone Phillips. DK Metcalf was a fantastic player. He was going to be the next amazing receiver in the NFL. And then the time trials happened, and a dream of Olympic hope tore down asunder his NFL superstardom. It's a sad tale, made the sadder by that Kardashian coming in the last minute to rob whatever depth of dignity he had left with his broken two wheels, his torn hammies. Here's the story of DK and Hammytown. I love it, Robert. Robert, also another $5 donation. Robert, coming with 2 strong donos, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Brando, you have any old sports cards? I guess rare cards are coming back in style and worth a few dollars these days. I do. I'm sitting on a stack of Ken Griffey Jr. cards, rookie cards that is this thick. I don't got the upper deck one, but I got every other one. I got me some cards, man. Maybe it's time for me to cash those chips in, huh? Go crypto or something. Do a little cryptology. YDY says, I don't agree with many people's takes on Eskridge. It's like they're not watching the same. It's like they're not watching the same games as me. He can block and is a good route runner. Yes, he has concentration drops, but that is a fixable issue. Concentration drops. I don't know when you get into 16 drops if I can point that as to being constant. 16 drops on 123 targets wide to wide is a lot of drops. Again, understanding too, you're not watching him go out in the SEC or the SEC or the Pac-12 against this kind of level of competition. He's doing this again. Are you including within your evaluation of him? Are you factoring that in anywhere that he's playing against much lesser, college competition than other guys in the draft class selected around him at the wide receiver position? Elijah Moore was playing against the SEC, right? Like he's playing against the toughest of the tough type competition. This guy's in Dakota playing against Toledo and Ball State and this type of action. He's playing against guys that, as I've said before, in a couple of years from now are going to be lawyers and doctors, accountants. He's not playing against NFL level of competition out there. And that does give me some hesitancy. But again, why do I? Again, you're counting on the anomaly to be successful on the outside. I gave a lot of data to back up my points on this, being, we just spoke about a second ago where you said, well, you're seeing publications say 5'9", and then he's way over 30-inch arm. No, 30.5-inch arms. He's under 5'9". And the history of that being successful at the NFL level is very limited over the last 10 years. Maybe it works, but you're counting on the anomaly at that point. You're counting on the exception to the rule, not the rule itself. And that is what gets me a little bit concerned. Boom Chocolate, anybody know about the running back we signed? We signed 2 guys. One guy, his name is Emmons, and he's a guy, BJ Emmons, 6 foot, former top-rated prospect in the country. He did opt out of 2020. He had started out at Alabama, one of those quintessential prospects selected really high picked by Alabama out in the country, brought in, and at that point in time, had some issues there, fell out, went to like a Florida Atlantic type thing. Did okay for them for about a year, then he's opting out. Not a lot of production, doesn't have a 1,000-yard year to go off of in his career. He's a good runner, runs behind his pads. He's got the Seahawks size they look for in a running back. I'm a little higher on the Johnson kid that we got, Josh Johnson. He's 5'9", more compact, really hard-nosed runner though. And I think more of a guy that could be that third down running back specialist type that we're looking for in our offense. Jay says it's crazy to think Lockett might be the slowest wide receiver on the field with 3 wide receiver sets. Yeah. I think even Swain, if you're talking about a foot race between him and Swain right now, Swain might beat him. Swain's a 4.4 guy. Thomas Cox, who do you think will be cut by other teams? I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't gotten a feel yet, Thomas, as to who it'll be. I think teams are still figuring out the lay of the land a bit. Why? Eskridge played 80% of his snaps as outside receiver, far too fast and too good getting off the press to be just a slot. 14.4 yak. Wow. Top yards per route in 2020. Yes. Wide. It's definitely got some great metrics on it. Again, do me a favor if you can, Wide. I know I'm behind on the chat, but just reference to me why with the history of in 10 years, we've had 4 receivers at 5'9" and under selected in the first 2 rounds. One of those has been truly successful. And even his success you got is a little bit of a limited in the respect of his career could be ended at any one time with another concussion. So it's not that he can't be successful. Why? You'll have to kind of walk me through why he's the exception to the rule. When you're going to count on something that's so far out an anomaly versus the certainty of what you had available there. And to think that he's going to play on the outside at 5'9" and that just goes without saying, and you're taking that off tape of him playing against much lesser competition, not against NFL level type cornerbacks out there, is I think a little bit of a stretch. And that the tape I think is going to fool you a little bit when you watch that lesser competition. It'd be like me watching David Moore at Grambling, throwing everybody out of the club and saying this is a first round type talent or second round type talent at that point, which I was starting to get trapped into that a little bit and watching his tape. Then I had to step back a little bit and go, wait, no, he's playing at Grambling and he goes against the same kind of competition. It's not going to be the same kind of results. And that guy ends up going undrafted by the way the NFL looked at him and knocking him for the level of competition he went at. And that's even after having a great Senior Bowl. So that I think that the reason people have hesitancy on him wide is completely valid. It's completely valid. Doesn't mean it can't work, but it's valid to question it, I think. Maxwell says, I've seen someone give us an A+ draft grade. Wow. I haven't seen it. Send me that one, Maxwell. I'd love to see that. Boom Shakalaka, I have a serious O-lineman question. How come it's rare to find one that is good at pass blocking and run blocking? I don't get it. Also, which is harder to learn, run blocking or pass blocking? The main reason why you don't see as many people that are as good as run blocking and pass blocking is because teams seem to predominantly really run one way or another through high school to college, specifically college. And most college teams are pass blocking. So what you tend to see more often than not coming out of college anymore is guys that have played a lot of patty caking, a lot of spread offenses with one read look, quarterbacks getting the ball out of their hands in under 2 seconds. So that doesn't really challenge them a lot in that respect. And they certainly aren't running the ball the same level that they used to run Boom Shakalaka back in the 90s or the early 2000s. And so run blocking in general has become just kind of a lesser found talent out there. And then when you to find it, to think you're also going to get the pass blocking guy with it, pretty rare because it's just so hard to find the run blocking guy that's upper level in itself. I think the run blocking guys in college can also tend to, because they maul a little bit. You've got a guy across from you in college who's not necessarily an upper level talented guy. You don't have to have maybe as much the technique or good footwork. You can just maul on him a little bit in pass protection like you could maul in the running game. But then you get to the NFL, and now you need to actually have some technique. Now the hand placement's more important. Now your feet, your set's more important, anchoring, all those type of things. And I think that then puts their limitations a little bit out on display. But it's really boom shakalaka, more of a, there's the dearth of just good run blocking offensive linemen in general. I think that's just more and more of a problem because of the spread offenses in college. Randall says, seems like I'd rather have a strong pass blocker than a run blocker. A good pass attack will help in run blocking. I agree with you, especially in the modern NFL, Randall, where teams defensively are going to play towards that pass more often than not because that's what they're most worried about. Our defense does that with a lot of their, protect against the deep ball type mentality. So that would open more of that stuff up, to your point on that. Agree. Very much agree. Thomas Cox, could you see Hutchinson become more of a scout with O-line players? I think he's a guy that they would just enlist from time to time in specialty points. Not every ex-player wants to be a coach, and certainly an ex-player that's made a lot of money in the game and doesn't need to come back and coach to make money, that they're sitting okay. They're probably not as wanting to go into that grind, and it's a grind to be a coach. You're taking on quite a bit to get into that. You're really giving up a lot of life to do that a little bit. I would think that Hutch probably doesn't want to go all in like that. But it gets a call from Schneider, say, hey, will you take a look at this guy this year for us and give us a feeling for what you think of him? We value your opinion on him, and we'll give you a little bit of scratch to go here from time to time. I see him as kind of more of that consultant type, kind of like you do with a Cam or a Cliff. Randall says 25 reps for Stone was really impressive on the bench. Very impressive. Because when you get the guys that are 31, 32 inches and they're getting the 30 reps out, well, yeah, you got shorter arms there. Like Penny Sewell got 5 more reps on the bench, but he also has a little over an inch shorter arms than Stone does. You get a longer guy, he's got to go another full inch, and how he's got to lock that bench out, he's got to be that much stronger in order to do so. So 25 reps with 34-inch arms is absolutely fantastic. Thomas Cox says, Coward thinks Seattle is the 4th best team in the NFL. That sounds pretty close to right to me, man. That sounds pretty close to me. I especially you talking about the Packers looking like they're in a position of disarray right now, and something's going to end up happening with Aaron Rodgers. Maybe not. Maybe they solve it and they fix it like we solved ours, because ours was looking pretty dire too for a while with Russell Wilson. But I don't know. Darius Brown says, did you watch Trey's one-on-ones? I did. Darius Brown watch his one-on-ones. Of course, they're a little bit legendary. Trey Brown's one-on-ones from the Senior Bowl, this last Senior Bowl, a little legendary. And the reason being is that this drill is set up for all cornerbacks to fail. You put one-on-one against a wide receiver. You got a quarterback there who has no offensive line or defensive line chasing him or nothing to look over the top of. The receiver gets to run whatever route he wants to run. His job is basically just to get open, and you got to sit there and stick with him, and you got all of the field they have to work with on those Senior Bowl reps with the wide receivers and the cornerbacks going one-on-one. Well, Trey Brown not only did really well in those one-on-ones, he actually got 2 interceptions, which is just unheard of to get 1, much less 2. One of them was legit, where he stacked up the guy nice, got him draped in with his arm kind of back across, and that technique corners will use where they'll field the guy with the back of their arm, kind of like a post player in basketball, and then jump the route to get the interception. The other play you can see him, he gets his hand up on the receiver's shoulder pad and gives him a nice, just little gentle tug to remove the separation as he's at the top of the stem of his route. Something that will probably be called at the NFL, especially if it leads to him getting an interception. But that's part of a little bit of also his subtle ability to be grabby and pulley, and he's got that to his game with it. So one of them was legit, one of them would have been a definite hold, but impressive nonetheless to come with 2 interceptions away from it. And he does have ball skills, which is something we saw missing in a recent good corner on this team in Shaquille Griffin. Michael says, what quarterback goes after, what QB does Green Bay go after if Aaron is gone? Well, Michael, they don't have to go after quarterback if Aaron's gone. They'll just put Jordan Love into the starting lineup. That's why you draft him in the first round, is to be the heir apparent. That's what you do with Aaron Rodgers to Brett Favre. So many of the people in that front office are the same people, including the general manager, that were there when Brett Favre left and Aaron Rodgers came aboard. I think they would do the same thing. Fish says we signed this guy named Connor Weddington. He's a great gunner and a solid kick returner and punt returner. I saw that blurb mentioned as well, Fish. I haven't looked at any of his tape as of yet. But it's great to hear he's got a gunner. They value special teams, man. I think Trey Brown can do that. We're going to be really good again on special teams next year, it looks like. Especially coverage stuff. We should be excellent with it. Thomas Cox says, come on, the cover three Seattle played was a talent issue. It's not that other teams figured it out. Yeah, change it up, but Seattle had Thomas, Bam Bam, and Sherm, plus a really good deep secondary. I don't know whether or not they've completely figured it out, Thomas, but this is just the stuff goes through an evolutional point. When it came onto the scene back in 2013, with the talent you had stacked up was just the surprising of you being so simple, and that threw a lot of teams off and how to attack it. Over time, with all the game film you got, with a lot of teams trying different methodologies in order to attack the Seahawks defense, there's now literally a list of what they call Seahawks beater plays. And those plays have been attributed to Dan Quinn defenses, and they've been attributed to Gus Bradley defenses, and they've been applied. So, for instance, flood route concepts. This is a Seahawks beater play. Why? Seattle plays a predominant amount of zone. So what you do is you get Seattle caught in zone, you run one player through a zone, he runs that guy out because in our defense, that guy will bite usually on that first piece of cheese. You run the second player through the zone. It's a flood concept because the zone is now emptied by the first player gone, and now that open zone is wide open for that player to be there and the quarterback to get an easy completion. This is what happens a lot of times when you're watching the game tape on game day and you see Goff drop back and hit Cooper Kupp and Kupp's wide open. And you're like, where's the defender? Where's the defender? Well, they probably ran a zone flood concept. Crossers. Another Seahawks beater play. Run two crossers, essentially taking the same flood concept practice and implementing it, where you have two guys running. You're starting out here and you got two guys, let's say, in coverage on either side. Now you're running it. They follow both. You let the quarterback choose which one takes the cheese and leaves the zone. So there's things, seam route throws. There are Seahawks beater plays in there. You can minimize them with a great pass rush. You can minimize them, Thomas, with better talent. But you do have to acknowledge them, and it's part of why Thomas, Gus Bradley, and Dan Quinn are adjusting the Coach Carroll scheme and the new destinations that they're going to. Randall says, I would have been happy with Tunney in round 3. Would have figured upside. I don't know Tunney. Who was Tunney, Randall? YDY says, I get it. You don't think Eskridge is any good. Fine, no problem. But you say he's too small. I call BS. You look at the modern NFL wide receiver, and there is more and more use of the 5 foot not too small. And this is always the thing that that'll get a little struck. I like disagreement on the channel. I hate when I try to speak in specifics and you speak in generalities, or you speak to the fact everywhere you're seeing is 5'9". I give you the exact breakdown by Nagy. Mr. Nagy is not known for giving false numbers from pro days. He's pretty accurate with it. So you said he was over 5'9", which he wasn't. You said he didn't have sub 30 inch arms, which he's got sub 30 inch arms. So I was right on those two respects. You're saying his drops are all the 16 drops on 123 targets last year are all because of concentration issues. You don't have anything to back up on that past what your gut's saying with you on that. That's not tangible. We can make those. That's arbitrary, I guess, is what I'm trying to say with it. And again, here, let me just touch on this part that will really get stuck in my craw. Why? Because I don't mind us disagreeing on the player, but this is the part where now you're starting to straw man me. I get it. You don't think Eskridge is any good. Why? Point to me out where I ever said Eskridge is no good. This is where I get annoyed, because I speak with nuance, I speak with detail, I speak and elaborate really far down the line on guys, and then people put me back in a box in the comment section sometimes. Oh, you just mean this, to get to some magnanimous statement that can put me in a box. I never, ever, ever have said Eskridge is going to be a bust potential or that he isn't going to be a productive football player. Our disagreement, why, has to do with whether or not you believe he can play on the outside, and I think he's going to a lot to becoming a slot specialist only guy. I pointed to you on 10 years of data to back this up, which I still don't see any you referencing that. I'm behind the chat on this, so I'm going to catch up. But again, I don't disagree with me, but don't mispaint what my argument is saying. In no point in time have I said Eskridge is not going to be an okay player or be productive. Will he be a really good player? I don't know. I have trepidation in believing if he's a slot specialist only guy that he'd be a good player. He's going to give you production on the field. He will give you production on the field from day one. Was there a better player to be picked there? In my opinion, yes. Was there a better position to go be picked for in at that position? Yes. Having those takes has nothing to do though with him as a player. And again, sub 30-inch guy at 5'9" to playing on the outside, and you saying there's a lot of guys that play on the outside at that size? There's not. There's some guys at 5'9" that play on the outside, and those teams that selected that guy, with the exception of Brandon Cooks, all selected those guys outside of the second round. Which means if you want to find one of those guys who can play on the outside, you can tend to find them outside of the second round. You don't have to pick them there, which is really, again, where we get to the issue I've had with Eskridge being value. Not the player himself, but where you selected the guy from a value standpoint. That's my issue with it. Maxwell, I've heard John say he's ready to get somebody who's cut after the draft like the Eagles center. I would feel a lot better about it if you can come out of this with Kelsey. D-Nugget says, I'm back from mowing the lawn. Brandy's still here, still kicking. Tommy Eden, I'm hoping for Cox. What would be so badass? Yeah, Fletcher Cox would be awesome, Tommy. I would, yeah. That's kind of like a wet dream right now for me a bit. Fish 2, my comp for Eskridge is Steve Smith. They're both 5'9". They're both around 185, 990 pounds. They both have solid speed and solid route running. They do have the same size. And again, we're grabbing and gravitating when we grab a Steve Smith. We're grabbing we're grabbing a Tyreek Hill. You're grabbing the one outlier that comes along once kind of every 10 years, I might argue. And are you going to count on that at the end of the second round in a pick and a wide receiver? I don't know if I'm going to count on that being the rule of thumb. To me, at that point, you're starting to count on the anomaly rather than counting on the general rule of thumb. And when you as an NFL football team go into the drafts and start to pick from a standpoint of looking for anomalies, that's how drafts go wrong, in my opinion, which again is where we get to the bottom part of the problem with the pick is about value and misrunning drafts from a value standpoint. The difference with Steve Smith and the difference with a Brandon Cooks, when Brandon Cooks came out, he was actually my Steve Smith comp at the time. Vertical leap. I believe with both Steve Smith and both Brandon Cooks, you have guys that can get up over 40 inches on their vertical leap. What that means is that they can then high point the ball a little bit like a bigger guy. I believe Eskridge was about a 35-inch vertical leap with the sub 30-inch arms, which means when it comes to high pointing a ball against NFL level competition and talent, it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge for him, I think. I don't know yet. I haven't seen him on the field. I'm making a projection here based off what I'm seeing off the tape. But I think based off of the recent history I've said as a general rule of thumb, those guys have a hard time doing that. And again, he goes past Steve Smith, past to Brandon Cooks on the outside, past to Tyreek Hill, and we're talking about now 30 years of, well, let's just say 20 years of data. Are there a lot of guys in addition to that, or is that kind of just about it? Whitey wide, Eskridge looked even better at the Senior Bowl against soon-to-be NFL defensive backs. He was getting clean off the line and wide open in 2 seconds. Again, I just spoke about that drill being very beneficial to the wide receivers, it being very easy for the wide receivers to break open. They get to run any route they want to run. It's a drill that's also beneficial to Eskridge and the skill set that he does have, being that he's very sudden off the line of scrimmage. So that's going to be one that's going to make him look beautiful, and he's going to shine in that drill, in that deal, as most receivers should shine in that drill. If you're running against empty air, if the quarterback has nobody to throw over and you can run any route you want to run, you probably should do pretty well with that. And if you don't, that's going to be a big red flag. Thomas Cox, look at the Bucks. They have all dogs. Casey has dogs, and we're in the Super Bowl. You got him, man. You got him. You need some junkyard dogs out there. Brian Pendleton, Eskridge reminds you of Mike Wallace. Wallace was just a little taller. Let me look at what Mike Wallace was here. So Mike Wallace was 6 feet tall. Mike Wallace was 3.5 inches bigger than Eskridge, just to give you a feel for how small Eskridge is at 5'9". Seahawks Gaming, how we turn a weakness into a strength now, I just feel like forgetting about the run overall with Terry, Eskridge, Metcalf, Lockett, and Cade. Definitely. I mean, our wide receiver core is going to be better this year than it was last year. That's for sure. Micah says the real thing is Cade Johnson dominated the 1v1s versus now NFL cornerbacks and other solid running quarterbacks. He looked unbelievable one-on-one versus and nasty route running. You're right about it, how he's like Baldwin in a way. Yeah, he's a very close, he's probably the closest receiver that we've had in here to Baldwin since Baldwin. I mean, he really is really close to him in a lot of different respects, just in what he does. And yeah, he's an excellent route runner. And very just smart, heady player. He's got a lot in common with it. It's no coincidence that he dominated that and Eskridge dominated both of those Senior Bowl drills, being that they're both main assets that they bring to the stage. Really, their big main asset is their release and their ability to get off the line of scrimmage. Randall McDaniel says, it let me donate on Saturday. Today back to not letting me go through. I know, as I've heard, some people have issues with the phone, Randall, and they got to do it on the computer. I don't know what's going on with it. I might go back to just doing it straight through the YouTube live stream, but I like having the access here to being able to bring stuff up if somebody asks me about size and stuff. Tommy says, I do not understand moving Lewis to left guard. Is Gabe Jackson just not an option there? I thought he actually played his best in the NFL at left guard. I just don't get that. Hopefully the kid can do it. I think it has to do with them feeling like Gabe Jackson isn't moving necessarily at the same play rate or way that he moved when he was a younger player and able to hold up over there at left guard. I think that they probably feel like maybe he would be exposed if moved back to left guard as he has been playing recently right guard. I don't like the move as much either, Tommy Eden. It annoys me. I think it's not going to be a good move for us. I think it's going to put the deficiencies of Damian Lewis's game on display, wide display. And unless you're building within this that you're planning on using a lot of the center help over on him at that point, whereas rather normally you'd skew the center help over to the right guard, but you're going to skew it over the left guard, I can understand it a little bit more at that point. But right now it's a bit of a head scratcher to me. Why do I? Show me a game where Eskridge could not get off press coverage in a game last year. I did not see it. He uses his hands very well to get off of press on the outside. Yeah. How many guys were playing on Sunday that he played last year? Why do I? In the 6 games that he played. How many? And again, factor in the fact this guy's 24 years old. He had an extra year or two than some of these other prospects coming out as far as his developmental time goes. So the expectation that his development will come further now at the NFL, much like we've seen with LJ Collier, who as well came into the league at 24 years old. They don't tend to develop in the same way when you get the guys at 20, 21, 22, 23. Just doesn't tend to go that way. Maybe it possibly could have. And no, he didn't have any problem with off coverage, getting off press coverage last year. But again, why you're bringing up things that I don't think that I mentioned that he had an issue with. I never said last year that he had an issue with press coverage. I do think that there's going to be a difference in the press coverage that he's dealing with versus last year versus what he's dealing with this year. He's going to get a lot more 6-foot cornerbacks the next level that when he goes up and he tries to do his little hand swipe move up against, they're going to lock him up on the outside at times, I believe. I could be proven wrong on this. I'm going off recent history. That's all I'm doing. I'm just going off what I've recently seen from guys of that size with those kind of metrics. But I could be wrong on it. Washington Fist Quest, hearing a lot of homer bashing here. Let's not forget when he led the league in yards per carry for a couple weeks in 2019. 29 yards per carry. You're right, selling short on him, Washington Fist Quest. Don't sell short on Homer, man. Don't sell short. He was a young guy coming in. That was a guy who want to talk about development who came in this league at 20 years old. So he is only going to be 23 years old. He's still going to be younger than even an Eskridge next year. Travis Homer having already been on this team for a couple seasons. Where did you and Gallant have this chat? Asked Rondell. Look under Gallant's video on the Seahawks have been better at drafting than you think. I gave it to him under there. Thomas, I keep saying I would like a combined Seattle deep passing attack and the Rams offensive scheme. I think it would be deadly. Could be. Could very well be. I think that the Titans offense is going to provide and coming in with Waldron and what that gives you is going to give you something that you just haven't had recently. And that in itself is such a big addition just by the subtraction of the simplicity of the offense prior. Clemente Jackson, everyone says we didn't do enough for the offensive line, but I think we can still do more. But I think a part of helping Russ out was getting Shane Waldron more play action and get the ball out quicker. Yes, Clemente. Clemente, I do think that those things are going to help. And I think that getting some of the receiver help, getting the receiver core improved over what it was last year will help. These things it's a matter of there not being one simple solution to fixing it all. My only worry, Clemente, comes into play in the respect of the last 2 years, your offensive line has gotten beaten up over the course of the year. You've not had the depth in place so that when your upper level guys go out, when Mike Iupati's bum ankles cause him to have to leave the game, and then you trot out there Jordan Simmons, and he's a huge drop-off, and your whole offense then goes into the toilet. I'm worried about recreating that situation again. You got to that Packers game and the playoff game by the end of the year. You could pass protect okay, but you couldn't run block for anything because of the guys you lost and the guys that were fighting through injury. And then last year, you had your worst pass protection game in the final game of the year, largely because you had guys fighting through injury and you'd gotten beat up by that point. So I do worry about history repeating itself. And that's my only concern that comes in on it, Clemente. They do have some time, though, to still get some more work done. There could still be some offensive linemen released out on the open market that maybe Schneider's counting on. I wouldn't be surprised. So it's possible. Seahawks Network. Wait, did this conversation with Paul Gallant take place on Twitter? No, it took place on one of his YouTube videos in the comment section. Because he comes up on my feed. I don't actively seek the guy out, but he came up on his damn videos come up on my feed all the time. And it annoyed me, the title, because, again, he condescends any Seahawks fan that's got an opinion that isn't the waving pom-poms, he'll be happily there to condescend, just like Danny O'Neil does. And it kind of pisses me off. It gets stuck in my craw. Seahawks Gaming, I think DJ Dallas makes the team for his Wildcat abilities. Maybe. Mason, I feel like when you pretend that your team has no flaws, you lose appreciation for when you finally have a legit team with no holes. It is, Mason. I don't understand the thought process behind I have to agree with everything my team does, and if I don't, then that's the horrific or something. You can be a fan of your team and critique them. You can be happy with some things and not happy with other things, but for the reasons you put, when you do truly then have that team that's a separator, that's achieved the mountaintop, it is that much more appreciative at that point. It's less of we've been saying they're great every year, and this year they just happen to be great. Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. I don't understand, though. There's nothing bad in comes in and saying, here's a flaw, here's a hole in the game, here's something that they could be doing better. Especially if it's something they've had as a hole or a flaw that's continuously popped up year after year after year after year. Nightbringer says, fair critiques of the team are fine, but frankly, my problem with a lot of online chat regarding the Hawks is just flat out negativity and anger about losses, masked as scouting roster critiques. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough on that, Nightbringer. Is there anything specific that you could go to on a critique you see about a player or about the team itself that would be an indicator of this? So just something kind of specific, being it, I'll take myself on this, Nightbringer. So halfway into the year, I started knocking a lot of what I was seeing in Russell Wilson and some of what he was in his play at the quarterback position. I pointed to some specific things in what I was seeing and how he was playing football that led me to believe that he was playing some of his worst football year in, year out over the course of that last 8 games of the season. I got flamed quite a bit in my chat for having done so. I'm sure I lose a lot of subs for doing so, but that would maybe be what you're are you talking about something like that where I'm saying, okay, here, pre-snap, not great. Throw him with anticipation, not great. Recognizing the blitz, not great. Holding on to the ball too long. Would you say that those would be a thing of just being negative at that point about losses, or would you say that that was a valid critique of what was going on? Jace, the Emerald D could be a good name for the team. Emerald D. I like it. Legend Living. Cade Johnson and Tamarian Terry are going to be straight steals. Fire. I agree with you, Legend. I think both of them make the roster. And I think both of them are better than what you have in Swain right now. So they're both de facto 3 and 4 in my book. Nightbringer says, I'm also tired of random internet commentator thinking they know more about scouting and roster building than professional scouts and general managers. Well, I understand that there's a segment of the population out there, YouTube Nightbringer, that doesn't like folks like myself being on here and talking about general managers and teams. What I would go back to, Nightbringer, is this. I've been doing this now for 2.5 years. I've made a lot of critiques. I just did a video I recently released this last week about my reaction to the last first picks by the Seattle Seahawks. One of the reasons I started up this channel, Nightbringer, one of the main reasons I wanted to do it was because over the last years prior to me doing any of this YouTube channel stuff, I was right about a lot of things that were going on. I was able to see a lot of things that were happening and predict things about players that would be good, that turned out good, misses that turned out to be misses. And I thought, man, I should go on YouTube because I'll be able to present this stuff. And then Nightbringer, the nice part is about it, it's all on video. Everything I say is there then as a track record. So I understand where you're coming from and that you don't necessarily like people that you think aren't as good or that they shouldn't have any valid to say. But if they're proven right, whether or not they are a general manager of a team or whether or not you think they've got enough, if they've got the pedigree history to have any say or any reason to say it, if what they say is proven right and true, does that carry any weight for you? Or are you just completely out on YouTube commentaries in general? And if so, what are you doing in the street? I would ask. I can get where you're coming from to a degree. I think if you get a YouTube commenter like myself who takes this seriously and really tries to dive into the film and really tries to pull apart the details of it, I think there's some value in it. I certainly do not think I'm better than a professional scout or general manager, Nightbringer, but I also think those same general managers and scouts can sometimes get hard-headed about things and get lost in the trees despite the woods, the forest, however that saying goes. Jerry O'Malley, I had no idea how badly I needed to hear Brandon roast Paul Gallant until it started happening. Well, he caught my cross for some reason. Just kind of caught my craw. Seahawks Network back in the 2010s, most of the receivers, which surprised me. Randall says DK over under 10.45 on the 100 meter. I'm saying like 10.38. I don't know track stuff, Randall. I don't know track stuff on that stuff. Hard for him because he's carrying that extra weight versus those other guys out there, though. You know, they tend to be pretty cut. But they do tend to not have that little bit of that extra weight you think he would have that would be just enough to slow him down on that. Tommy says, I actually think we are going to play more man defense, blitz more, and that is maybe why we are targeting shorter corners. Also with the pass rushes these days, getting the ball out is a premium. Very true. Very true. Very true. And yeah, I was thinking that as well with this Trey Brown pick, is that maybe it is an indicator that they're looking to blitz a little bit more heavy. Robert Reed, Edgar tore his hammy and never played third base successfully again. Facts. Facts, Robert. That's a great example, man. It's a great example. Yeah, Edgar never ran the same, man. When he'd run on the base pads, it was sort of like a speed runner in his motion, it seemed like. It seemed like that thing was permanently, partially, always a little bit tore. Micah says when they made an article about DK and the 100 meters, they said if he was to run the speed he did when he chased down Buddha, he'd be a 9.8800 meter, but since it's going to be a little slower, I honestly think. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. The one thing is they're starting to be able to do, Mike, is do the GPS stuff on these players in live games. So if they're taking the metrics on him and saying it was at that type of speed, he very well may run that type of speed. I mean, it may very well be possible at that point. I don't know. It's interesting. Robert Reed says DK will have to marry Khloe Kardashian after tearing his hammy at the trials. Robert, you're going to speak this into existence, man. You're going to speak this into existence. Tommy Eden says Diggs is 6 foot, 194 pounds. There we go. 6 foot plus, man. Mary Moore, is Seattle going to decline trading Russell Wilson for Aaron Rodgers? I know Russ said he is here to stay, and the coaches confirmed that, but there is a new rumor going on, trade Russ for Rodgers. I don't see any way that would ever go down, Mary. Now, Green Bay has definitely got a little bit of the blue blood pedigree to them and being a bigger franchise, but does Russ want to go play in Green Bay in the cold? When he's wanted to go play in more of a big market? I don't know. Now, with that said, though, I mean, hey, they did just, the offensive coach that's there, and it's offensive-minded coach, not a defensive-minded head coach, did just get an MVP season out of Aaron Rodgers, did reinvigorate his career a little bit. Maybe that would appeal to Russ. I'm not in favor of it. I'm not a super big fan of Aaron Rodgers, and I think probably his best days of playing football are quickly moving past him. But it's interesting, Mary. It's interesting. No, I'd hold on to Russ for this next year. Let's try to make this work. Let's try to make this marriage happen. Mary says, I'm a big Hawks fan. I love Russ. Me too, Mary. Me too. I've everything I've wanted to do and a lot of what I've wanted to do, Mary, and hope that the Seahawks would do this offseason was build back towards mending the fences, repairing the bridge, getting Russell back into the fold for the long term, because we all know how hard it is to find a franchise level quarterback, much less a quarterback's going into the Hall of Fame. We've had one in our history as a franchise, been around for 40 plus years now. So it's obviously something you want to appreciate when you have. And as you're seeing with Aaron Rodgers and the way that they're pissing him off, I don't know why you'd want to piss off your franchise quarterback. If you're going to support him and you want him on your team and you're willing to pay that price that they want to be paid, then support him. It's been my contention. Seahawks Network, I'm not saying Pete is doing a complete 180 and just going for 5'10 guys. I'm saying that I think Pete is realizing he doesn't have to have a 6'4" corner on both sides of the field and having an open mind. I agree with that. I think he does have an open mind here. Thomas says, I honestly thought Terry wasn't going to be an undrafted free agent. No way. Seattle is lucky. Very lucky, Thomas. I had him not going any further than the 4th round, and as far as what I was seeing out there, and he had a lot of people shocked that he went undrafted. Pro Football Focus was shocked. Draft pundits were shocked. Caught a lot of people off guard, and it's an awesome. You could make the argument that he is the best undrafted free agent pickup to go out there, and him and there was a safety that was picked up by someone that's pretty good. It's very interesting. So I love it. Nothing not to like with Terry. He is all upside. He may flame out. Maybe the injury thing holds up. Maybe he's not the player that he once was back a year ago, but he's not super old. I come back to it again. Can't train 6'4", can't train 4.4 speed, can't, really train ball skills like he has, the length he has. Stuff's very special. Ethan says, a thing I really like about Forsythe is not only is he a monster of a man, but he seems very fit and loose for his size. Yeah, it's part of him being able to move as well as he does, and his testing numbers were right there, especially that 3-cone drill and the short space you're moving at a big man like that. I mean, the 3-cone is perfect for those linemen and really understanding how quick they are. 40 doesn't give you that much, really. How often do you need a lineman running 40 yards down the field? But the short shuttle stuff will indicate that. And the tape shows it, where he's just really fluid an athlete for his size. 6'8" guys just don't move like this often. They really don't. Mary Moore says, go Hawks. I'm excited for this year. Go Hawks, my all-time favorite NFL team, and down with the 40 whiners. Yeah, Mary. Down with the 40 whiners. I'm with you. Thanks for checking it out, Mary. I appreciate you hopping in. Thomas, have you looked at Josh Johnson? I did. My notes on Josh are as follows. I think this selection is made based on his ability to fill the third down running back role they're seeking. He's a 5'9" compact runner. He can't really break tackles in between the tackles, but you get him out in space and he's got safeties and corners coming downhill on him. He's going to break those tackles, and he'll break them with not just like a juke move. He's going to be able to just absorb the contact and keep rolling. Love that about him. He doesn't have a lot of an ability to fight through defensive tackles or defensive ends inside there. He's going to get driven right to the ground. He's about a 205-pound guy, I think, at the end of the day. But he's hard-nosed, he's a tough runner, and he's fantastic in pass pro. If you can go find it, there's a video of him out in one of the games he played where he absolutely just puts a defensive tackle down on the ground in pass pro. Very, very, very impressive. Go Hawks says, can we send D-Lou to Hutchinson House for a month to learn some of that pass blocking prowess? Well, Hutch was first and foremost really a run blocker who was pretty good in pass blocking, but he was a monster as a run blocker. So I don't know if he would be necessarily the best on that to go to on that. But hey, whatever helps at this point. He's going to need whatever he can to hold up on that left side. He's got to face Aaron Donald twice a year now. So his task just got much tougher. Seahawks Network, I could also be totally wrong about that, and drafting Trey Brown was just an anomaly. Hopefully it's a sign of him having more of an open mind to an ideal cornerback. I think whether or not you're right or I'm right or anybody's right on this Seahawks Network, I think that the one thing we can all take from it is that there's an open-minded approach being applied here that has been missing prior. I think if this was 2017, 2018, 2015, I don't think Trey Brown is even on their board. I think that this is a maturation process and an evolution that has grown up to the point where they've realized that this hard-headed approach to sticking their guns at that position is not necessarily the greatest way to go, and they should open up and expand their mind to more possibilities. So whether or not it's them making that change wholesale Seahawks network or just making it slightly, at least it's showing an evolution that has not been there recently as it pertains to almost any position on the football team. Najee Eastwick says, Tamarian Terry is David Moore 2.0, but an upgrade. Najee, I'd say an upgrade over what you have in Tamari. He might not give you the production. He might have more of a bust factor than David Moore, where he might not even get on the football field. But the upside that's there with him and what he has and what he brings to the stage, if it's all together for him there, better than what you had in David Moore. Micah Clark, imagine a crazy trade happens where we get Julio. Won't happen, but I'd trade a second and a third and a player or two for him, but that's maybe not enough. It's going to be hard for any team to trade for Micah. The main reason is that you're looking at a huge base money hit. Even when you move on from Atlanta, if they move on from him at that point and they eat the dead money of his bonus money, you still have a pretty good amount of base money that he's at. I think some 18 million, 17 million, something like that. For instance, right now we'd have to get Russ's money converted to bonus, and we'd still be about $1 million short where we're standing right now after we sign our draft picks. So you'd have to create some cap space somehow or another to be able to fit him in at that point, or get Julio to rejigger his contract, which I don't know if he's willing to necessarily do. And then it's a little bit weird in how you do it. But I would give up. I might give up a future third, probably not a future second. Is again next draft we are missing our first round pick out of next year's draft. I don't want to eat both of our first and our second round pick in next year's draft. But if you could get Julio for a third, you might be able to talk me into it. Mary Morris is the Hawks Nest and Russ we trust. Go Hawks. I love being a 12th man. Me too, Mary. Me too. Appreciate you. Go Hawks. Seahawks Gaming. Kay Johnson needs to learn that draw the pass interference trick by Lockett. Most of his catches are contested. Yeah, you can learn some things from Lockett. Also, that move, Lockett's also got that patented move where he'll be running down the field, and he's got that ability to sort of lean back into the cornerback as he's running a go route, and then get a subtle push off of him to generate momentum forward while pushing the cornerback backwards and then making the catch. A lot of receivers can't do that subtly enough. He picked it up from Doug. Doug taught him that, so maybe he can pass it on down to Cade as well. Jerry O'Malley, I was floored at the news that D-Law would be moving left. I was so sure they truly believed in Gabe there. The Gabe trade was largely viewed as our best offseason move, but this kind of sours it. It does sour it. It does sour it. Yeah, because they were telling us at the time this because he's going to go to left guard, but that's not the case. It's not the case. He's going to stay at right guard, which means you're moving Lewis, which again it could be that you end up weakening two positions at that point, Jerry, which is the issue I have with it. Rather than just going out and finding the left guard that would have been a good left guard there and leaving Damian, rather than going out and just blowing Joe Thuney out the water versus the Chiefs offer, you go and grab Gabe and you trade a fourth, and then he's going to go right, and then you're going to move to left. Damian, hopefully it works, but I'm pessimistic on that one. Go Hawks says Josh Gordon's going to be reinstated in 2035. Well, at this rate, man, at this rate. Go Hawks 2 2021 still seems weird you put Cleveland in there. Well, the NFL is a place where now more than ever you can switch and move things around. This is why I press so much for Seattle to change off positions that aren't working, off methodologies that aren't working, because within the NFL, within a 2 to 3 year span, you can turn things around. You can be a bad drafting team that suddenly becomes a great drafting team. It's the nature of the fact that you have NFL careers that are so shortened and primes are so shortened, and it's always this constant spinning cycle. So when you look at the Browns over the last few years and you look at the moves they've made, it's a lot of smart moves. It's a lot of moves that have worked out. It's a lot of moves that have not only worked out, but that were smart from an ideology standpoint. You know, I think the Clowney move's smart for them this year. And it's an upgrade over what you had Olivier Vernon there. You're going to Jadeveon Clowney. That to me is smart. You got a guy in JOK in this draft that everybody was targeting for you to get in the first round, right? Instead, you get a great player in the first round, and then you still go get JOK in the second round. That's understanding value in a draft. I feel like if that was the Seahawks and they wanted JOK and they knew their linebacking core was crap and they needed a will linebacker, they would have reached for that JOK in the first round. They wouldn't have had the patience to wait it out into that second round point. And that's where I put them into this mode as being one of the top 10 teams in the league because they are so good. Not to mention their offensive line is awesome. They're 2 deep at the running back position. They've got good wide receivers. They're stacked 3 deep at the tight end. It's a very deep, complete team there that they have. Seahawks Network, this is totally random, but the 2012 team would have been the perfect Hard Knocks team. Controversial rookie quarterback picked in the draft, Terrell Owens, Mike Williams, Kellen Winslow. Yeah, it would have been a crazy Hard Knocks. Young ones, my favorite part is when you were rubbing your cats. Well, that's a lot of people's favorite part, I think. Boom Shakalaka says, I need a new cat. Yep. I don't need a new cat. I got 2 already. They keep me busy enough. Why do I? Stone might be one of those all-time steals in the 6th. This dude is an elite pass blocker in the college. For sure, why do I? And for same reason I knock a little bit of Eskridge's level of competition, you can't apply that to Stone. Stone played at Florida. Okay, so he played against all the upper-level pass rushers that were out there that go up against him. And he handled business. He handled business out there. Agree with you completely on that. 100%. Robert Reed says, Josh Gordon Reed in 2035, only if he can pass the Voight comp test. Seahawks Network, along with the competitiveness Pete instilled into the culture of the Seahawks, with the personalities we had on defense and Marshawn, would have been an amazing Hard Knocks. I think so. Boom Shakalaka. Is Josh Gordon the biggest waste of NFL talent, of the talent in the NFL? No, there's been some other guys that have come across that have been worse. So he's put at least some 1,000-yard seasons together. I mean, Jamarcus Russell, with the talent that guy had, if he could have been any kind of like commitment guy or film study guy, he might have been amazing. But I think there's been bigger washouts than that. But it is sad. Boom Shakalaka, it's sad. Rando McGann says, who's the kid from Montreal? Kind of reminds me of the guy we drafted who had the crazy spark test that now plays for the Colts. Maybe a practice squad guy. Yeah, I don't have a good read on him. I tried to look for some film on him yesterday, Randall, and there just wasn't much out there. Oh, Go Hawks agrees with me. Yeah, Jamarcus Russell was the worst. Seahawks Gaming says Terry's better than Terrace Marshall. His flash is better, I'll tell you that. When his flash plays, those things that he shows you that are the glimpses of what he could be in that 2019 tape is better than just the steady tape of Terrace Marshall. But Terrace is very steady on tape. He may have limitations on the outside as far as being a game-breaking type guy out there. Might be more of just a possession guy at the next level, but I do see a little bit of a Michael Thomas type guy in Terrace Marshall to me. Seahawks Gaming says Terry Tamarian equals Brandon Marshall. That was my comparison too. That was my thought when I watched him. That was the same thing. He's a little bit like a little taller Brandon Marshall. Marshall a little bit better on maybe the intermediate type routes. Terry a little bit better with some of the long speed. It's just it's a basic comparison. It's not meant to say I think he'll become Brandon Marshall. It's just that if you want a mind's eye of kind of what you see with him in his game, he looks similar in the way he moves out there to a Brandon Marshall. Ethan says, I do definitely get your point on the depth on the O-line if the starters get injured. I can't really argue with that. And if it holds up, Ethan, and you got the receivers, we're amazing. You know what I mean? Like, so if it holds up and the line doesn't get beat up, then you've done enough. You know, you only need Stone Forsythe for a game or two for Dwayne Brown in mid-year or something, then it's okay. But if you get down 2 to 3 guys, that's when I'm getting worried now, because I don't know if you've got the depth, talent to back those guys up and maintain a level of consistency on the offensive side of the ball. Boom Shakalaka says, how is Blair going to get on the field? 3 safety looks, baby. 3 safety looks. They featured at times last year where you had Neal on the field with Jamal Adams at the same time and Quandre Diggs out there. So why not tap into those same packages this year with Marquise Blair, in my opinion? I would love to see it. Also, maybe you could put him in. Right now, you have a hole at the will linebacker role for pass coverage, passing downs. When offenses go into 3 wide or 4 wide, you're going to take Jordan Brooks off the field, and you need a pass covering linebacker at this point. Could Blair come down and play some will at that point? Because you know they're not going to probably run the ball, which would be your worry about bringing him into the will. What is he going to hold up then if they try to run? But if it's a 3rd and 8, they're not running the ball. So bring him up and let him play will then, and then you've got an upper level coverage will at that point. Why do I? While I thought Seattle should have drafted center, it is a spot that has traditionally been filled though offensive who never played center in college. Kind of get that. Have a good night, Thomas. Appreciate you hopping in. Micah, Cox would be deadly with Puna. Cox is really underrated even at his age. Just imagine that defensive line. Absolute fire. Mike, I agree. Fletcher's a guy I've had a man crush on for a while for the reason that you kind of indicated there in your post. He's a little underrated, I think. I don't know if that guy's ever really got his just due for the 3-tech that he is. I think he's just a hair behind Aaron Donald, and he's really probably pretty close to where you get in a guy like Chris Jones. Just kind of where I've always landed with him. I really like the thought process. And with the Eagles this offseason, they came into it $65 million over the cap. They've done some acrobatics. They've been able to find a way to get back into an okay situation. But if they've got a couple guys on their roster, being Kelsey and Cox, who could be guys they maybe target to move off from to further get themselves in the right cap space, especially if they happen to think that they're not in a position to really go out there and challenge next year. I don't know if that's the case, though. And sorry if I'm behind the chat. I'm going to try to catch up here. Seahawks Jose, your opinion on the Mariners? Any chance we bring back Jimmy Graham? It's encouraging to see on the Mariners, Jose. The thing I've always pointed to them that's been the thing that's held them up over the last 20 years is they're a team that never really bought into really rebuilding. You got to go to start when you're a Major League Baseball team, take it down to the studs, and really work it up slowly from there. It takes time. It takes patience. General managers don't tend to have the time on their contracts to wait that thing out, so they all go with the short-minded approach, which is what you had in some of the general managers who came through here during that time period. They got guys at times that didn't fit to that stadium where you need to play defense and pitch and play small ball. I think that they're finally embracing that. But truly, Jose, it's getting the prospects developed. The development within the system has been missing with the Mariners for years. They're finally embracing that and bringing it onto board and really getting onto it. It's one of the reasons they have 6 prospects, I think, in the top 100 in baseball. If they continue to do that, it'll be really smart because then you can build that team to the future. They can go on that 5, 6, 7-year run where maybe you can go and push for a championship or two at that point. Jimmy Graham will be hard for him to make the roster at this point unless you're going to, I'll let him operate in sort of a de facto receiver role at times as well. But I'd be interested, Jose, with him as maybe a red zone guy. Certainly if Colby Parkinson doesn't take a step forward in camp, you'd take a look at him. Because Colby, I think, Jose, gives you very similar stuff as far as his ability in run blocking. He's not that good of a run blocker. But Jimmy may give you a better pass catcher at that point, and Seattle's able to make that evaluation. So it's a lot based upon the development of Parkinson, whether or not you would look to target a guy like Jimmy. But if he doesn't develop, then I would guess that they would grab the bat phone pretty quick and give Jimmy a call. Rondale mentions Jarrell Casey's available. Great run stuffer. He is coming off a major injury. Tore, I think, his bicep or pec last year. So he's coming off that. Definitely an older player. Some concerns there with that. It doesn't give you, I don't think, very much pass rush at this age. Go Hawks is besides his knee, what's wrong with Gurley? Well, it's the knee. What happens here with his knee, as I understand it, going back to the Rams, is he was at a point where all the cartilage was gone. He's basically on bone at that point. What that means is that you can fight through it, you can run through it, you might even look like you looked similarly in your past. You're going to lose some explosion, but the place I think it really probably harms you is your ability to really train like a beast. Get out there 5, 6, 7 days a week and really go hard. I think you've got to sort of, rest it at times and really lean into the treatment aspect of it, which is going to hold you out as far as to the top end you can get. Gurley's lost explosion. He doesn't run as hard. He's gotten paid. Running back is a position, Go Hawks, that goes fast, man. You get burned out quick. You go from being the best of the best to now you're falling off and you're not even league average anymore. It hits that quick. It's part of the reason why I say you don't pay running backs. You don't overvalue them versus other positions because it's the nature of the beast. Boom Jakalaka says, I bet if Jimmy Graham stayed with the Saints, he would have a shot at all-time records. Maybe. The injury thing hurt him, and does he sustain that injury if he's still playing there versus when he played for us? I don't know. Jerry O'Malley, oh my God, it isn't a debate until we start citing sources. I love this channel. Thanks, Jerry. I'm going to back up what I say. I'm moving towards that as much as ever before, man. Ever before. I'm going to put my window capture up and let you guys see exactly what I'm referencing. Robert Reed says, the funny thing is, I totally trust Brando. If he was a wanker on ESPN, I'd be suspicious. And you should be suspicious. You should be suspicious. There are a lot of wankers on ESPN, so it's filled to the brim with some wankers. Bloody wanker there. Go Hawks, excellent answer on Bobby Wagner. Thank you, brother. Micah Clark laughed my ass off. He's roasting this guy with proof. I'm not roasting. Why do I? I got a lot of respect for him. He's a good football mind. He just caught me on when he starts misaligning my argument. You're going to align my argument to what I'm saying. I'm okay and disagree with that. But you start twisting it and straw man me a little bit. I'm going to put my foot down, tiny bit, just a tiny itty bit. Why do wide knows it's in love? You know I love you. Why do why? It's all in love. Washington Fist Quest, $5 for coffee, business expense for Brando. Well, you did pay for my coffee today, Washington Fist Quest, so thank you very much. I love my quad grande, dude. Get that caffeine. Zzz. But thank you so much for the dono, my guy. I appreciate you. You're always very kind in that respect. Oh, why ain't going away? He's here. Go Hawks. And by the way, why do I has a very good football mind. We just disagree on this particular point, but I don't hate anybody that falls in love with Eskridge as a player. I don't hate you on it. I disagree a little bit, but I can understand where you're getting it. And let's face it, Seahawks front office agrees with you. They selected him in the second round, and the Rams up front office, they would have picked him right behind us. So it's not a crazy thought to think it. Go Hawks 21 saw that the Dallas is $22 million over the cap for 2022. Why are they permitted to do that? I believe they have up until June 1st to get below the cap, which is why I've contended you'll see cuts continue on through this time frame this year, and more so than ever, despite the fact this tends to be a real quiet time for releases. It used to be way bigger, the June 1st deadline back 20 years ago. It's quieted down over time because the cap has continually gone up unless teams have been really pressed up against it. This year they will be pressed up against it. I didn't know Dallas was 22 over, and I don't know how they get underneath that at that point. Maybe they're going to dump some of these linebackers, and they're planning on doing it that way. Is this Paul Gallant answering? Oh, Robert. Damn, dude, you got your third dono you're coming in at, man? I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. You're very kind. You guys are being awesome today. Appreciate you on the donations, man. You guys are super, super kind there. Says John Clayton. He has all the answers one day and then changes the answers the next day while pretending his opinion never changed. He knows all and nothing at the same time. Impressive. Can he host Jeopardy? Yeah, John's a guy I still like to go with it, just because there's so much of nothing to listen to for me right now as far as the local radio goes. I still do go to the Saturdays of John every once in a while, but yeah, I got to echo, I got to say, I kind of agree with where you're at on that, Robert, with some of the stuff he does and going back and forth with it. And I don't know, I don't know. I don't want to knock John because he's at least he's the guy that I don't know where he goes as sunshine and roses at stuff. There's things that outside the box he just gets closed-minded on just because of the fact that he's stuck in the old school minded approach. I've been doing this since 64, covering football, and that's understandable at that age. I'll get that way, I'm sure, if I'm still doing this at that time. But yes, I know where you're coming from, Robert. And thank you for the $10 donation. Oh my God, another $10 donation from Robert. Robert's just killing it on the dono game. He says, Danny O'Neill's bad, but Bob Selton is worse because he seems dumb. What is to be expected from the home station of the team? Give 33% buffer on accountability, I suppose. Salk is pretty straight up. That's the thing I find odd about it, Robert, is that Salk is a guy who always was willing, every time he's on the channel, whenever he was co-hosting, to stand up and call what was broken and what was wrong. Why is it every person that he's hired beneath him has been hired to be somewhat of a yes man to the organization? I don't get that part. I like Danny O'Neill a lot better when he was as a co-host, when he was a reporter. It seemed like the second he took the reporter hat off, he took it all the way off and he can't put it ever back on again. And he's another guy like with what you get with Gallant, where I don't like it. It's like this with Why Do I? I'm not going to kill Why Do I if I disagree with him. I'm not going to go after him personally or attack. In fact, just the opposite. I know the guy's a very smart guy. I've talked to him with a lot of football in this chat. But these guys instead are going to condescend fans who have an opinion that they don't happen to agree with. And if the fan happens to be negative, they're going to they jump over themselves to dig into those fans. I think that they're not doing their job at times, which is to hold feet to the fire. They are an analyst. They're there to watch the teams and make assessments of the teams. They're not just there to wave pom-poms, but it's what they do. It's what they do. And our media needs to get with it, in my opinion. They need to get with it. Soft as hell. Soft as Charmin. Why do wide? I was right about Eskridge having over 30-inch arms, but let's just look over. I said he has sub 30-inch arms, so 30.5-inch arms, and you're calling that a win for you? Why do why? You're owning this argument a little too hard, my guy. But let's look over being wrong over that. So I said he has sub 30-inch arms. It's 30.5-inch arms, and I'm wrong. Are you really saying that? Are you really saying that? And I noticed with that you didn't put anything into it with him being over 5'9" when he wasn't. He's 5'8" plus. 5'8.5" is basically his highest. And PFF have an 8% drop rate in 2020. Not horrible. PFF themselves, wide, when you listen to them talk about Dwayne Eskridge and you hear about their assessment of Dwayne Eskridge, reference specifically the fact that he can't catch. Go look at the recent discussion on covering the NFC West by Pro Football Focus on their channel when they talk about the Dwayne Eskridge pick and they talk about the fact that he can't catch. So that's not what Pro Football Focus thinks in regards to this. They think he can't catch as well. They think that he struggles to catch, that the drops are a problem with him. And why do I says we're not asking Eskridge to be the number one on the team. We're asking him to be a good third wide receiver, and he can do that. He can end up being a Lockett. If you're looking for a third wide receiver, you don't have to pick that in the second round. And if you look at the slot receivers throughout the league, I would probably maintain most of the slot receivers in this league for most of the teams are not picked within the top 2 rounds. So again, I think you're missing what it is that I'm talking about the pick. I don't think you're fully getting it. I have issues with him as a player. He'll be productive as a player. My issue comes in with the pick as far as value and picking appropriately to value in the draft. And beyond that, my issue with it is that the recent drafts that have gone to hell, have gone to crap, have not worked out well. I think that they haven't worked out well largely because of misvaluing players, selecting them specifically higher than you needed to select them or where their appropriate position should be. Big Dog, do you see Jason Kelce to be cut due to money and they just drafted Landon Dickerson? Yes. Yeah. I'm kind of, honestly, it's a little odd that they've waited past this point. I mean, maybe they're just going to wait to see if Dickerson's going to be ready with the ACL. And if that's maybe the key on a Big Dog is if he's fully recovered by that point and ready to hit the ground running. But sooner or later, I would expect that move to come down the pike. Why do I? A wide receiver in the NFL, 5'10" and under, have been good starters. Hill, AB, Lockett, Smith, Ty Hill, Edelman, Welker, Deshaun Watson, Cobb, Tape. Again, we don't need Eskridge to be a number 1 guy, just number 3. Yes, again, there's been guys you can find here and there that at 5'9" have had some success in the NFL. I've spoken to, again, why do I? I think we're arguing 2 different things, why do I? I think we are. I do. So I'm going to let you just kind of roll on it. But again, it's you're not kind of getting my point on value. You're getting caught up on the player. And again, if you want to grab 5'10" guys, why not throw 5'11" guys in there? Why do I? You know? Why not we say 5'11" guys? We'll say 5'10" guys, because then we can cook the numbers at that point and make it look better for the 5'9" guys. No, we look at the recent history of 5'9" guys. That's what I was asking you to look at. And again, the NFL agrees with me on this. Why do I? This is the thing. I can back this up as I back my whole argument up with you on this from start to finish. In the last 10 years, there have been 4 guys, 5'9" and under, selected in the first 2 rounds of the draft. 4. 4, not 10, not 20, not a million. Julian Edelman wasn't selected inside the first 2 rounds. Wes Welker, I don't believe, was selected inside the first 2 rounds. Deshaun Jackson was. He's over 5'9". Cobb was, but I believe he's over 5'9". He's 5'10", 5'11"-ish. So let's not cook the numbers. Let's not move the argument around to make it fit to what we want it to be. 5'9" and under, selected in the first 2 rounds over the last 10 years. That's called data. Let's go off that data. Has there been some successes there? Well, we've had 4 players. 2 of them have done jack diddly. 1 of them has been moderately successful, and the other one the jury is out on. That's not a record of success doing that. So do you want to count on your team just being so brilliant and amazing and so above the realm that they're outsmarting all 31 other NFL teams? Or is it more likely that they're making a little bit of a reach on a guy at a height and at a position than they probably should from a valuation standpoint. That's just my only contention. It's not hating the player. It's not calling Eskridge bad. It's just a bit of a looking at the value, and again, looking at through the lens of what has caused the Seattle Seahawks draft in the last 5 to 6 years to go sideways. What has been the main component within that? My argument is it's about value structure. Michael, I don't ever relax, buddy. I'm emotional about my team. I am fervent about my team. I don't have chill. I wish I did, but I don't. Go Hawks says, I saw some of the reports of Jimmy Graham being a cut candidate, bring him back. I would expect him to be a cut candidate. He's carrying a pretty good cap hit. I'd look at him, but it does come down to a little bit of a numbers game at that point, and it comes down to Colby Parkinson's development and what you guys think of him, because it's pretty much if you're bringing on Jimmy Graham, you're probably cutting Colby Parkinson at that point. MWeb, you should set up a way for fans to call into the streams. I think it would take your channel to another level. So I have done a call-in show, MWeb. I've got my Discord channel, and I've tried to do a call-in show a couple times. Every time I do the call-in show and I look at my viewer count, I lose about 20 viewers the second I go to the call-in channel. So I want to do the call-in channel. I'm going to implement it here this year during post games, and I'd like to do it a little bit more. The problem is I just don't want to lose viewership by implementing it. I thought it was going to make it raise as well and create more kind of traffic, but it's done the opposite, unfortunately. I'm having a good day. Not at all. I'm a passionate man. I'm a passionate, as all the women would tell you of the women I've had in my life. I'm a passionate man. Robert, Brando, bring on the Cats because they are awesome. By the way, I think the Cats bring luck to the draft picks. I think they do as well. I don't know where my cats are right now. They're out prowling somewhere in the house. Wide. If I said if he was no good, it was a general statement. So are you the one representing me? I don't even know what we're arguing about anymore, why? That's to be honest with you. I don't know what we're arguing about. I said I didn't think he could play on the outside. And then you told me that he's over 5'9", which he isn't. And you told me he's not sub 30 inches as far as his arm length, which he is, which have been two components that hold guys back on the outside. I thought that's what we were arguing about. You keep twisting it back to me saying he's a bad player. I didn't say he was a bad player. Hawks are the ace, says, I think Eskridge is going to be kind of like Hill. Maybe. Maybe. The only contention with this Hawks are the ace is that when you pick up Steve Smith and you say, I think Eskridge is going to be Steve Smith. I think Eskridge is going to be Tyreek Hill. You're grabbing the extreme outlier for that size of that player at that position. I'd love it. I'd love it if that's the case and it goes that way. I really would. I don't know that I see it, but I'd love it. Hawks are the ace. Eskridge just needs to work on his route running. Yep. Does need to work on his route running. He does. And again, just one last time, I'm going to put this out there. 10 years of NFL drafts. The last 10 years of NFL drafts, Hawks the ace. Wide. 10 years of NFL drafting history in the first 2 rounds. 5'9" receivers and undertaken. There's been 4 of them. 2 of them failed. 1 of them's a moderate success. 1 of them the jury's out on. So there are success stories of those guys taken in the second round in the last 10 years, but they're few and far between. I tend to lean into stuff which isn't me going for the outlier, me going for the exception to the rule. I'll lean into the rule more often than not and play those odds. James Valvas, that's how you handle disagreement. Rob Stanton could learn a lot from you. I love disagreement on this. I love Wide's got this standpoint on it. I'm going to be passionate. He's going to be passionate. That's what I love about him. I actually, and I think it's the thing that sometimes Rob doesn't welcome as much that he should, welcome disagreement. It's what makes your opinion stronger. It's what makes your argument stronger. It's what also helps you to come to find out if you're wrong. It's the true way you get there is by hearing other people that you don't agree with. I want people on this channel that don't agree with me. I want people on this channel that will knock into me. I might go hard at you. You're going to have a little bit of thick skin with me because I don't have gentle gloves. I'm going to come hard with it, and I expect you to do so too. But I think it makes for better discussion. It makes for a deeper level of discussion. Tommy Eden, but I appreciate you, James. Thank you. Tommy, I have a weird feeling about Eskridge. I think it was a bold move to take him with that pick, considering what was on the board and the number of picks. I think Waldron has a plan with him, and it will be amazing. I agree. I think Waldron drove a lot of this selection, Tommy, and I do expect him to get production out of our guy, no matter whether or not that production star level or upper level production from, let's say, even or maybe it's just average level production from a slot. It will help this team. It will make the receiving core better, and it will add value to the receiving core. Much like you said, that's where the hammering of the pick comes in for me, is that there's better value. And you also have to factor into not only was there better value there at that pick at another position or even at the wide receiver position, but you were operating with so few picks to begin with anyway. You needed to get this stuff right from that standpoint. I did not say he was an outside receiver. I gave you stats that claim I thought you were saying he was an outside receiver. I could have sworn that's what you were saying in there. Why do I? What are you saying then? Why do I? What is it where is our disagreement then? If that wasn't our disagreement where we started at this point of you saying he's an outside guy, he's going to be great on the outside, where is our disagreement? I'm responding in the outside stuff. I'm responding directly to your comments. I'm not inventing stuff on it. I'm just responding directly with what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know why this is just coming up now, but I've always thought that KJ Wright was 52, but he's always been 50. He would look great in 52. Yeah, he's a 50 guy. Mason, would you have loved to see Eskridge and Trey Brown go one-on-one at the Senior Bowl? I would. Yeah, that'd be a great fight between those two, because you could see if Eskridge's ability to be physical off the snap and press coverage like he was in Dakota would match up against a guy who played in the Big Ten like Trey Brown. That would be a fun thing to see, because Brown would come right up in his face. He'd come right up in his face, in his grill. Robert Reed, I have to give credit to Baldwin because he's a malcontent, but he was special. Oh, you do have to give credit to Baldwin too. And any guy that can go out there with a limited skill set and get not only the most out of his skill set, but seemingly tap into an extra 5% there versus what his talent gave you. You got to appreciate a hard worker like that, who had to drip every last drop of ounce out of his talent to get there, especially when there's a plethora of players throughout the league who have all the talent in the world and can't even scratch the surface on it. So absolute props to Baldwin for being a self-made player and one of the best Seahawks receivers in our history. Why do I says, here seems to be the main difference between how we view Eskridge's height. We both see the lack of height as a risk. I see it as less of a risk. Okay, that's where we disagree then. Fair enough. And where I line in on that of why do I is, again, my hesitancy with his height being a risk is based on the fact that it's usually been a bit of an issue for guys that are that undersized to be able to operate on the outside. You can find, again, I'm going to use that word, outliers or exceptions to the general rule of thumb that prove that those don't prove the point. Those don't prove a rule of thumb. They prove to be an outlier. When you count on outliers at positions, to me, that's where you start to get yourself into some risky territory. Doesn't mean it can't work out. Just means that you get yourself into some risky territory as far as upside goes, as far as getting the most out of your draft picks. But again, I do appreciate your perspective on this. Why do I? Robert says Baldwin probably knew DK would beat him to death in disagreement. Maybe so. Obi-Wan, I hope that Lewis move works out, but at the same time, if it works out, we're going to continue to move linemen around. It'll be like getting the right answer with the wrong formula. Fantastic point, Obi-Wan. Fantastic point. And I think what you're directly pointing to is continuity on the offensive line, and that being one of the key characteristics for a successful offensive line over time. You could have come into this season keeping Posick, Damian Lewis, and Shell, the middle to the right side of your line in place, along with Dwayne Brown. Maybe there was a little bit of value in that versus now you do have two of those positions. You're moving the right guard to left guard, and you're going to have a new right guard over there, which now that continuity, maybe you lose a little bit of that. Michael Simon, any news on practice squad amount this year? None yet, Michael. None yet. They'll wait on that. I hope they do what they did last year if they're not going to expand the rosters. And I'll tell you, Michael, if they're going to have that 17th game of this season, they need to find a way to let these teams get more players onto the roster, because you're going to have more injuries. You're going to have guys more beat up by the end of the year with that extra game. So hopefully it goes back up to 14 again, and they allow the rules like they did last year for the fluidity of moving guys between the practice squad and the active roster, but not as of yet. Whitey White, of course, he played against poor competition. It'll be fun to watch if Eskridge can step up. Don't worry, I still respect your view, man. Remember, though, very hard to bring fact with 200 character limit. I understand where you're coming from. I do wide. And again, I respect your opinion on this too. So we're both on the same line on this. And yes, I know you're limited a little bit as the few character count. So I know that holds you back a little bit on it. I'm bopping through these comments quick, so I've got to read them fast. People nail me for getting behind on the chat, so that leads me sometimes to going maybe a little bit quicker through and reading this. And again, I think just the thing with it comes down to poor competition, and recent history shows on the outside that it's hard for those guys at that side to operate that standpoint. No matter what we think about Eskridge, let's take him out of the gate. Let's just take that height of guys, that size of guys. They tend to struggle out there. They just do. Historically speaking, it's been hard for them, especially recent history. It's been hard for those guys to operate. Now, NFL rules may be moving to more of those smaller guys being able to roam freer with the holding penalties being called tighter and whatnot. But that is where the rule of thumb lies. And I like his game to a degree, wide to wide. He's going to be good in spots, but I think you're going to see him as a slot specialist at the end of the day of where this all shakes out. Hawks are the ace. Brandon, I know a lot of people and yourself aren't that up on our picks, but I think with what we've got, we'll be okay. I think in a nutshell, the main key is Waldron. Agree with you, Hawks are the ace. I think Waldron's is the biggest key maybe to us offensively and us not just maintaining consistency, but being able to counteract what teams are doing against us defensively, to disguise stuff pre-snap, to be harder to read, those type of things. He's going to help out a lot with that. And actually, Hawk are the ace. I'm high on the other two picks. I'm a little down on Dwayne Eskridge. I don't think he's going to be a bust. I'm a little down on him, but I think he's going to be a useful player for us. And I'm very high on Trey Brown and Stone. I like both of those two picks. Obi-Wan says Homer's better than Dallas. I think his pass blocking pickup is really underrated. I agree with that. He showed better in pass blocking than Dallas did last year, Obi-Wan. He did. I think he's a better runner too. Not by a lot, but just a little bit. Mark Habercorn, with what we have found in the undrafted free agents, I feel a little bit better with our chance for a Super Bowl either this year or next. Super chat pissed me off. Sorry. No worries. I think so. Look, and if Aaron Rodgers moves off Green Bay next year, and you now are only really looking at Tampa Bay as your one real true threat going in next. The Rams are there too, and the division's there. They're a threat, yep. But it certainly is a lot easier road to getting there where we stand now versus where it's been in recent years where the NFC's been just stacked up all the way around. But I like if these undrafted free agent receivers, one of the two of these guys develops into a real player, Terry comes out and he can be an upper level starter for you. In addition to what you get with Eskridge is at the least, a useful slot guy, and then you've got DK and Tyler integrated into that too. That should be a really good offense. That should be an explosive offense. Robert, Brandman, we need the cats to calm the storm. Bring on the cats. I don't know where they are, man. They've run off. They've run off on me, man. I'll try to get them here in a second. I'll see if I can go track one of them down. Landon Edwards, what do you think about signing Richard Sherman? My opinion on this is still the same, even with drafting Trey Brown on this. I think Richard Sherman is a signing here. Many people think he's cooked. He's done. I don't think that the play on the field has necessarily shown that. He's got a couple of bad moments that stand up in people's mind, be it the conference championship a couple of years ago where he ended up on his face on a given tackle, and then he got beat on an inside release by Devontae Adams, the same inside release that he then got beat by Sammy Watkins on in the Super Bowl. This made people think, oh my God, he can't do his thing anymore of covering deep like he once could. I think those plays were against two really good receivers that caught him at a bad time, and I think that he's still a fairly good player. I'd welcome him back on my team, and I think he's your starting cornerback if he's in the mix of competition. I think he wins that competition to start the year. So if it makes our team better, I'm in favor of it. I think Richard Sherman in this cornerback room makes us better. Bashem, thoughts on Trey Brown? Undersized guy. He's a little more closer to 5'10" than 5'9". Played on the outside. I don't see just a slot specialist guy at the next level with this guy. I think they drafted him to play on the outside. I think DJ's Reed success, Basham, pushed this along, pushed this pick. Them seeing what DJ Reed could do as an undersized guy on the outside allowed them to believe that they could make this work with this guy. And Basham, I agree with John Schneider on this. If he was 6'1", 6'2", in this same draft at that height with what he showed on tape, he probably would have been a top 15 pick in this last draft. So that being the case, being size is really his only limitation, or length being his only really limitation. Should that be the only thing that holds you back in picking a player at that point? Not necessarily, especially if when we look at the 5'10" cornerback on the outside versus the 5'9" wide receiver on the offensive side. There's much deeper recent history of 5'10" cornerbacks being able to hold up on the outside versus the 5'9" receivers trying to hold up on the outside. So I like it, Bash. Like it a lot. Fish M, I do love the professor. Make no mistake about that. Whether he's getting a little long in the tooth or not, I still do love me my Mr. Clayton. Washington Fist Quest. I'm a Seahawks pom-pom waiver, but still love me some Hawks Nest. Oh, well, we take all types here for Washington Fist Quest. I don't hate on pom-pom waivers. I don't. Not at all. So even if you're that way, I'm okay with it. I always just say, I'll leave you yours, you leave me mine. I'll leave you your ability not to want to critique the team and just be happy and let's go team, go rah-rah, and allow me to have my critiques. You know, we can all enjoy it in our fashion. Washington Fist Quest, I love the professor. Listen almost whenever he's on radio. Well, and he's still, even despite the age and some of the stuff where it's some of the stuff he can't pronounce certain names anymore. God bless him. But he's still better than I think pretty much anything else on 710. I think he still outpaces them in my opinion. Boom Shakalaka says, I think this year it is impossible to project any offensive stat. We have no idea what Waldron is or isn't. One can hope we incorporate jet sweeps in the short passing game, but we have no idea. Very true. He's never called plays before in the NFL. So this will be the first play he calls will be the first play he has ever called at the NFL level. And we don't know what to get in that. You're absolutely right in that respect. Boom Shakalaka, Michael Johnson was buff like DK. Yeah, he was. He was, I guess, a little bit buffer. I go more kind of cut. It's like when you get to that size and you're that lean, it really does make your build look a little buffer, even when you're maybe a little more it's not necessarily super buff. It's just that you're so damn cut. But that's true. Go Hawks 21 says Wilson, 45 touchdowns. Well, Go Hawks, I made the bold prediction before the season last year. I said this will be the first year Russell Wilson goes for 40 touchdowns in a season. That was one of my bold predictions last year at the start of the year. I was proven right on it. I don't know if I'm going to be there yet on the 45 touchdowns. You can talk me into it maybe. Maybe you can talk me into it on that. Why? Why would a person watch a YouTube commentator when you don't like YouTube commentating? What the F, laughing my ass off. I was trying to figure out what to say with him on that as well. Like, so you're in a YouTube commentator's live stream show telling him you don't like YouTube commentating live stream shows. Okay. Michael Parker, the professor got fame early on. John Clayton at the News Tribune published the only perfect mock draft in the country back in the 80s. Genius. Oh, wow. That is amazing. That is amazing. I didn't know he'd done that, Michael. That will get you instant notoriety. That will. And probably before the days of a lot of the trading back. So it was possible to, not as much trading around the first round. It was maybe easier and more able to pinpoint those selections. Robert, man, I don't know. You've done $40, $50, $60, $70 today, Robert. I can't even keep track of how much you put on in the Don't Know game. Thank you so much, man. You are super kind. I appreciate you. God, you guys are I got the best YouTube chat channel. I swear I do. I've seen other chats just nowhere near close to this, but thank you so much. He says, Danny O'Neal is bad, but Bobby Shelton is worse. I think I read this before, but I'm reading it. What is the expected from the home team station? Give a 33% buffer on accountability, I suppose. Salk is pretty straight up. I fall asleep every time I hear Bob Shelton's voice. Well, today we're going to do the thing with the and then it's this way with that, and then it's going to go into this. I just... I don't know. He seems like a nice guy, but maybe not the volume just before the show starts. Yui, what's up, Yui? Russ wouldn't agree to a trade to Green Bay. I don't think so either. Seahawks Network Sports Talk Radio is nothing compared to what you can find in YouTube. The only thing that separates them from us is that they're employed by a company laughing my ass off and get paid. Agreed, Seahawks Network, and I think that, hey, a new model's coming along. Just like the cord cutters have really taken down, your traditional television. I think the same thing is true with what you have on these platforms of YouTube or Apple Podcasts and whatnot like that, where there's now a place where there used to be a middleman. You know, there used to be, well, you got to get through all this, and you got to do that, you got to do this. And like, no, if I'm better, if I can do it better, if I can provide a perspective that you can, and the market has an opening for it, I can go fill that now. And I don't have to wait for you to sign off on me. I don't have to kiss the ring. I don't have to kiss butt. I don't have to go down to a knee. I don't have to bend the knee. I love it. I love it, Seahawks Network. We're on the new frontier here, brother. And it's a beautiful thing. Tommy Eden, do you think we are doing a better job or even a good job supporting Russ? We spent 66% of our draft picks on offense and most of the undrafted free agents on offense, plus coordinator, tight end, right guard, re-sign Carson. Good? Question mark. Yes, relatively so, Tommy. I think you've done as much as you possibly could to support Russ outside of really, I think, addressing kind of the main thing, because Russ spoke specifically about getting hit too often, which would be more of a reference to offensive line. He didn't speak to, I wish I could have more targets to throw to. I wish we had more receivers or better tight ends. He didn't speak to that as much. He wants to be more explosive and put up more points, but they have definitely put a lot of resources into the offensive side of the ball this offseason. There is no doubt about it. And they have improved their offense off of what it was last year. From that standpoint, those things have got to make Russ feel at least a little bit happy, a little bit encouraged by it. I think it would fully encourage him to have addressed the center and left guard positions. If you'd done both of those two things in addition to some of the stuff, I think we're really, really there. Gabe's fine, but the left guard could still be a problem here with the way we're moving around Damian Lewis, and Russ could very well. He's not stupid. So I think it's a good step in the right direction, Tommy, but it's not the full two-step you needed to kind of fully take. And there is some risk involved here as far as still pissing him off if this offensive line breaks and falls apart, and you're with some also-rans in there and backups, and then he gets the hell beat out of him again. Fish 2, I feel like the lineman complaining was inflated by the media. I feel like the offensive lineman complaining was inflated by the media. Russ held the ball for 3.2 seconds, which is one of the longest in the game. He never really threw short, so I've been confused. This comes down to when you see the stats, Fish, on Pro Football Focus telling you that 1/3 of Russell Wilson's sacks were basically on him holding the ball too long and that stuff. That's where it's like when people don't want to give Pro Football Focus any credit, it's like, this is why you give them credit, because they're giving you some information here that you couldn't glean from other places. A sack stat doesn't indicate to you any of that stuff. And they've got multiple people watching every individual player snap, watching everything that's going on. And if you're watching him play closely enough, you can tell when a quarterback is holding on to the ball too long. It's a valid critique of Russell Wilson. It's always been a part of his game. The problem is it's continued to be a part of his game as some of his ability to be mobile in the pocket has started to recess. And so that's why it's become more on display, him holding the ball being problematic and an issue. So he can develop beyond that. It's a little bit of embracing now, throwing the ball away a little bit more. It's embracing a little bit more now of throwing shorter and throwing more on time. But it is absolutely a fair critique of Russell to say part of Russell, the problem with last year is that you've got to start embracing some of the short passing game. You've got to start embracing getting the ball out of your hands quicker so that we can remove some of your responsibility from these sacks. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, so Josh Johnson's Darren Sproles? We hope, man. We hope. He's actually bigger than Sproles by about an inch, Josh. Very much kind of similar, though, in the respect of Jose, that they are both real compact dudes, right? Really solidly built for their size. But I'll go with that, Jose. I'll go with that. I'm good with that. I'd love it if we get that. Michael, do we grab the best true center available when all the cuts are finalized? I think so. I can't think this team's going to run with Kyle Fuller, Michael, as your backup, especially with the guy in Posick who has been injured in the past, right? I can't think they would do that. I just can't. Hawks of the Ace. Ken Norton looked very happy about getting Donker, the German linebacker. I'm going to have to look into this Donker. I'm going to look into this dirty Donker. Hawks are the Ace. I know nothing about this man, but German are tough people. So if he's German, they're a rugged sort of folks, historically speaking. So we'll see. Seahawks Network, John Clayton thinks the Falcons won't get more than a fifth, and that's if someone offers for him. They'll probably just cut him June 1st because they get no offers. That would be interesting. And if where John does get accurate, Network is on that type of stuff, because he does have his ear to the ground with the league telling him some of that stuff. about what offers are out there. It would make sense with him carrying the high base money that he does, because there are only going to be so many teams in this given year with the reduction of the salary cap who even have the availability to take on his base money. And I think teams are going to be a little hesitant to want to sign him to a new contract because of his rich injury history and because of the fact that he's getting up there in age. I think whoever makes to want to make that trade or bring him aboard looks at it as somewhat of a one-off scenario or a 1 year at a time scenario. So I could see why that would be that case. That would make sense on that network. And boy, if he's available for a fifth, if we can move some money around and get that guy on the team, like, I'll do that. I'll do that. Boom Shakalaka says, get the dude on Twitter working out every day. His name is Courtney Tank something. You seen him? Is that the Boom Shakalaka, the guy that wants to pass protect for Russell Wilson? He was doing those, he was doing those videos a couple years ago where he was like, I want to block for Russell within 2 years. I'm going to work out every day. Is it that guy? Tommy Eden, think with Julio, you really think you are going to convince him he is a wide receiver 3? We're going to pay our wide receiver that 3 that much? No way. I say he's not taking Tyler or DK's spot. Plus, he has lost games with drops. It's a valid point, Tommy. I don't think that he'd be the number one guy. We would be the number one team on the list to go get him necessarily. I don't think that would be far and away for some of the reasons that you mentioned on it. I do think that he probably would beat out Tyler, and Tyler would move into more of a slot de facto role. It would be a 1 year off thing though. So you probably see Julio move on from a year and then Tyler goes right back into the number 2 role at that point. It would be you making a special exemption for a special kind of player. That's the way I could see it happening. But again, to your point, I don't think it's a likely thing to happen. I would want it though, because I think that he would be a better receiver, and I like Tyler just being pushed into the slot at that point. Despite grabbing Dwayne Eskridge, I know what that would mean as far as the drafting Dwayne Eskridge and the signing of Tyler, but it would be a go for it move. It would give you 2 guys in DK and Julio. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck on that one, covering those guys. Yui says, I definitely want Julio, but Falcons are going to have to cut him. No one besides the Ravens are trading for that contract. Very true. Randall McDaniel, what are Tony's off the field issues? Tony's. Sorry, Randall. You were saying Tony. Something with him in high school, I didn't look too deep into it. I saw it. I was Google searching and looking for articles, and I was having a hard time finding it. I was seeing a lot of references, Randall, about off the field problems with him, but not a lot of specifics. So I'm still looking for that. I haven't gotten anything tangible yet. Fish, Seahawks Network. Andrew Berry is the best general manager in the NFL. IMO. What he's done the last couple drafts is impressive. Is that the Carolina one? That's the Carolina one, right? Network. And if so, I think yes. I believe I agree with you on that. Boom Shakalaka says Chiefs got everyone they wanted. What the Chiefs did in revamping that offensive line in the offseason has been amazing to see. Amazing to see what they've done with an offensive line. And we as coming into the offseason with a similar offensive line, and from some fan standpoint, mine included, wanted to see a similar revolution undertaken at the offensive line skill position. I'm jealous of it. I'm straight jealous of what the Chiefs have done with their offensive line this season, especially knowing that they're fitting within certain parameters of difficulty that the Seahawks have to work within. You've got some big contracts on your team. You're paying your quarterback a lot of money, but they made it work. They made it happen. Props to the Chiefs, man. Props to the Chiefs in that respect. Randall McDaniel, how bad is Stone's run blocking? I think Florida ran a spread offense to some degree, so how much was he asked to focus on it? To me, it's there is some degree of this that it's Florida's a pass-happy attack, and he just didn't do it a lot. And this is a general problem that I pointed to with tackles in general coming out of the draft over the last 10 years. A lot of patty cakers, a lot of spread formation, a lot of you just constantly dropping into a pass set play after play. And to run block well, you got to do it a lot. You got to have it as a identity of your team. You've got to just have it as something you're doing in practice constantly. So some of this is he's going to benefit from just going to a team that does it in general more than the team he went from. The problem comes into place, Randall, is in the 6'8" game trying to get leverage. When you come back, pass blocking doesn't have to be as much about leverage. A guy can drive into you on leverage, and if you've got an ability to anchor down, he ain't going to be able to do jack against you, especially if he's a lighter player, especially if he's a player with not the strength. But when we're talking about trying to go mano and mano, and I got to actually not just hold up against that guy and get to a tie state, but I've got to win my rep and drive him off the ball, I need to have that leverage won a little more often. And when I'm 6'8", and the guy across from me 6'4", it's going to be hard to get that leverage win. It really will. And I think that's some of the stuff that's held him back on tape to a degree. Some of it will come along, Randall, though, with his just doing it more and getting more used to it, because these college teams really do go heavy spread, man. It is a lot of like gimmicky read option out of the shotgun look for like 60, 70% of the snaps, one read for the quarterback. It's sometimes very simplistic the way they run that stuff in the college level. Cool Breeze says 2021 NFC Championship game predictions. The Seattle Seahawks, after running roughshod through the NFC competition, will grab the first seed in the NFC. Surprising as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers see Father Time finally come home to roost on Tom Brady. He misses 5 games due to a meniscus injury mid-year, allowing for our Seahawks to go up and snatch that first seed. They go rip-roaring into the playoffs, running right through the first 2 teams. I know we used to see the model of the old model of our Seahawks being a lot of close battles, and it'll be close battles in the playoffs. No. They hit their mode just like a la 2012. They hit that ground running at their best, their most maximum by the end of the year. While other teams are starting to fall off, we're falling forward and taking the bull by the horns. The Seattle Seahawks reached that conference championship, taking on that Tampa Bay Buccaneer team. Tom Brady's return, having come just a few weeks prior after that meniscus injury. And the Seahawks go out in a tough, brutal fight, a back alley brawl, back and forth, a surprising defensive-minded game that comes down to DK Metcalf busting a bubble screen for 70 yards and a Seahawks victory. Oh, yeah, baby, that's right. I'm saying it. I'm going to say it right now. We're going back to the Super Bowl, Cool Breeze. We're going back to the Super Bowl. Tommy Eden, I think the problem with Stone is he's just a wall. Nothing gets by him, but he's not the most agile when it comes to run blocking. That hurts him a little bit, too. He's got good movement ability. He's okay there. To me, it's more leverage a little bit. Go Hawks 05 says, I love our safeties, man. We have the most depth at the safety position we've had in Seahawks history coming into this year. We also are the most talented at the safety position I think we've been in totality. Yeah, you've had Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas talent at the top end, but now you've got your Neal, Marquise Blair behind him. I think even Ugo Amadi could probably play some free safety for you and probably would do it pretty well. Oh, Robert coming in with another $10 dono. Thank you, Robert. Dude, you were awesome today, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. He says, John Clayton, he has all the answers one day. And then, I think I've read this already by you, John. Sorry. Well, I appreciate it. I'm just getting up on this chat. I know I'm behind you guys. Seahawks Network, I'm in no way a bandwagon fan, but if Jody sells the team to Clay Bennett and we all of a sudden don't have a team, I might hop on over to Cleveland, laughing out loud. Just impressive how they built that team. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. But I don't think Jody will do that. She's going to honor her brother's legacy, I would guesstimate. But Cleveland's done some smart things, man. They've done it the smart way. They picked the best player available. They've drafted well. I mean, this is how you got a guy like Grant Delpit who's going to come back this next year and might have a really good impact. He fell. They picked him last year. I love that pick. I love what they've done to hammer the cornerback position. You're going to have a hard time throwing the ball up the field. They've built themselves well to take on the Chargers, the Bills, the Chiefs teams that can light up the scoreboards. They're set up really well for those 2 teams. They've got the 2 prime edge rushers. You're going to have to single block one of those 2 guys, play in and play out. Which one's going to be? Who knows? I think, yeah, they've done a great job, man. They've done a great job. Props to them, man. And it's a long-suffering franchise there. They've waited their turn to be good. Seahawks Network, if we lost the Seahawks, I would just move on to the XFL and go all in on supporting the Dragons. Couldn't bear to watch NFL after something like that. Glad I'm too young to experience the Sonics exit. It was brutal through the 90s, man. 90s and early 2000s where it seemed like every one of our franchises was on the move or just about on the move. Brutal time, man. You're not missing anything by not having gone through that. And Boom Shakalaka, Gurley was good. He's a guy who came out of the draft with the torn ACL, which is somewhere maybe some of that cartilage began being removed back in college. So you knew a little bit of this when he came out, Oh my gosh, we got a couple of donos here. Oh, Randall coming in with the $20 dono. Randall, you're awesome, brother. My biggest donator by far. And I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. So much, man. You're awesome. Robert, another $5 donation from Robert, brother. Thank you, brother. That's like $70 a day or something. Jesus. Goodness, Robert. Very, very kind. He says, Brando, I know you go to sleep when Sheldon starts speaking, but I'm not comfortable enough in my sexuality to fall asleep to some gay guy talking sports. Is that what it is? I don't listen often, I'll tell you that. It's just when I'm a little restless, and I got a little bit of that too much coffee, drank a little much too coffee late. I just go, a little Bob Stelton here. And the Seahawks today are... Instant sleep, man. Instant sleep. Thank you for the donation, though, man. I appreciate it, Robert. Oh, another $5 donation by Robert. You're putting so many donations. I'm missing your donations, bud. Thank you so much. He says, Brando, weigh in seriously. Best of the 80s. Michael J. Fox or Tom Cruise? Give it some thought, and remember, we are only talking the 80s. Yeah, I think to your point, Robert, and thank you for the $5 donation. I'm going J. Fox, man. I'm going Michael J. Fox. He had the television show. He was in a movie, like 2 movies a year there on a run of stretch. Back to the Future. He was running sequels at that time. Tom Cruise had Top Gun, and he had a couple of movies in there, but it seemed like Tom really hit his, like once the 90s came around was when Tom was really rolling. That's when he was really like, okay, here come Mission Impossible and the Jerry Maguires, and some of his acting stuff got expanded. But Fox couldn't. He was hot. He couldn't miss in the 80s, man. He couldn't miss. And he played basically the same character in every role, which was impressive. He played the same guy. And nobody missed it. By the way, underrated Michael J. Fox movie, if you've never seen it, The Frighteners. One of his last motion pictures before, sadly, the Parkinson got in him. Randall says, couldn't the same logic be applied, outlier be applied to DK, 3-cone, route tree, health, college production? Players with those measurements and backgrounds who succeed are an anomaly. Yes, a little bit. The place that's different, Randall, is that when you look at a DK or we look at a Tamarian Terry type, the 6'4" guys that run 4.4, who do have some skill as a receiver are really hard to find. And they're guys that if they have some detractions to their games, you'll put up with it. So if DK's got some dropsy problems, you'll put up with it because there's so much of a big splash play that he gives you with the skill set that he's providing. So yeah, they are outliers in those, but this is a little why DK lasts almost the start of the 3rd round, or why Tamarian Terry doesn't get drafted to that point. UE2K says Mickey Rooney is the GOAT of short actors. Hands down, drop the mic. Oh, Robert, goddamn. Robert, you're putting so many donations, I can't catch up with all of them, man. Another $5 donation by Robert. Chad, give Robert a shout out. He's put like $80 here on this. He says, Brando, Michael J. Fox might be the best actor of the 80s, and he was 5'5". Okay, so now you're getting into the realm here, Robert, where I might have a little bit of a disagreement. Where best actor of the 80s, I don't know. Now, successful, star power, we're talking that in the 80s. You might have me won over on that with versus Cruz, but we're talking about actor. I mean, he's Michael J. Fox. Every role he's Michael J. Fox. And it's like Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner's Kevin Costner in every role. It's Michael J. Fox. He does it well. He's entertaining as that. They're charismatic. But they are. Paul the Third. My God, you guys are being awesome on the donations. Jesus. Thank you so much, you guys. So kind. Paul the Third with a $10 A. I think I'm going to call it a pound, Paul, but I'm probably wrong, but I'm going to say $10, just $10. I don't know which currency type in A is, but thank you for the donation. Paul says, do you have a concern for Waldron struggling against the 49ers and Rams? Seems like the coaches on the low branches on the Shanahan coaching tree don't game plan well against the high ones. Kyle owns McVay. It's very true, Paul. It's very true. In that Kyle's really gotten into McVay, much in the way that McVay's gotten into Coach Carroll at times. It seems like one sort of begats the other, which begats the other. Will Waldron struggle in that respect? Not necessarily. And if we look at the struggles where McVay's done really well, let's say against the Rams defense, understandable, because I think that the 49ers offense versus our offense recently has been a lot harder to determine what they're doing pre-snap. And a lot of the success the Rams defense has against us has been their ability to determine what we do pre-snap. So I don't know if that necessarily carries over in the same kind of way. I really think, Paul, there is only really an upside to this in that you have kind of set a baseline of data for 10 years and how you run your offense. Part of the reason that you become so predictable is because you've had the same offense for 10 years. We heard reports, Paul, when Schottenheimer came on, he was told that 70% of the playbook was going to be dictated to him. He got to bring essentially 30% of his own playbook into play, and that 30% was 1987's offense. So this is going to be different, I think, Paul. This is going to be more of an implementation of down blocking to a high level as far as our offensive line and receivers are concerned. We've been more zone-centric and more man-on-man at times. That's going to go away, and that's going to improve you. You're going to run a lot of the same formations out, Paul, again and again. The same kind of formation look again and again. It could be just 12 personnel, 12 personnel, 12 personnel, 12 personnel, play after play after play. But you're running every kind of different variation off of it. Again, this is the benefit for me, Paul, because now you're doing something you didn't do prior. You'd run out a lot of different formations prior, but teams had enough film on it to know what that formation meant for what the likely play was to come out of that. Now, if you run this, we only run 4 or 5 different formations, but you run every kind of play out of it. It's going to make you hard to predict, and it should allow you to be so much more efficient and effective as an offense on just that basis alone when you look at the recent history of it, Paul. They won't have that film to go off of with us to say, oh, they've always done this. They did this in 2014. They did that in 2015. They did this in 2016. It's been the same. Oh, now we come to 2021. It's completely different. It's really moved around. We'll do some of the stuff we did prior, but these things I'm speaking about, the reach blocks, the attacking of the outside zone run, which has really gone away out of this offense recently, and the ability to disguise and be hard to predict pre-snap, all should factor in heavily in effectiveness for us. Robert coming with another $10 donation. Goodness, Robert, you're going to start making me blush, man. He says, why? John Clayton made one of the greatest ESPN commercials ever, and now we know he loves Slayer. So, are we to believe he's credible now? I don't think he is or ever was, to be frank. I think he had a little bit of credibility in the respect of I measured John Clayton's credibility in that the guy's been in the league for 30 years, Robert, and he's got a lot of contacts within the league. And contacts within the league who will give him information if he is as want to ask for it. We can make the argument as if he really taps into those sources as much as he maybe should. And he does speak a little bit sometimes out of school, a lot out of school, especially if we've gone on here more and more. He does have those sources, and that's why it's like even a guy in Colin Cowherd, who I don't think is a reporter or a newsbreaker, but does have certain sources in the league, including our own Russell Wilson to him. So there's times where you will listen to him because of those sources. But I do think with John, he is getting into the winter. He is getting into his winter season, being on the radio. But yeah, it's valid critique. Randall says, I went in drafting wanting a wide receiver, cornerback, and offensive line. That's what we got. Not necessarily the order I thought or hoped, but we still took care of business. We did. We did address some things we needed to address with guys who should give you production. And Randall, not just give you production in the future where you're waiting a year or two like we've had on some draft picks recently where they get that redshirt season. You should get production out of them from the jump, from the rip. Randall McDaniel says Georgia's got to be the third best at churning out players, especially running backs. Yeah, they do some good jobs with running backs, don't they? They seem to always have a running back in every single draft. Not this year, but in recent drafts, they've had some really good ones. You can go back years even to like Garrison Hurst. He was a hell of a back coming out of Georgia. I love that kid. Yeah, they've been they put a lot of NFL talent out there, man. Their secondary was stacked with a few guys this year went off the board. Tommy says COVID has literally effed up everything, even the dead part of the offseason. Damn this virus. I agree, damn this virus. I'm tired of it. Tired of it. Can we just go back to normal? Seahawks Network wouldn't be surprised if they drop both Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith. Both their performances dropped, and Smith is on that mega contract. Could be. We got to look at Seahawks Network what the dead money hit would be because Jalen just signed the deal. What's his dead money hit going to be at? Van Der Esch is on a rookie deal. They probably save a little bit of money with him, but there was something with Van Der Esch's neck, I think, that has them scared. They certainly drafted linebacker heavy like 3-4 deep that they did for a reason. And it certainly doesn't bode well for those two guys whose, as you point out, their performance has dropped. Bridget, how you doing, Bridget? Saturday Clayton is like the stern whack pack of Hawk fans. It is. It is. I almost listen to it anymore when I do for tradition's sake. I've been listening to it for years going back because even when Clayton didn't have a radio show, they always gave him that little Saturday time slot. And he actually I think was a little better at that time because he wasn't as overburdened by doing the stuff through the week. So you could get some fresh material for him and he could give you some real nice little nuggets of information there on it. And he's not as good, Robert. He isn't. He was a lot better, I think, a few years ago. Randall McDaniel, John Clayton mispronounces a record number of names every show. He stands alone. Well, there is the entertainment value of listening to him pronounce names. And he'll butcher ones that aren't even necessarily that hard. He'll just add a little like extra vowel sound to it or something. Poor guy. Especially the Tongan names. They get stuck on Clayton's tongue, man. He can't get through that first syllable. Robert Pennington. What's up, Rob? How's my brother doing? UE2K says Seahawks could have taken Krieg at 56 and Jalen Darden at 129, who looks more than just inline speed, have more than just inline speed. Missed a real opportunity to substantially improve the offensive line. And as my brother said below you there, UE2K, I am in agreement with my brother on this one. It comes back to value for me. It's about, and that's where I really tried to get stuck on that conversation and get away from the valuation of the player and more on value. Because it's the recent history, what has upsetted recent Seahawks drafts. It's where Seattle could fix what has gone wrong prior. Draft is always to a degree going to be a certain amount of it's going to be a crapshoot, but there's certain things you can control, and valuation is absolutely one of them. And I made you the reference earlier. I'll make it one more time of the Cincinnati Bengals. You got Jamar Chase, and then the second round you went and got Jackson Carman. Well, what's better, Jamar Chase and Jackson Carman, or Penny Sewell and De'Ami Brown or Terrace Marshall? You know, it's appropriately valuing a draft to get the best amount of players you can get out of it. And that's where drafts start to go right for teams. That's where you start to have more success in drafts. Randall McDaniel says, Danny O'Neill is my least favorite radio host ever. His voice bugs me, whiny, and annoying. He's worn me out over time, Randall. I liked him on the guest spots with Mike and Salk when he'd come in there and add a little bit of a different flavor. Not liked him since taking over the morning slot. Nothing at all have I enjoyed in that. It has been those guys in the morning, man. Whew. Seahawks Network, Randane, don't forget yours truly, Brando, Brett Swain, just playing. That's true. I can't. Freddie Swain can tell. That's the Seahawks Network. What you're seeing is you're seeing a sliding scale here, and I'm on the beginning of that scale here now in my 40s of reaching to where John is here. I think in the 60s. So it begins with me. Brett Swain's my beginning point. I should be saying Freddie Swain, but I say Brett Swain, and it's going to get progressively worse, my man. And 20 years from now, you guys are just going to be laughing at me saying, say this name. Just pronounce this name, Brandon. Just pronounce this one. And then just laugh at me with laughing emojis constantly. Robert Penny says Paul Gallant gets on my last nerve. Mine too. I know he's committed. I know he wants to do a good job. I know he wants to do it right, but I don't. The two things I have an issue is that you're not going to question team. Nobody can ever be wrong on the team level or general manager level or player level, really. You're going to stay away from that, but you're going to go hard at the fans. Robert Reed, I don't mind Gallant because I'm pretty easygoing, but Clayton and Dirty Dan bug me. Dirty Dan. Seahawks Network, I do like Jake and Stacy, though. They're a little bit on the better side. They're a little more, it's a little more digestible with those two. Yeah. Randall McDaniel, I thought Bob Stelton was at least 50. It's like old Wolfman DJ voice, don't match. No, it doesn't. And it's just the life has been sucked out of him is a little bit of what I feel at times. Like, do you have an emotional scale that you can register anything beyond, seems it's just kind of just stays right on that line, you know. Randall McDaniel, who's the guy that got fired? Not Jim Moore, the guy who snapped on Stacy. Oh yeah, that was Wassel, Tom Wassel. He was okay. I liked him. He's doing Twitch channels now. He's got a Twitch channel going. It's pretty successful. Good on him. Jose, the last time I cared about John was that ESPN commercial. It was a good commercial, though, wasn't it? And somebody mentioned that. It's probably true that he did get a lot of notoriety because that commercial was like one of the best ESPN commercials of all time. That just was like, what? Bridget, was Wassel fired? Yeah, I think he was fired. He went after Stacy. It's a tough territory to be in this day and age in the corporate world. If you got to be careful what you say, I guess. You know, you're gonna get canceled if you don't say the wrong thing. Why do I? You were quibbling over 0.4 inches on the height, then yes, I can quibble over 0.5 inches on the arms. Laughing out loud. Fair enough. Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. I haven't argued this much about inches since I talked to my last girlfriend. Randall, Robert Reed is actually Mike Salk, pissed that even after firing Clayton, he can't get rid of him. UE2K says Eskridge will be a productive player. That's not the point. He wasn't deserving of being picked at 56, especially considering Seahawks' other outstanding needs. We are right along on point on this one as always, or as most of the time we are. We disagree sometimes, 2K, but we are definitely lockstep on this one. Lockstep. Boom Shakalaka, what about Earl Boykins? He was 5'5". He was. What about Spud Webb? What about Muggsy Bogues? One of the best all-time sports names ever, Muggsy Bogues. Wish my name was Muggsy Bogues. That'd be awesome. I just would have named my channel Muggsy Bogues. Tommy says, I need more whiskey for this chat. It's getting good. A little more whiskey for this chat's always going to help things out. Robert Reed says, Randall McDaniel, I love the conspiracy theories, but sadly I'm not Salk. Closer to Brock. Brian Roberts just got here off work. What I missed, gents? We're talking about the draft. You like our draft? I think everybody's pretty happy with the draft, Robert. Overall, we got some trepidation with Mr. Eskridge, but I think I really have yet to hear of anybody that doesn't love the undrafted free agent class and what we're bringing in with that. Specifically, the 2 wide receivers, I think everybody is really high on. Super duper high. So we're all just kind of reveling in a fairly successful overall draft and feeling pretty good about where the team stands. Kind of thinking about some of the moves that we might still be seeing, might be made here. Jamal Adams extension, maybe Kelsey from the Eagles gets released at center. You know, you never know. Never know. Robert Reed, Brando is a passionate per women, very passionate. All you got to do is check with my exes. They'll say, oh, he's got some problems, but passion is not one of them. He's a passionate man. Why do I do think I might have understood your view. I think you said misunderstood. I too think he was taken around earlier, but can still be a solid long-term wide receiver. I don't think Seattle was the only team to have him in the second either. No, I agree with the second part of it. I 100% buy into the fact the Rams would have selected him. They mentioned that the team above them grabbed the guy they wanted. They got Tutu Atwell, who's sort of like if you squinted your eyes and stepped back about 100 yards away from Eskridge. He looked a little bit like Eskridge. So I can see why there'd be other teams that did have him put there. And I do think he'll be productive. Why do I? But it's the value thing, like 2K pointed to. And it's just, I think that's been a kryptonite of recent Seahawks drafts. That glowing green has hit them in the eye early on, time and time again. And it just stops them. And they freak out and do some weird pick. So that's why I really kind of harp on it a little bit, because it's been such a problem area for us. Of recent. Randall McDaniel, call and show. We turn in for Big Brother Brando, not us you yahoos. I tried. Oh, Randall, we're going to do call in still, so I'm not completely Xing it out. I just got to find the creative way to do it to where I think I got to do a whole show of just call-ins, frankly, and that may be where we open up a third show of the week of just having it as a call-in show for those who do it. So I'm not going to, and we're going to do it, Randall, during the year with games on reaction to games and getting people calling in and getting their thoughts on game time. So we will be doing it during the season on that as I kick it up. I just got to find the right angle for it. John Robinson says Tyreek Hill is the unicorn of short receivers. Yeah, he literally has a horn growing out the front of his forehead. You know, I mean, and you're just, there's not been another Tyreek Hill in NFL history, in my opinion. You would really be hard pressed to compare him to anybody. That explosive off the line, quick and fast. That's the one place that you could make the comparison to the guys, but he's a 4-3 guy, whereas our guy's more of the 4-4 realm of it. Tyreek is a legit even guy that probably pushes into the 4-2 realm at times. This guy's a little bit slower than that, but yeah, unicorn. Randall says, I like that Eskridge is thick and played some D, meaning he won't be a weenie. Nope, he's not a weenie, and as I pointed out to, he is a willing blocker. There's times with him as a willing blocker in college you watch on the tape where he's getting blown up. Or a guy will just pick him up off his feet, especially when he's taking on a bigger dude. This gives me some hesitancy when it comes to down blocking some of the defensive ends that you'll ask the Seahawks to do offensively in the new Waldron scheme, I would think. But, he's all right. He's definitely willing. He'll put his nose in there. No one grows in an echo chamber, says YDY. That's right. That's right. Nobody does. It's not to anybody's benefit to just have a bunch of people that say, yes, 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 yes. No, disagree. If you don't feel like I'm off on something and you hear me in the chat, come at me, man. Come at me. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. I do get stuff wrong, contrary to my hubris and ego. I absolutely get stuff wrong. John says, I feel better about Eskridge because we got Terry. I was excited about getting Terry to the Seahawks as I was DK. God, I hope Terry puts the work in and stays out of trouble. Our wide receiver core could be ill. Yes, Terry had the same effect on me, John, where it made me more excited about Eskridge, who I think even when I was low on him, I thought he had some value to you out on the football field. But to know now you've got the outside guy, which is a little bit more of what I think our team needs. You're bringing a receiver in that you don't exactly have. DK's a little bit like him, but he's got some different aspects to him that DK doesn't have, just like DK has things to him that this guy doesn't have. But I love Terry as a pick, John. I think he was the best undrafted free agent that was available out there next to the, there was like a 5'7" safety that dropped through the draft that was a really good player as well. But between those two guys, I think they were the number one, number two, as far as the best undrafted free agents that were out there on the market. So to get that guy, as Seattle did, absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. All the potential in the world, John. I don't think there's been an undrafted free agent that's had this much potential in the Coach Carroll, John Schneider era. Mike Thon. How you doing, Mike? It's funny. I don't know why people even talk about draft picks. Let's let one season go by, then you can talk about a draft. Yes, I do think that when you make an assessment on a draft, Mike, you should be hesitant to make that assessment within the first year. I think you can talk about picks as they're taken at the time. I think it's a fun exercise, frankly, especially as a fun exercise, Mike, when you can take them and record your thoughts on them and then go back 3 years later. So, Mike, when you look at this last week, I did a video on my last 3 draft reactions of the first picks of the draft over the last 3 years. My instant draft reaction. And you know what, Mike? I stand by all 3 of those reactions. I called LJ Collier as a bust at the time, and he was a bust. I didn't need a year or 2 to see it. And I don't think on all players you need that year or 2 when they're really bad picks or when they're really good picks. When they're really, I didn't live stream the day DK Metcalf was picked, but if I had, I would have been jumping up and down and saying, this is amazing. You guys are going to love this guy. This is a perfect skill set pairing with Russell Wilson. So it's, in general, you are correct, but there are times you can talk a bit about this stuff, and I think there's times you can get a little bit of a, you can drive in and get a little bit of information off this and figure some things out. Randall McDaniel says Tom Cruise was no giant. That's true. Very true. He did loom over Michael J. Fox, though. He would have taken Michael's lunch money. Brian Roberts, mega tired. I'm going to turn it in, gents. Heck of a tired Brando. You demand, bro, subscribe and smash that like button. Oh, yes, do please slam on that like button if you happen to be watching right now. Thank you for the reminder, Brian, and you have yourself a good night. Get some good rest tonight, brother. But do hit that like button if you happen to be liking what you're hearing. If you don't, I understand if you don't. But, if you do, then you do. We're talking in circles, Jose. I talk in circles a lot. John, I just thought of something as bad as Hawks are at blitz pickup. They might have just gotten worse with the new number rule. Maybe it'll be some weird turn it back around and work in your favor thing because it's so diametrically different. Mickey Rooney is the go-to short actors. Hands down, drop the mic. Rooney was pretty good. I don't know. There's been a lot of good short actors, man. We might have a good debate here, Illy, on this one. Where are we at here? Tommy Eden says, Eskridge reminds me a lot of Percy for some reason. I know Harvin was taller, but I see them using him in the exact same way. Some jet sweeps, just get the guy the ball. He's a lead in traffic. I can see how you can find that comparison with him. The place I would point to is the quick and fast. Usually these receivers are one or the other. They'll be quick, but they're not fast, or fast, but not quick. This guy's got both elements to his game. In short area burst, really good. Really good. So that does fit up to Percy. Percy was a little bit more, I think, aggressive in the open field. This was a running back with the ball in his hands. This was not a receiver with the ball in his hands at times. But they are going to use him in the same way that they use Percy. So you're right there, Tommy. Absolutely. Hawks of the Ace. Who do you think was more excited about the Eskridge pick? Pete, Schneider, or Waldron? Probably Waldron, because he had gotten the player who could create easy separation for Russ to put Russ into the 5-step drops and get Russ to play more on time, which is the biggest thing I think that Waldron's got as far as a task to overcome this offseason, is to come up over the bad habits that have developed with Russell Wilson a little bit over time, get him back more into playing the traditional quarterback role. And I think that that's going to be a little bit of breaking old habits. And it's going to help Russ, who tends to be a guy who wants to see a guy open. He doesn't want to always throw with anticipation. It's going to help Russ in that respect, having a guy that shows open quick and early on, which will fit more into Waldron's schematic designs, which will henceforth make the offense that much more productive and efficient. Randall McDaniel says the 80s rankings was a king of vertically challenged actors. That film can make them look bigger. Film in low angles, Randall. Film in low angles make them look all real bigger. But yeah, you had a stack of small guys going through at that time. Just a stack of tiny little dudes. Robert Reese says Bob Selton's doing everything he can not to be considered gay before his parents pass. 2K, Eskridge was elite versus Mac competition. He's got legit speed, though. He'll be productive, but another Seahawks reach. Yeah, that's where I fall, Huey. I think he's a slot guy. I don't think he's going to play on the outside. I think he'll eventually just be a slot-only guy when it's all said and done. And there's some value in that. Mason Dale, how would you feel if the NFL did what the NBA did as far as the amount of different jerseys? As far as just having a ton of different jerseys, I don't like that. I like having a certain set amount of jerseys. I would like to see the NFL embrace more of the old jerseys. We can't right now wear our 80s jerseys, for instance, because we have our lime green stuff, and they only allow 3 offshoot jerseys, essentially. I think that rule is a little stupid. So I'd like to see the NFL open it up a little bit, Mason, but not to the crazy point of the NBA where I can't sometimes tell which teams I'm watching on the damn court, because you got one in red jersey and one in magenta. It gets a little bit much for me with the NBA. Hawks of the Ace. Love watching your reactions on the past 3 drafts. My opinion, LJ Collier was awesome. LJ Collier was awesome. How you explain that? That dude, we need to let him walk. Yeah, it was one of the reasons I had such confidence in my evaluation of him when he was drafted, Hawks of the Ace, and I'm glad my pain and my consternation can provide you guys some laughs and happiness on that. I hope that that's what that video was doing. I was worried some fans might go, oh, another negative Hawks Nest video. But yeah, LJ Collier came out as a guy with limited bend. He was the slowest guy off of the defensive line of scrimmage of everybody there at the college he played at. So, okay, you don't have great get off. You don't have very good bend. You don't hand fight particularly well. And power is your one skill as a pass rusher. And for pass rushers, with power being their number one skill that they provide, that is the thing that quickly gets neutralized at the NFL level, because power everyone has at the NFL level. And he didn't have the kind of power that was difference-making like the Ndamukong Suh, where it's like, it doesn't matter if Suh's doing that in college or the NFL. He gets away with just using power exclusively all the time. Collier wasn't that guy. Then you throw into this witch's brew his 24 years of age coming out of college, and that was his death knell for me. You can't get off the ball. You don't have any bend. You don't have any technique as far as hand fighting, and you're old as hell. How is it that you're not going to be a bust? How is you're not? And that is what he has been, and that's what he used to be. And maybe I hope maybe he can salvage some of him at the 3-tech this year. Tobias says, back from my night shift, and the great Brandino is still here. Sprinkling magic. Awesome. You're damn right, Tobias. Damn right. You know I roll, man. I got to get deep on these things. We are getting to 5 hours. My God. My God. Randall says Robert Reed is Mike Salk undercover. Someone changed my mind. Washington Fist Quest. Best short actors of the 80s was David Patrick Kelly. Warriors come out and play, y'all. You're going deep on that one, Washington. Ding, 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 ding. Warriors. Ding, 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 ding. Come out and play. Good movie, dude. Still a good movie. I love that movie. That one, and I can watch that as a double feature of Escape from New York and that movie as a double feature, and I got a real good 80s post-apocalyptic dystopian future feel. I filled my reservoir up when I watched those two movies back to back. Hawks are the ace. Hopes Russ doesn't come back fat this year. He was a little bit, he's been getting a little thick, hasn't he? Hawks are the ace. A little bit too much of Grandmama's mac and cheese. You know, Grandmama taught Sierra, and Sierra's been adding extra breadcrumbs and bacon bits. And the bacon bits help it taste better, but it's slowing down Russ by 1/10 of a second, that pocket, man. He's getting a little too waddly back there. A little bit too waddly. Robert Reed, them cats are awesome. My cats are awesome. We'll get them before the end here. Wide. Russ even said that, yes, he does get sacks because he holds the ball too long, but he has to hold the ball to make plays. Russ will need to change that mindset in the new system. Yeah, I think you're right, wide to kind of touch on that point a bit, because it was an eye-opener for me where, you know, okay, you're finally acknowledging some failures within your own game or maybe some limitations with your own game, but then you do it, then you piggyback right off the back end of doing that on saying, but, and it's that old, you know, mama always taught me anybody that says anything but then ends it with a but means everything that came prior don't mean nothing. And I think that's somewhat of there's some truth to that. And I think Russell at times doesn't think there's anything wrong with his game. He doesn't need to, and no, you need to develop some things. You're a really good quarterback, one of the best to play right now, but there's some things that you can round out in your skill set 100%. And holding on the ball is one of the places it's gone most wrong, specifically wide, because even in him holding on the ball too long, he won't throw it away at any point in time. It'd be one thing to hold on to the ball, but you're a guy willing to throw it out of bounds and just call it another day. He'll hold on to the ball and then take on the sack. And that's what then makes one issue is then becomes exacerbated by a larger issue at that point. But I would expect that to be the place that he does adjust this season. Donker is legit a great name for a linebacker. Donker is a legit great name, Tommy, for a linebacker. It's approaching Butkus in terms of nameology. Worth signing just for the name. I want a Donker jersey. I want a Donker jersey too now that you said it. I didn't know I need one, but now I do. Michael Donker Shane. That would make him the Hawks popular. Hawks are the ace. I love how everyone has their own opinion. Makes your channel that much better. Go Hawks. I think so too. I think at the end of the day, the success of this channel and the success of the long-term future of the channel will be based on taking all types, bringing in people that aren't necessarily of everybody on the like-minded approach. I don't want a cult of Hawk Nest here. I want everybody with their own perspective and views. I really do. It's not lip service. I've learned the most in my life with the people that I disagree with. And when I watch channels at times, it's that pom-pom waving stuff, it starts to make me want to vomit at times, because it's like, let's challenge the process a little bit. Let's shake this up. Let's think outside the box. Let's put our heads together. I love it. It's why I do this 5 hours. I never notice how long this stuff goes. You know, the guy that I blink and I start this thing up, I blink and 5 hours have gone by, because you guys are so awesome in the chat and you guys just keep me thinking and moving. Oh, Robert, you're coming in with more donos? You're just going to come in hot with that dono game all night, huh, man? All right, I feel you, bro. Big time, brother. Thank you so much, man. He says, Robert Reed with the $5 donation says, John Clayton says Nirvana's number 1, Chains number 2, number 3 Garden, and Pearl Jam fell to the second round. No. I ain't going on that one. I got, so at the time in the 90s, I was a Pearl Jam guy. But as I've gotten older, I've gotten more back into sort of a Chains level of thing. And so Pearl Jam and Chains are right there neck and neck with me. Probably goes Nirvana and then Soundgarden after that for me. I do like Nirvana. I do. But there's something about Alice in Chains, man. Staley with that voice. Something about Staley with that voice. But thank you for the donations, man, Robert. You're amazing, dude. You are amazing, brother. Oh, Robert with another $5 donation. We're going to do this as a Robert chat here. He said, The Frightener was low-key great, directed by Peter Jackson of Lord of the Rings fame. 80s equals Arnold win, though. Arnold is the 80s. Arnold was the 80s. You got to give Arnold Schwarzenegger won the 80s. No doubt about it. But not as a short actor. He's over 6 feet tall. But yeah, The Frightener is Peter Jackson. You got Michael J. Fox acting his ass off in that, playing a little bit of a different role for him, actually. It's a good film. You guys ever looking for a good flick? Solid. Solid stuff. Why? The age thing for rookies matters more for linemen. At 24, they're about fully developed physically. This seems to matter less at quarterback, wide receiver, and cornerback. I guess I'd need some recent examples of that. Why? I'm open to understanding that that's the case, but can you provide me some recent examples of 24-year-old receivers coming onto the scene who were able to be really good right out the gate? And I truly mean that as a question on that. Seahawks Network, I went and read the comment you left on Paul's video, and you made some very solid points that I agree with, but the lowlights from Paul's response, defending the LJ Collier pick, 200-character limit, defending Cody Barton in the third round. As much as I love Blair, he's been mostly a non-factor for the first 2 years, being a second-round pick, and giving no evidence of Jordan Brooks being a good in coverage. So Seahawks Networks, everything was good with his points except all of his points. Can you see why he was annoying me? I mean, he's so married to this thought process of he can't be negative. He's stretching so hard that he's telling me Cody Barton is an example of success. He's telling me LJ Collier is an important rotation, a guy in our rotation at defensive line. Yeah, that's where, again, dude, like he's not doing himself any favors with those type of takes. He's not. Boom Shakalaka says, if Waldron is the truth as a coach and Seahawks get to the Super Bowl year one, build the man a statue. He gets us to the Super Bowl and he's the truth. I'm fine with that. I'll kick in for that. Boom Shakalaka. Tommy says, who does Cleveland have as their general manager? Is it the guy that left New York? He really does a great job. So I could be off on this, but I think he's the brother. One of the guys. So what's really driven, I think, Cleveland, and we can get into a little bit too. This is a little bit of the Gallant talk that I had, where Gallant has there's people who have no value for Pro Football Focus. Oh, Pro Football Focus is useless. Pro Football Focus doesn't mean anything. There's no value to that whatsoever. Oh, you're going to use Pro Football Focus as a reference? That's what you're going to do? Oh, you're going to do that? Oh, so you know nothing about football. I find it hilarious that people on the football scene throw analytics of what Pro Football Focus applies to it, and meanwhile, basketball has completely been revolutionized by analytics. Meanwhile, baseball has been completely revolutionized by analytics. And yet, people in football are going to act like that's not going to set there as well. Yeah, it takes a little longer for the analytics to set. Yeah, it's not as easy to quantify stuff at the football level in the analytical structure of things. But Cleveland's a reason why you should probably look at analytics a little heavier. They were one of the forerunners of analytics. I believe they're one of their front office guys comes from the baseball background of things. And so they started to incorporate those analytics into their evaluation process. And it started to help them become more successful in the draft. Isn't that odd how those two things are related to each other? It's almost like if you take the human element out of it, if you take the gut instinct element out of it, if you take the I got a feeling about this guy element out of it, you can have a lot more success at the drafting process. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that a wondrous? Wide? I think Blair can be a free safety, faster than Diggs and bigger hitter. Wonder if they give him a chance. I'd love to see it. Why? Wouldn't it be awesome to see Jamal Adams and Marquise Blair as your secondary, crushing guys on a play-by-play basis? Absolutely just wrecking shop. Two of the harder hitters now at both of those two positions that you've had in a Seahawks secondary ever. Yeah, I think he absolutely can play some free safety, and he did play some single high stuff back at Utah. He did a little bit of the single high stuff a bit back there. So he did a tiny bit of it. It was not all the time, but just a little taste, a couple little crumbs of it. I bet the Seahawks scouting department secretly hates Schneider. Could be. They could. It could be also Carroll too, AI. It could be where Schneider is with the scouts and they're doing their thing. And let's not forget, Carroll's got the overarching say at the end of the day. He can come in and say, I want this a one. I want that a one. And the front office and the scouts could say, but Pete, listen, no, I don't care. He's my guy. He's my guy. That could be happening too. We don't know. We'll find out someday. There'll be a book written about it, I'm sure, someday. Robert Reed says nobody beats Arnold in the 80s. No, nobody beats Arnold in the 80s, man. UE2K, The Frighteners is a great movie, very underrated, but Eddie Murphy was the king of the 80s. SNL, Stand Up, 48 Hours, Trading Places, Beverly Hills Cop, enough said. Over Arnold, UE? Orville Arnold? Terminator, Predator, Commando? I don't know. Arnold killed in the 80s, man. Boom Shakalaka, John Candy was the 80s. Well, now I'm not going to argue against that. I love John Candy, so I will never argue against John Candy. Jay says, when this stream is over, there will be a video on some defensive players for the Seahawks channel as Team 12s. Don't watch till the stream's over. Yeah, head on over to Team 12's channel after the stream here and check out some of his videos. I'll get over there to Team 12s. I've been a little late in getting onto your channel and checking out some more stuff, but I've wanted to, so I will get over there. I promise, my guy. Kelly was good in 48 Hours as well. He did have a little, didn't he? He had a little bit of a part in that, didn't he? He gets killed, doesn't he? Gets shot in that one. Why? Don't you think with modern schemes like the one Seattle will be running, slot wide receivers are increasing in value? So maybe spending most of your time at slot is not as limiting as it once was. AB was all pro. Antonio Brown wasn't all pro operating out of the slot. He was more often than not on the outside when he was an all-pro. Yes, I can certainly give a little ground in this respect, wide and saying that we can see maybe more of an opening up to a slot receiver. I would argue with you, or offer to you, not argue, but offer with you that when it comes to slot corners and slot receivers, that we do need to start thinking of them through a lens of being more starter-like. So when it comes to slot corner a couple years ago when Justin Coleman was here, you ran nearly 70% of your snaps out of slot. That made him, in my opinion, a de facto starter and one of the reasons he got paid as well as he did by Detroit. Same thing can be said and true for the slot receiver. So you are right. Here's where the one tough part comes in with that, though. Being that you're so run-centric as a team, being that I would guess that you're not going to have as many 3 wide receiver looks as other teams across the league that run that slot receiver, rather than the comparison I just made to the slot cornerback with Justin Coleman a couple years ago in 2019 running 67% of your snaps, you're now running a slot out at only 30% of the snaps. That's when I get more of an issue with it, wide and picking the second-round guy at that point. They can get up to the 50 to 60% of the snaps that he's on the football field. They can run it like that. And the Rams, before they went to more of the 2 tight end personnel, before people had kind of solved their 3 wide receiver look, which is what happened with them with the Patriots in the Super Bowl, was that they were throughout that year running a 3 wide receiver look, and then they bring the wide receiver back across the formation to either crack back, block a defensive end, or run out there in the slot for an easy completion. Teams solved them with the 6-man fronts that New England tried out there. But that's not to say that they couldn't go back to maybe start running that again if they can find some different wrinkles to overcome if teams come back out there with the 6-man front like they did with the Rams prior. So it could be that way. It could go that direction. Rondale McDaniel says Richard Gere's hamster was the real star of the 1980s. That's true. No star was bigger than that hamster. No star. He was not ass at all. There was nothing but cheeks about that hamster. Y2KHA, I freaking love the Stone pick. Going to end up being a huge steal. I agree. I think he's going to find his way on the football next year, and he's going to do real good, especially in pass protection. Can he run block? I don't know. But is that as big an issue for me? Is that big of a... if you can pass block upper level, upper tier, you've got my attention. Washington Fist Quest, I actually can't disagree with Arnie in the 80s. Sometimes you just want to see a man get a pipe thrown through him. Facts, Washington Fist Quest. That's true. Sometimes just some good old-fashioned good action is good to me. A good death scene, you know. Stick around. Get to the chopper. Robert Reed, isn't he also the douche who cost the Steelers draft picks? Is he credible or a pain in the tail for people who make decisions? Did John ever break anything nobody saw coming? Which are you referencing on that, Robert? Did John give up? Did John get the Steelers in trouble? I didn't know. Boom Shakalaka, Arnold equally 90s though. He had a pretty good run in the 90s. 80s was his. I mean, T2 was in the 90s, but by the late 90s, it was starting to peter out a bit for him, where he was solid from the 80s almost start to finish. Randall says, I haven't gotten vaccinated, and I'm not sure why. I'm not an anti-vax guy, although I don't go to the doctor generally. Well, I haven't either, so I'm going to be a little bit hesitant on that one myself. Boom Shakalaka says, I just want a rookie who can play year one. Me too. Me too. I think we'll get guys playing year one. Whether they're starters or not, all of these guys are going to play year one. All of them will. They will get on the football field. This ain't like, Jordan Brooks last year where I'm like, I don't know the pathway to this guy getting on the football field. He's not going to play Sam, and you got KJ at the will. They found a way to get him on there, but there wasn't a clear path at the time that you drafted him. And it took him a couple weeks to get him out there. Robert Reed says, Bob Stelton is not a fun guy. No, I don't think that he would be I don't think that he would be a barrel of monkey fun to go out with, go out partying with. I think we should go to bed. I think we've been out late enough. I think it's time to go to bed. Do we really need to be partying? Or can we go home? Bridget, how you doing, Bridget? I quit 710 altogether except cold hard facts occasionally. I listen to the podcasts, man to man, Locked on Seahawks, Seahawkers, and around the NFL, pick six, stuff like that. I listen to some of those as well, Bridget, and I agree. We've had to make that transition. It's gotten so bad with 710. It's hellacious with 950 KGR. I mean, they're just sometimes mongoloids over there a little bit with their thought processes and stuff. But it would be great if our local radio could be a little bit better. Sad we got to go to these sources on YouTube, or not sad. It's what probably gets me subscribers here on YouTube. So I should probably embrace it. But yeah, some great selections in there, Bridget. All those are really good podcasts to listen to. And they inform you. They get you smarter, which that's the problem with local radios. It doesn't inform you. It's all, it's all like, just very milquetoast, safe opinions, safe topics, boring topics of discussion. Come on. Randall, the best Seahawks talk show ever was Mitchie the Kid, big time talent. I did like Brock and Salk when they were humming along, Randall. I did like Brock, but Mitchie, there was no better interviewer in the local Seattle scene for sports fest. He would ask tough questions of people and whatnot than Mitchie. Enrique says, we ain't winning the Super Bowl? Come on, Enrique. Get on board with me, man. Let's get on board. Next stop, Super Bowl town. Come on with me. We don't got anywhere else to be. Randall McDaniel says Pearl Jam was once named Mookie Blaylock. Mookie is a better name than Muggsy. I don't know. I like Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues, because he got that Muggsy, like, oh, you might come up and mug me. I don't know. Yeah, but they actually, Pearl Jam named their first album 10, which here's a little bit more. Trivia to piggyback on your trivia, Randall. 10, they named because I believe they wanted to originally name their band Mookie, and they got shot down by Mookie of doing that, so they named it number 10 because Mookie Blaylock wore the number 10. Fun fact. Brian Koski, I miss Chris Cornell. Me too, man. I miss Lane. I miss Chris. I even miss Kurt. It's brutal, man. Brutal how many young guys we lost, how much great music they could have made, especially because the music right now is so horrible. UE2K, I love Arnold, but doesn't approach Murphy's TV, movies and concert domination. Murphy's TV. Oh, Eddie Murphy. What's best in life? To crush your enemies. What's best in life? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. It's a bad Arnold, but gotta work on my Arnold. Seahawks are the best teams ever. They're not little girly men. They're big, strong men. Coach Carroll like bigger, stronger, faster. Yeah, I'm a big, strong, faster guy too. Get in the chopper. Go Hawks 05. Can we make fun of Poo-Poo Atwell again? That was a good time. Poo-Poo Atwell is the gift that's going to keep on giving. That's going to keep on. Poo-Poo Atwell will never die out. That is Poo-Poo forever. Poo-Poo forever. Gilly G. Yes, Seahawks YouTube talk shows are not on par with other talk shows on YouTube. Yes, Seahawks YouTube talk shows are not on par with the other. Hawks Nest, you are getting there compared to the other shows. Oh, thank you. Sounds like you got an expectation. So, hey, I'm glad I'm getting there, man. Bit by bit, hopefully I'm getting better on this, year by year. So it's a bit about improving and trying to up it as I can, buddy. So appreciate it. Why do wine? What was the guy from ATL that won the slam dunk contest in the 80s? That's Spud Webb. Spud Webb. He was like 5'3", 5'3", 5'4"-ish. Something in there. Something in there. About right in there. I saw a tape of him like dunking in his 40s still. I thought that was impressive. Bridget Poo Poo Atwell. That was our nickname we coined for him on draft day, Bridget. And I think it's going to stick. And I will not stop until Poo Poo Atwell has seen this nickname. UE2K, Graz and Gas was a great listen. They did have a pretty good chemistry. They did a pretty good chemistry. Robert, personally, my favorite shows were Saturday shows, maybe in the only loser free on Saturdays. Married with Children. Oh, Married with Children was awesome. Robert Reed, Lane Staley was great. Randall says Eskridge is a better blocker than Jimmy Graham. Who's Jimmy? Well, I'll tell you this, yeah. Eskridge will block a cornerback better than Jimmy Graham can block a defensive end or a linebacker. Yes, that is true. Seahawks Gaming. Watch Terry do good, and we cut him like Jazz Ferguson and Kassan Williams. There is a recent history at times we've had receivers ball out in preseason, and then we cut them for nothing. Really odd. Kaysen won too, because Kaysen, you had him for a couple of years, and then he finally really was seeing the tap back into what you're hoping he could be, and then you just let him go. And you had some receiver need at the time. That was a little bit of a strange one, for sure. Brian Koski mentions some good Soundgarden albums. Bad Motorfinger, Jesus Christ Pose. Yeah, I mean, Soundgarden's got... when I'm in a certain kind of mood, I put on Soundgarden. It is some... even in retrospect, so dark and heavy. Just what they tapped into, but man, they did some good stuff too. I love them. Go Hawks 05, the wide receiver returner from Stanford, Connor Weddington, grew up in Seattle area and was a huge Seahawks fan growing up. He makes the team or a practice squad guy, living the dream. How cool. That is cool. I've thought about that recently, how, you get players. We've had some players here who love Dallas Cowboys. Remember Earl Thomas, and how cool would it be to get local guys that push and kind of shove their way to find their way to get to Seattle just because they've always had a dream to play for the Seahawks and they love their team and they grew up on their team. It'd be cool if in the next 10 years we get a guy like that. Tommy says Kaysen pissed me off more than any other I can think of. Me too. Because he'd earned his way on the... What did he have to do to earn his way on the team? What else did he have to do? He performed in every way. I can only think of them practice or workouts or something else there, or they thought the lower leg injuries that he had gotten through from college were going to come back maybe. I'm not sure. Randall says Nirvana's best release was the Unplugged album. That was a damn good album, man. Damn good album. Why? Terry and Johnson might have much impact this year, but if just one of them turns into a long-term contributor, then it's a major score. Yeah. You went out and for nothing, then you got a potential starter or a really impactful contributor. This is smart team building. Why? This is how you get guys cheap on your roster, and then you can afford to fill out the roster with more expensive guys when you got the cheap guys. And part of what's missing when you look forward to the roster next year and the guys we have under contract to the year after that, so few guys on the roster, and a big part of that's because of the draft misses you've had, guys that just weren't good enough to stick on and stay on. Brian says Chris Cornell's an excellent 12th man. R.I.P. He was a 12th man. Rest in peace, Chris. Randall's got Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, Nirvana. I can understand why you'd go that route. Hard to parse between them. They're all good bands. I don't hate any of the Seattle bands. I like all of them. And not even from just being a homer standpoint. I think they just all had their own unique thing they brought into the play. Robert Reed says Pearl Jam's way in the rear, number 4 for me. So here's the thing with that too, Robert. It was that I loved them when I was the teenager growing up, but they haven't aged as well for me. Whereas Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, and even Nirvana, I can go back probably and listen more to that music now in retrospect than I did at the time. Plus, Pearl Jam went off the rails after their third album. Like they were starting to chink off the rails a little bit there as you're getting that third album, but then by the fourth, I was like, I don't understand what I'm listening to anymore. Randall McDaniels' Mother Love Bone was the godfather of grunge. They were the godfather of grunge. That's right. That's a fact. That's a fact. All right, I'm getting 5 hours in here. I'm going to round out the chat. Paul the Third came in with a $2 donation to explain to you what the A is. Paul, you have educated me on something I did not know. So the A is the Australian dollar. Okay, Paul. Well, I appreciate you tuning in from down under. And again, you showed me a new thing I didn't know on. So I love it. Thank you for the $2 dono. Hope you guys are doing great down there in Australia. No fires this year. We don't need any more sad visions of koalas getting their hands with some burned hands being watered. That was brutal. Brutal. Why do I says Bob De Niro in the 80s? Yeah. He had a pretty good run in the 80s too. Yeah, for acting maybe, not for the commercial success. I knew he's got Soundgarden, Nirvana, Pearl Jam in that order. Okay. Where do you put Alice in Chains on that, Uwe? Team 12s, I couldn't stop laughing when Brooks was picked when watching the vid at the time. Was just like you. I was hoping to make people laugh, man. It was an honest reaction. I was not expecting Brooks in any way, shape, or form. At least with Eskridge, that hit me as that was a possibility, right? So I didn't like the pick, but that was a possibility. The Jordan one was like, there's no way you're drafting Jordan Brooks in the first round. That's no way. No. Robert Reed, another $10 donation. Robert, you were awesome and amazing this whole way through. I had $100 some odd donations, man. Props to you, brother. Thank you so much. Tommy, not Robert Reed, does Screaming Trees sneak into the first round? Hard to give they got tough competition on that one, Robert. Tough competition with those top end Nirvana, Soundgarden, Pearl Jams to compete at that point. I feel like somebody would have traded up to snag them. It's like it's live and Brando is our man on the scene to monitor the action. That's right. I would have monitored that action. They would have been a late round trade up for the Screaming Trees, kind of like that the same band that did the Presidents of the United States. So they went in the same round as the Presidents of the United States as far as local bands and local rounds. So right in there. Also the Silent Lucidity guys. What was that? What was it? Queensryche or something? So they went in that same second tier area. Not quite first tier area of Seattle bands. Not in your Jimi Hendrix area of things, right? But hey, there can only be so many special dudes. Thank you for the $10 donation, Robert. Yeah, Randall, he's got no Allison live chains on his list. They're not even worth ranking. They're not even worth being on your rank. Come on. Magic Block, Sam Ellinger's brother just died. Oh, that's sad, dude. That's so sad. That sucks, brother. That's a bummer. Daniel W. says, I asked earlier but had to leave. I liked the Trey Brown pick, especially this year when all these midget receivers were taken. Thoughts? You're not the first person, Daniel, to maybe think. I think Randall was mentioned in this, or we two came out of, I forget, or why? One of those. I was talking a little bit about the fact that maybe that him as a pick is an indication to picking some of these smaller guys within your division. Rondale Moore was picked, smaller guy. Pupu Atwell was picked by the Rams, smaller guy, going to play in the slot. I'm hesitant to believe that's the reason it was done that way, Daniel. I think more or less they think he's going to be able to play on the outside. Coach Carroll's press conference indicated that they think he can play on the outside. His tape indicates to me he can play on the outside. I love the pick. I like it, Daniel, because they didn't just X this guy off his list because he's not 6 feet tall with 33-inch long arms. They went, can he play football? Is he a good cornerback? And the answer to both these questions is a absolute positively in caps letters, yes, with an exclamation point. And I thought Carroll put it best with this, Daniel, in saying if this guy was 6'1 or 6'2 in this very same draft, he would have gone in the first top 15 picks. So love the pick. I have some trepidations with Eskridge. Don't hate him, just have some trepidations, but I do like the next two picks of this draft. Team 12 says, at this rate, if Brandon keeps streaming, Robert will be on the streets. Seriously, I will have cleared out his savings account. He's moving through his credit cards right now, and I will not stop until I have it. Michael Parker says the Seahawks could lead the league in sacks and donks. Two indicators, Michael, of a Super Bowl run. Look at last year. The Buccaneers had Gronk, not donk, but it's just you need at least half of the syllable for it to work. Randall says the thing with Soundgarden is they have bangers and Cornell's voice, maybe the best ever in R&R, top 5 for sure, but lots of albums are meh. Yeah, not as consistent in their production to me. Tommy, Robert was a scratch. Amazing on the donos. Robert is awesome on the donos. Thank you, chat, for giving Robert a shout out. Thank you, Robert. You were freaking awesome on this. Blowing me away with some of these donations, man. Blowing me away. Robert says, by the way, I only do donos because Brandon's a good dude. Brando needs to team up with Tom Wassel for a fun show. I've got to get my team up game going, Robert. I haven't dived out there in the YouTubers and other folks that are out there. I need to start getting outside my comfort zone with maybe some of those other dudes. So as we move into this next year, I think that's something I'm going to try to start doing a little bit more of, is working in some other folks into the show here and expanding, get a few more voices in here. I'm going to do that call-in show thing too. I got to just figure out the angle on it. Seahawks Gaming says, I hope to God we don't bring Michael Kendricks in for a 100th visit. One more workout, Seahawks Gaming. One more workout. And a guy that didn't do, they have a fascination with Michael Kendricks that I don't quite understand either, Seahawks Gaming. Not a good player for you in his year. Could not tackle. Much as we talk about quarterbacks where we say, okay, he's got limited arm strength, and that's the first thing you learn about. That gives me some trepidation. I don't care about intangibles or his ability as a leader or ability to process. He needs arm talent to play quarterback. If you're going to be a wide receiver, well, it helps that you can catch. And if you're going to be a linebacker, it might help if you can actually tackle people. Place where Kendrick struggled mightily in his last year. Team 12's Brandon, if you haven't seen Moneyball, then you need to see it. It's my favorite movie. I have seen Moneyball. It's a very good movie. Excellent film. Robert Reed, Total Recall. I think that wins it for Arnold. If you're on the fence with Arnold with his production in the 80s, and then he puts Total Recall out there with James Cameron, that's got to end it for you at that point. I love Total Recall. That's a great film. My young brain didn't know how to process the 3 boob scene. That one threw me off. I was like, whoa, hey. Rondale, Mitch does a good show. I forward to the interesting parts, but get Brandon on one of these local guys. But get Brandon on one of these local guys, like how that other guy from the other show is on Softy. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do a guest spot on there. I'd do even local Seattle radio if I could get the shot to do it, but I would have to do it with the caveat that I get to say whatever I want to say, and I don't have any off-limit topics, however you say that. Commando, man. Commando's a classic. Probably doesn't hold up as well as it once did, but you can't beat the scene where he's just essentially, he's got the big gun and he's got 50 guys shooting at him, all missing with the shots, the squibs blowing up around him, and he's just waylaying them down a line of machine gun fire. There's no more 80s movie scene, I think, that exists than that. UE2K, yeah, Browns used analytics to pick like 8 wide receivers in a draft one year because analytics said they were the best value. Football will always be less analytics reliant than other sports. I do believe that it's a process right now that's getting onboarded, in my opinion, UE. The other sports were easier to implement the analytics because it's a little bit more A plus B equals C rather than football. There's so many more factors that go into that A plus B plus C formula. So it's going to take longer for them to get the analytics right at the NFL level, but it's a developing process and it's going to get better and better by the year. And I think the effect on it is going to be increased more and more by the year. It's not going to be perfect and it shouldn't be used as the end all be all. That's the thing I always say about analytics. It's not there to be the end all be all, but if you as a football team is going with only an old school approach of, I've got my grizzled 70-year-old scout out there hand timing guys at their pro day, and then I'm having them watch the tape, and that's all I'm using as my metric to go off of. And I would tell you, E2K, I would not be the least bit surprised to learn there's about a third of the NFL teams who probably don't pay any attention to the analytical data. I bet there's NFL departments that pay for analytics and then just ignore the results that they get for those analytics. So it's been something that's been slow to onboard, but I would guarantee you this year, the teams that do good in the draft and the teams that have done the draft, good in the draft over the last 2, 3, 4 years have been teams that pay attention to analytics and have big time departments where they rely on them. Go Hawks 05. I think do-it-all safeties are my favorite players. Jamal Adams, Jonathan Abram, Derwin James are all in my top 20 players. Jonathan Abrams is going to have an uphill battle here, Go Hawks 05. I think the Raiders are selling on Jonathan Abrams. I think they're selling on him right now. They drafted 3 safeties. I think it's going to be tough for him. But I like, to your point, I like the do-it-all safeties as well, and that's where the game's going. It's going to, I think more and more, the free safety, strong safety difference is going to be less so as we go forward here. And it's going to be more of both players having the similar skill sets on either side, which is what Seattle's kind of embraced right now as you look at their time, especially if you got Marquise Blair and Jamal Adams on the field, you know. Seahawks Gaming says, remember when we had Eddie Lacy and C.J. Spiller as running back starters? I do remember those days. So Spiller caught a touchdown catch. He's an odd duck, that guy, with where he was drafted and the kind of player he was. So fast, so quick. Randall McDaniel says, my guess is if we harass one of these guys enough on Twitter, we can get him on that segment. That's it. Then it's Rockets. I love it, man. I love it. I got to do some pushing on my end too and reach out to some of these people. I've been lazy about it. So, UE2K says some analytics rise is due to the fact that many of the dudes in charge need analytics to make up for their lack of knowledge about the game. Some of the stuff in baseball is just silly. Yeah, there's a line to me with the analytics, UE2K. I do not take it as an end-all, be-all. There's problems I have with analytics when we start talking about win probability and stuff like that. I don't like the probability crap that they bring into play on stuff. But the places that they look at in analytics in certain respects, especially when you're talking about analyzing a player snap in and snap out, when you're talking about having a guy who is a former player watching another player at that position, and which Pro Football Focus does, as I understand, is they'll have a former offensive lineman watching players and grading them out. For instance, as far as watching every individual snap. None of us are doing that, I don't think, on any Seahawk on any Sunday. None of us are looking at every one individual player and watching every one of his snaps over the course of the game and determining how he did play in and play out during that game. So to take that and say that there's no value to understanding that metric in addition to the other things, I think is to throw out a valuable quantitative item, and it makes you a little bit less intelligent at that point to trying to round out the information as thoroughly as you can to assess a player as thoroughly as you can. Seahawks Gaming says Seahawks for the Steelers 2015 was one of the top 15 games of the decade? Question mark. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I could point to maybe 3 games that you had in that same time period that were better games. So I don't think I would go there with it. It was an explosive game. It was a game of a lot of points. But was it a real classically derived game as some of the others? I don't know. I don't know if I'd put it in that same realm. 49ers win last year was probably more impactful. I don't know if you'd consider that in the same 10-year stretch. And if we're talking top 10 games of like all NFL teams or top 10 games of Seahawks games of that decade. Randall McDaniel says, I tried Coke once for 10 years. Why do wide? I am willing to sell phone. I found a stat that shows rookie wide receivers fantasy values from age 21 to 24. It scales highest at 21 to the lowest at 24. Oh, thanks for owning that a little bit. Why do why? And again, on this thing, I welcome your perspective on it, and you could end up being proven right on this. I stand by my valuation of Eskridge, but I'm open to being proven wrong, and I can't lie to you, dude. I'd love to be proven wrong on him because it means we got a great starter at the wide receiver position, and then we're that much better of a football team. Robert says, Mitch didn't pull punches. I couldn't stand Hugh Millen, though, when he was on. That dude is the definition of ass. Yeah, belligerent would be the word that I would use to describe Hugh. He just gets a little belligerent, and I'm probably a little belligerent at times. Let's not lie. Come on, I got to hold myself to accountability here. But you got to kind of control your belligerence. Hugh doesn't always have the greatest control of it. But yeah, Mitch didn't pull any punches, and he never had a question he was scared of asking somebody. With Mike Holmgren back in the day, he'd ask it. I mean, it's more of what I've asked when we started this live stream off is just a general theme, more of what I've asked of the local Seahawks media. Be more fearless. Don't be so worried about maintaining your access or being buddy-buddy with the team. Be a journalist. Be a reporter. Report on things. Dive in. Get deep on stuff. When was the last intrepid reporter we had here who broke a major background story on the team in any way, shape, or form? I can't even remember the last time. And I would say why on your point with the PFF values as far as that stat on fantasy football, to give you credit on this, some of that 24-year-old thing is those guys that have been in the league and haven't done nothing and then are 24, as opposed to this will be this guy's first burst onto the scene point, where I don't know on that one. So that's an interesting stat with that, but you may actually still have a point with that where it's not as certain that the guys develop at 21 to 24 necessarily. Because if anything, that stat would show that they don't develop as much. You would expect them to be better. I found a stat that shows rookies wide receiver free fantasy values from age 24. It scales highest at 21. That's interesting. I don't know if I would have expected that. Team 12's used to listen to Tom McDonald. He raps about the truth, and it's not just noise. I know Tom McDonald. He's pretty good. Pretty good rapper. Seahawks Gaming, remember Otaba Rubin? Yeah, that was when you were going with that was when they were back still embracing the NASCAR package and then early down having the 2 1-techs out on the field. So you'd have 2 1-tech defensive tackles on early rundowns, and then you'd have 2 3-techs on passing downs, essentially. Randall says, Hawks Nest Nation, we need to get Brando on Wassel's show or Mitch Levy with Brando's blessing. Of course, man. I'd love to go on both those shows. I'd go on anybody's show, man. I'd say no to nobody. I'd say no to Moe. I'll talk anytime, anywhere. Randall says, Graz and Gas would always say John Clayton, damn it, before Big John would come on. They would. They would. Bridget, there was a gif of big old Otaba Rubin's bench pressing Larry Fitzgerald. It was so funny. Got him a personal foul, but so worth it. I got to go see that now, Bridget. I'm going to see that after the live stream show. I got to see that. That would be funny. Fitzgerald's all long and yeah. Randall says, I heard a lot of kids in this draft who said their favorite team was the Hawks after shocks of the Legion of Boom success. Yeah, I think so. It's a flashy team. It's a fun team. We're always fun. No matter what, we always keep it fun. Our games come down to the wire. We got a magician in Russell Wilson. We always got feisty guys on defense. We're an easy team to root for. Let's face it. Easy team to root for. UE2K, as long as we're reminiscing about local groups, I love the young fresh fellows. I don't know that group. Maybe I'm showing my age. Randall says Queen's Right. Some other bands like Brad and Green River came out just below Screaming Trees. Basically a run-on grunge. Yep. Randall says, if Rondale were available, I think we would have drafted him. I could have seen it. I mean, they certainly were targeting a guy that they were comfortable with if he was only going to end up as a slot. Say nothing of whether Dwayne is on the outside or inside. I think we can say from the pick that the front office was comfortable in grabbing a guy who eventually could only be able to fit out at the slot. So I think it definitely would have been in contention. Robert with another donation. Thank you, Robert. My God, dude. You're like, what are we, $110, $120 on this stream, buddy? Thank you so much, brother. He says, Nirvana is a fine wine. Brando, before you cut the stream, thank those cats for their good luck in the draft. Those cats aren't prisoners of our reality, and no doubt they love you and want to help. No doubt about it. And Pumpkin actually said, Robert, if you go back and listen to my thing, Pumpkin actually said De'Ami Brown. She talks. So I've taught her how to say a couple words. She says water. If you're cuddling with her in the bed and it's the morning and you're about to get up, I've taught her how to say she says lay down if she wants you to lay down and not get up. I can't teach her much past that. I get her to say hi, but I got her to say De'Ami Brown on draft day. I was pretty proud about that. And Nirvana has aged really well. They have aged really well. I'll offer you that. I like still going back and listening to their stuff, and not just the stuff that's the early stuff with them, right? The Bleach stuff and some of the early stuff. I really like some of that. So they've aged a little bit better for me than Pearl has, and I was a diehard Pearl guy in the 90s. Diehard. I was riding dime with my Pearl. Randall McDaniel says, I wanted us to draft Jonathan Taylor so badly last year. I remember you did, Randall. And you'd be looking good because the Colts feel pretty good about that selection now where they're at. They're feeling pretty good about that Jonathan Taylor selection. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And thank you, Robert, for that $10 dono again, man. You're awesome. Good to the chopper. Randall McDaniel, I was just thinking about the three boobs. Classic scene, that three boob scene in Total Recall. To a young, developing male mind, that was an interesting scene. It made me feel a certain kind of way as a teenager. Ball third, missed my super chat question. Did I, Paul? It took me a while to get around to it. Oh, I did. I totally missed it, my guy. I'm so sorry, Paul. Thank you for the $10 donation. I'm sorry I missed it, sir. I was going a little crossed here, 5 hours to bless in, but I thank you and I appreciate you. Thank you for the $10 Australian. Isn't it's like the Dogi or the Doji? It's got a name like that, doesn't it? Paul says, I agree on your points. I agree on your points regarding changes in the offense, downfield blocking, zone run, etc. These are the same scheme characteristics that LA and San Francisco definitely practice against every day. Can Seattle do it better. Yeah, I think that there's a chance you can do it better. I might offer, Paul, that it's a little bit of, can you just do it equivalent? Because your offense has been missing those things, because you've been missing essentially, you don't attack an outside zone as much. That's going to be more of a part of this, and that's a huge part of it. Some of the things that you're building within your scheme to make things easier as far as your blocking goes, when you're on a man-on-man blocking scheme, for instance, you've got to rely on all of those guys to hold up. And if one of them fails at it, you've got penetration into the backfield and you have a tackle for a loss. Or if you have in zone the same kind of way, a guy doesn't get down into the second level and reach that block. And if he's asked to reach a tough reach block down there, it can throw everything out of whack. What this blocking scheme is going to do is specifically, Paul, with the down blocking, when you've got a receiver who's going to down block to a defensive end, and then you have that offensive right tackle, let's say, who would normally be blocking that defensive end, but now he gets to go down to the one tech, and then you've got the center coming down to the second level, and then let's say that you've got the left guard now going out to the other defensive end, and you're widening out to create a numbers game out on a side to specifically set up that outside zone. You're essentially overloading the numbers to one side with the down blocking scheme. This is stuff that you've not had really in your offense. It's been barren completely from your offense. To simply implement it at a base minimal level, even if it's just to sprinkle it in, is going to have a really good effect on our offense, in my opinion. I don't think we're going to sprinkle it in. I think it's going to be part and parcel, a big part of what we do with our offense, Paul. And it's going to have that kind of great effect because you have become stagnant in doing 10 years of the same thing. 10 years of the same thing, 10 years of the same data to give teams to go off of. Russell Wilson playing the quarterback position. Everybody knows what he's going to do out of read option. Everybody knows where his first read is. Everybody knows where his tendencies are to run out of those looks. Now you start implementing complete different looks. Say nothing in the fact, Paul, we're going to get more stuff with him under center. Getting back down to more under center stuff, coming off of play action off of under center. Whereas recently, most of our play actions had to come off of the read option look. That's really where all of your play actions come from. These things are all going to help. It's not going to be just one silver bullet, Paul, to kill this werewolf. It's going to be like it's going to be an Arnold Schwarzenegger magazine, 80s magazine of ammunition that's going to need to do it. But if they implement all of these bits, the effect it could have could be really, truly dangerous on the football field, because in both, I think, San Francisco and in the Rams' case, we've seen these are points on the board without having to throw for a cajillion yards. I mean, what did the 49ers put up against the Packers defense in the conference championship 2 years ago? 40 some odd points. And didn't Jimmy Garoppolo have like 8 pass attempts that whole game? You make yourself very explosive when teams don't know prior to the snap what the hell is coming. When it is a guessing game. Say nothing of when you start to get them moving with the motion-based stuff. That's when you start to combo it. We don't know what's coming, and I got a guy moving pre-snap. It sends things into a little bit of a disarray defensively, in my opinion. Yui says, I love chains. Okay. As long as they're on your list, Yui. I just don't want to hear you say, I just don't get chains. I just don't understand. I just don't get the love of chains. You would have sent that. You might have sent the chat into disarray on that one. Randall McDaniel says, one call and show a month. Keep us to like 5 minutes. Come with a point. I think what I got to do, Randall, is just do a show specifically of call-in. And I think that if people knew the show was on a consistent basis, we'd have more people wanting to call in. So I think I've just got to kind of set aside the time and do something like that. Maybe we can kind of make it an in and out 1 hour show of call-ins. Something along those lines, I think. Washington Fisco has preach Robert Commando. John Robinson, Browns and Ravens have drafted PFF darlings, and look at them. Both also have embraced analytics. Bingo. Ding, ding, ding. And those two things are born together. I think those two things do mesh together in the respect of why they're PFF darlings is because they've embraced analytics. They've not just brought on an analytical department, but they've actually taken in the data and then utilized it as a resource to then guide their general strategy. I think it's very smart on their part to do so. Robert says, is anyone going to give credit to how terrible the bad guy Bennett was in Commando? That made it so much better. Yeah, he was good. The bad guys in the 80s movies were a large part of what dictated how good they were. I mean, I was trying to think of who they're those guys you don't ever always, his name is Bennett. Some of them you can't really remember their names. You just know their faces, but a good 80s villain could go a long way. Bridget, you're right. Joe Fan has annoyed a few people in the front office as far as asking tough questions go. I'll give him credit. He's gotten better over time. Joe, you've gotten better over time. I'll give you some credit for that. You become a little bit of one of the outliers. Randall says, I don't like the reporter from the Tacoma News Tribune. Can't remember his name. Isn't it Bell? Yeah, I'm not Bell, but I know. Yeah, it's Bell. I'm not a fan of him either. He's a guy. He's another guy. It's like doesn't report on the Russell Wilson wanting out talks. Any of that stuff. That stuff catches him completely blindsided. And then after all the reports, finally things settle down with Russ. The situation. He's like, oh, see, it was never a problem to begin with, or you never did your job to report in the first place on it. That's really the issue here, buddy. You're just sitting here just as a yes man for the organization. Mike Sando was an awesome reporter. He's remained an awesome reporter. That's why he's working for The Athletic. He just doesn't do local stuff for us anymore. But that guy's reports. That guy digs in. That guy gets into it. That guy's trying to get to a truth, I think, which is not something I can say for all reporters in the local Seattle scene, unfortunately. Robert Reed says, I was wrong about Taylor from Wisconsin. I was never impressed by the highlights, but that dude runs hard and fast. Fumble issues, though. He's comparable to Carson, but Carson's way more proven. Some similarities to Carson, Robert. He's got a little more long speed than Carson, which allows him to break off the big runs, whereas Carson, once he gets past 20, 30 yards, he's getting tackled most of the time, I think. It was hard to evaluate Taylor coming out of college, Robert, because he ran so much inside zone, but it was part of why Randall fell in love with him, part of why I fell in love with him. We're starting to transition to more of an outside zone approach, I think. You're going to see a little more of a mix with the way we do our run game, I hope. But last year, when you're looking at the draft going into it, we were still deeply in that inside zone. We wanted to run everything essentially between our guards. That was pretty much what we were planning on doing. And when you watched him, Taylor back at Wisconsin, everything was happening between those two guards. He'd go right over the top of that Taylor Bidas, who was drafted by Dallas. And time again, he would be absolutely exceptional, just as that one, hitting the A-gap, just over and over. It was just A-gap runs all day long, but still just being tremendously explosive at it. I liked him. I didn't want to draft a running back in the first round. That just goes against my religion. But there's people at all different, who sit all different lines on that. You know what I mean? James Robinson says, I wonder how much in the pocket our game plan is going to be. The fact that Forsythe's strengths are for the pocket offense, and if we're going to have to go back to Russ scrambling if he struggles. That'll be the interesting thing to see, John. I think that's the thing that nobody really knows yet until we see it play out on the field. UE2K says, both Browns and Ravens have actually bucked the trend in the NFL. They are both run heavy, have drafted running backs early, and have committed to drafting linemen heavily. So they drafted one running back early. I don't know how many other running backs I can think on that they've drafted early to other than that one. But they've not bucked the trend as far as the PFF goes, where they say build with cornerbacks. Look at their corner situation right now. Pass rushers, build with that. They build with that. Build with an offensive line is only as good as your weakest link. Certainly the Ravens seem to be an indicator of that, and as do the Browns. So I see more of their trend being they lean towards the analytics than away from them. Randall says, I was 12 when Total Recall came out, Locked and Loaded. Yeah, it was just a great movie. James Cameron at the heights of his powers. I like James better when he's doing R-rated action films than doing love stories on a boat. Go Hawks 05, gonna have to check out that Gallant fight. Hope he didn't delete it. No, he didn't delete it. I just wish he would respond back to my point. He had no counter after my counter. Don't let me have the last word, man. Come on. Don't roll over and show your belly that much. Come on, let's get into it. Let's mix this up. Paul. Let's see where it goes. Robert Reed says, I want the minigun scene from T2 to prove Brandon's point. Me too, man. Me too. Go Hawks, with how good Carson's vision is, I think he'll do fine with the outside zone. Oh, Carson will be great, Go Hawks. He'll be really good in this scheme. So he's a fit. He'll be a good fit. And he can do some of the outside stuff. I'd like to see Rashad do it more. It's more of Penny's game, I think, but he'll do some of it. Robert Reed, credit to Joe Fan. Yeah, credit Joe Fan. You're in a sea of yes, man. You're saying maybe no, and I like that. I like that. All right, so we are 5 hours and 35 minutes in. My stomach's grumbling. My throat is sore, but I'm having an amazing time with you guys as ever. Thank you so much. Flag Sabbath morning. Flag, you always hop in right at the end sometimes, and you're just missing me here at the end, buddy. ETC crypto's up 69% this week. Crypto's big, buddy. Crypto big. Contemplate this on the tree of woe. Oh, what'd you say, 2K? UE2K says the Arnold movies were great bad movies. Young man fodder, but some of them aren't good movies, but we love them anyway. Yeah, not all of them held up. I think Terminator's held up. I think Total Recall holds up. I think Predator holds up, in my opinion. I think the original Predator. But you're right. They're not there to be taken as some, this isn't Lawrence of Arabia, It's it's not the Citizen Kane, Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, but yeah, they're fun. Fun stuff. John Robinson says, what was the platform this argument with Paul went on? It was on YouTube. It was on his YouTube video that said something about you're wrong about the Seahawks being bad at drafting recently. So look at Gallant's recent video on that, and you can find my thoughts on that with that one. Paul Third says, you think Stone Forsythe is a fit for the offense then? He's a downfield blocker. He's not a downfield blocker in that he's a guy that's going to drive a guy off the ball, Paul, but in the respect of he's really got great movement ability for being a 6'8" guy. And beyond that, I mean, if he was 6'4", he'd have good movement ability with the numbers he put out, especially the short area burst stuff. That stuff should lead well, Paul, to him being able to get to the second level and to down block. Because down block is a lot about, I'm here, I'm here, the defensive end's here. And I'm starting here, and he's got a bit of a head start on me, this defensive end. But I've got to get down to him and get my hat on him without him just getting a full free run into the backfield. And so you've got to have the short area quickness to do that, which Stone does have. Can he get the leverage in there? I don't know on that part. But can he get to the man? Can he arrive at the man? Yes, he absolutely can on that. Robert Reed says Commando holds up. I got to check Commando out. It's been a few years, so I got to check that one out. Robert Rowett, truth about 710. I wish they would talk more Hawks news or trip news. Other than that, I believe the Seahawks will have an awesome season, but the NFC best is going to be hard. But I believe we will win. I love your faith, Robert. I'm with you on your faith. I think we got the parts and pieces here to get this done. There's no guarantees in this game, but I don't think the NFC is going to be as tough as it's been historically. Drew Brees is retired. The NFC East is a joke. You could see Aaron Rodgers going on to the AFC or retiring. You could see a yellow brick road emerge in front of us to get back to that Super Bowl, just as maybe the team is coming together with a beautiful brand new scheme on offense. Very encouraged by it. All of you should be encouraged by it, by the upside here. Paul Third, very concerned with personnel not fitting this new scheme. Rams and 49ers weren't good year one. They needed to rework the roster until they took off. It's true on that, Paul. The one thing is with both of those two teams is that we're adopting this new scheme with a lot more talent and a lot more in place than what those teams had when those new schemes came on to be. You're going from Jeff Fisher's defensive-minded offense there with the Rams, and then the 49ers had chest hair guy before Shanahan, right? They had the thick chest hair dude, the grease ball, right? And that dude they had there as their coach for a while. So you were kind of coming from kind of some drag positions with those two guys there when you were those two teams. Forsythe is a fit with his movement ability. That's what the new lineman should be, Paul, is movement based. Have the ability to move, get from point A to point B, get to the second level on linebackers. His issue in run blocking is really when he's mano-a-mano and he's got to just drive a guy off the ball. You're not going to be doing that as much in this scheme. I mean, a little bit of the down blocking is the smoke and mirrors aspect, where a defensive tackle is lined up over a guard, let's say, and he's expected to get an initial punch from that guard off the snap, but instead that guard's going down to the second level, and there's a little bit of and here you've got a tackle then that clips you from the side, so you can kind of catch guys off guard a little bit in the run game to create the numbers to one side of the football field. So he should fit in that realm of things. When it comes to Gabe Jackson, he moves well enough I think Damian Lewis he's posting more. We're good enough there. We do need to probably get more mobile with linemen as we move forward because we've been more of the bigger guys overall. But he's a step more in that right direction than he's a step away from that direction. Jay says, "What's the Paul's Guys YouTube channel?" It's Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant. Flag Sabbath says, "Oh, Paul Gallant's having nightmares about you, B." I was hoping he'd keep mixing it up. He tried to throw a poop emoji at me. That was the strength of his argument was recent Seahawks successes in the draft have been Cody Barton, LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks doesn't struggle in coverage, and then he threw a poop emoji at me. I countered him, and then I got no counter back. So right now I don't know. Jim Tom Sula. Yes, that's chest hair guy. That's who I was thinking of. That guy had a thick, I mean, goodness. He should have gotten his chest hair clipped for those guys that are going bald on top. He could probably have relaced about 3 bald guys worth of head. Tom Sula, the caveman. Paul, thanks. Very insightful. Thank you, Paul. Hey, thank you for the donations too. Appreciate you. Plus, we got Schottenheimer plays as well. That's the other thing with it, too, is that one thing that Paul Seahawks Gaming points to that's another smart thing to piggyback. I'm gonna steal from him on this, is you are going to still keep some of your old plays in there. You're going to still see the read option looks. You're going to see the crosser routes that were in there. They're not just going to toss everything right out the gate at this point. They will keep things that they know that are tried and true and that they do well. Coach Carroll has referenced this in his read, not the recent press conference, the press conference I think right before the draft, he referenced this a bit. So that you'll adopt new things to a degree, but you're going to keep some of the old that still does work. Random McDaniel says Taylor has juice. 4.39 for a running back is legit. Game breaker. Yeah, 4.39 at the running back position is next level speed, and to be that fast and run with power, Randall, which is that's really what makes him, to me, separates him from your normal running backs. Is usually at 4.39, he's gonna be finessey. He's gonna be a jump cut guy. He's gonna be a vision guy looking for the back, the back door opening. This guy's just gonna ram right through and then run as fast as he can once he busts through the pile. And I love that about his tape at Wisconsin. Part of why you fell in love with him, and rightfully so. Impulse, what's up, Impulse? Good to see you in the chat. Would you rather have De'Ami Brown or Dwayne? I'd rather have De'Ami Brown. De'Ami Brown can play on the outside and he can do all that slot stuff on the inside. His big play chunk ability could really give you a special guy on the outside above, give you another guy like what you've got in Lockett and DK kind of. But essentially, I think year one, even if he's not running out the full well-rounded route tree, he's hitting some big, deep plays at key moments in football games and giving you that kind of production on the outside, which is more valuable to me than a guy that I think is going to be strictly in just the slot. Impulse. Consumer 114, will DK fit the scheme, Brandon? You better believe he will. You better believe he will. DK is a skill set that fits any scheme. Maybe not the Patriots Brady 15 scheme with its option routes that are 5 yards, but every other scheme in the NFL it would absolutely be a fit for. That you got that freakish talent and you're not able to take advantage of him, and you go, well, our scheme just, he's not. This is a little bit like the Jamal Adams thing that I say. If you're not getting the most out of this player as a coach, you're doing something wrong, not the player. And Seattle's shown a willingness up to this point is to take advantage of DK's skill set. I fully expect them to do more of the same. Randall says Marlon Humphrey is my favorite running cornerback in the league, not named DJ Reed. He's a good one. He's been a good one. One of the few Alabama cornerbacks to come out and actually be legitimate, huh, right, Randall? One of the few Alabama cornerbacks to actually come out and be a player. Flag Sabbath says Cody effing Barton. I have nightmares about that dude being a full-time starter. After seeing him let Kyle Allen and Roger block him out of plays, I'm done with him. I couldn't believe that Paul put that up as Cody being a key contributor, as a guy with upside. You've tried him at the Sam, and he sucked at the Sam. You tried him at the Will against the Vikings. He caught every block in that game. Part of the reason why the Vikings ran for 392 yards in that game had to do with the fact that you had Cody Barton filling in at linebacker and not filling in very well. Not filling in very well at that point. You know what I mean? And he caught every block. Every lineman that came down the second level he caught. He could not get around a block to save his life. Denko, thank you for the subscription. Thanks for subscribing, Denko. Appreciate you. But you saw enough tape of Cody Barton to realize at this point, he is what he is. A great special teams player. You don't want him starting football players. Wow, we got some guys subbing here. Bill Heater, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. So when Paul starts going to that, I know Paul's out of pocket and he's literally not knowing what he talks about. And again, just showing out his lack of research or really looking with any depth into this team. Everything's got to be surface, you know? Everything's just, you're trying to cut the top of the cream off the milk every time. No, get into the milk. Get into the depth of things. Don't be scared. Paul Third. Oh, I don't know if you heard in the USA, but Tom Sula's rugby project, Jared Hayne, is being jailed for aggravated sexual assault. Nasty piece of work. Oof. It's never good to see on that. Never understand. This is a little bit like with the Deshaun Watson thing, if it does prove to be true. I never quite get the athlete. I mean, Jared's got to be a pretty popular guy, right? Be it in Australia or... You know, I don't understand. Like, you can't find anything. You got to get to the point of, like, you got to force your way onto it. I never quite get that. I feel like there's a line of women, from the stories we hear about these players with the groupies in hotels and all that, got a line of women waiting to want to hook up with you. Why do you got to force the action with one who ain't feeling it? Maybe it's a little bit of the too much testosterone cooking through the veins or something. Blau, you think that we still trade Russ? Blau, it's based upon this year. It's based upon the success of this year. And it's wholly based upon the success of this year. If you top out again in a one and done status, no matter whether we brought a new offensive coordinator in, no matter whether or not you've built more of the resources behind the offense this offseason, it's not going to matter. He probably will want to move on at that point because he will realize I'll never get my MVP here. I'll never be allowed to shine here. I'll never be allowed to cook here, really. He will go at that point. You have a successful year. If you get to, I've said minimum to me is a conference championship appearance. If you can show that you're taking a step forward, I think for Russ, that would be enough to keep him back in the fold. But it will be wholly built upon the back of you having success this year and not topping out in the same way you have over the last 5 and 6 seasons. Hey, yo, check out my comment from 947. See what'd you say, Go Hawks? It got retracted, I think, man. Got retracted. It must be a power thing, Flag. Yeah, it must be a dominating power thing than anything else. Which don't get that either, man. You know, you get any girl as it is. What is I just stupid. Just dumb. Just dumb. Seahawks Gaming, Cody Barton is the next Nico Thorpe special teams captain at best. Yep. And not even the best special teams player on the team. That goes to Nick Ballore. So not even your best special teams maven. So it's number 2. And Ben Burkervin might be better than him in special teams. He's good, though. He's probably better than Ben. I got to give him He's better than Ben, but not hugely so. Adrian D., your opinion of the new signing of our German linebacker, the Donker? I think a solid move. I haven't watched any tape on Donker yet, Adrian D. I've been putting together some scouting breakdowns over my new channel, which is Seahawks Scouting. So if you want to look at some breakdowns on recent Dwayne Eskridge or Trey Brown, head over to Seahawks Scouting. You can catch that over there. I'll be doing Stone Forsythe next year shortly. So I've been deep in that. I'll get after I get through these top guys, I'll get into the more of the second level guys. I like you, Flag. Hope Lestrange is a good deal. Lestrange. I call him Lestrange. That's my nickname for him is it's a movie character that was named Lestrange. I can't remember what movie it was, but I'm calling him Lestrange forevermore. I couldn't get any tape on him though, Flag, outside of him out there blocking a bunch of high school looking players. So I have no idea what to think on that guy. No idea. Seahawks game is, I think Aaron Donald, Chandler Jones, and Leonard Floyd's 3/4 of their career sacks are probably on Russ. Really does elevate players. That's a solid, underrated joke. Seahawks gaming. I love it. And Jay's friends did rule the late 90s on the television. That's for sure. Okay, we're 6 hours in, folks. I am tired. I am hungry. I've got to go. I gotta go pay. I gotta go pay. Thank you guys again for making this awesome as always. The draft was phenomenal. Robert Reed, you are a hero to me today with all of your donations. Randall coming in strong. D Nugget coming strong. Paul III, Australia coming in strong with the dono game. We are worldwide here at the Hawks Nest. I love that about us. But thank you all for the donations, your guys' comments here. Again, my chat is the smartest. I'm not saying that just to blow you guys up. If you guys look at our chat, if you look the way that you guys think things through and how you try to get to the deeper level of things, I will maintain and continue to say that's what's going to make this channel as potentially great as it potentially could be, is being able to bring people in here with some smart takes, coming at this with their passion, coming at this because they care. I love that about you guys. I appreciate that so much that you guys bring that into this level. We don't get trolls. We don't get people coming in here anymore. We will during the season, but anymore we get people in here who want to talk football, want to talk shop, want to get into this, aren't trying to just be emotional, but let's talk some football, man. That's what we love. And you guys bring that to the stage every time I come on and do this. Every single time without fail, you guys show up and you guys bring it. So thank you so much for that. You guys are awesome. Robert coming in with one more $5 dono before the end of the stream. Robert, you are amazing, brother. You are simply, in a word, amazing, awesome, fantastic. I really do appreciate it, your support on it. Thank you so much. Robert says, Flag Sabbath, man, I hope Pierre Lestrange is the real deal. Will this signing get us an edge in the Scorpions raising of the 12th flag? If we can't get that edge by this signing, I don't know what the hell we got to do, man. I don't know what we got to do. He is a guy that is supposed to potentially slot out into that center role, and that's where they're going to take a look at him. And we do need some competition, in my opinion, at that center stage. So if he can come in and be anything to compete with Posick, you can find a diamond in the rough like that, man, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome. It's hard to take off with his tape, Robert. It's completely like, I don't know what to think on this guy, but he's certainly kicking the ass of 200-pound guys out on the football field. There is no doubt about that. Randall coming in with another $5 donation. You guys are going to keep me going on this stream just on the donos alone. Jesus. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate it. Your second dono of the day. Gosh, dang. Thank you so much, you guys. You are very, very kind. And I love you. I appreciate you guys. And Robert coming in strong too. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Well, thank you, chat. Thank you for the donation, Randall. Thank you for your support. You guys are always here. You got my back. D-Nugget says, Brandon for GM. I'll take the position if they're offering. I'm going to take it if they're offering, man. I ain't turning down. I will work for peanuts. I don't even need them shelled. You don't even got to shell them. You can just throw a bag of peanuts at me and I'll just take that. So anything on that, I'll go. But thank you for the donation, Randall. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, all of you, for being so kind on that. I'll be back again here on Sunday. Again, we're going to continue to do this Thursday and Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific time-ish, as far as the live stream coverage goes. I will be on with Jose Rodriguez on the 12th on his channel, so sub to his channel because we're going to go on that channel and discuss a little bit of the schedule as that comes out on the 12th. But thank you so much for all of your guys' kind comments, kind words, your support, keeping the chat rolling. Man, we're on a rise. We're on the rise. If you're watching this being recorded, please do slam on that like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We're motoring down to 5,000 subscriptions. So great draft, great off season. Get hyped about this team. We are on a Super Bowl path. There's no guarantees. There's no certainties, but you can only take care of what you can take care of in the offseason to set the stage. Our Seahawks have set the stage. That's all we can ask for as fans. I love it. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. And please do not ever forget, don't you ever forget, go Hawks.